The Bible's Accuracy. Old Testament Edition. Historical, scientific, and archaeological evidence to support the Scripture's accuracy. By John J. Witkowski. Narrated by M.S. Word. Introduction. For thousands of years, the Bible has been a revered source of spiritual guidance, providing comfort and moral direction to billions of people. But beyond its role as a religious text, the Bible holds within its pages a wealth of historical insight. More than just a collection of stories, it offers a profound glimpse into ancient civilizations, their events, their rulers, and the cultural context of their times. In recent decades, advances in archaeology, science, and history have increasingly validated the Bible's historical accounts, revealing that many of its narratives are not only theologically significant, but also rooted in real-world events. If the Bible can be trusted on such foundational levels of history, could it not also be trusted in matters of faith? This consistency is one of the Bible's strongest arguments in favor of its truthfulness. We trust those who continually prove reliable, don't we? When ancient texts speak with such precision about events that have been archaeologically confirmed, it strengthens our confidence in the broader claims they make. Many accounts that were once thought to be allegorical or mythical are now understood to be anchored in history. Cities once lost to time have been unearthed, and artifacts confirm the existence of kingdoms and rulers mentioned in the Scriptures. A foundation in historical validation. One of the most compelling arguments for the Bible's accuracy is the wealth of archaeological discoveries that have confirmed its accounts. Cities, monuments, and artifacts continue to align with the biblical narratives, offering physical evidence that these stories are not mere fables, but actual historical events. Take, for instance, the discovery of Jericho's walls, which were found to have collapsed in a manner consistent with the Bible's description of the Battle of Jericho. Similarly, the ancient city of Nineveh, once the heart of the Assyrian Empire, was uncovered in all its grandeur, exactly as the Bible described. These findings aren't isolated incidents, they form part of a larger, growing body of evidence that grounds the Bible in history. External sources, such as the Tel Dan stele, a fragmentary inscription referencing the House of David, serve to validate the existence of key biblical figures once dismissed as legend. King David, once thought to be a purely mythical figure, is now known to have been a real and influential ruler in ancient Israel. If archaeology can confirm David's dynasty, how much more might it reveal about the accuracy of other biblical claims? The role of science in validating Scripture. In recent years, science has also begun to uncover natural phenomena that align with the supernatural events described in the Bible. For example, geologists have studied ancient flood patterns that could explain the Great Flood described in the story of Noah's Ark. Likewise, astronomers have proposed plausible explanations for the Star of Bethlehem, which may have been a supernova, comet, or other celestial event. While some may attribute the Bible's miraculous events to divine intervention, the fact that scientific explanations can sometimes correlate with these occurrences adds an intriguing layer of credibility. If the Bible speaks truthfully about natural events that science can explore and explain, wouldn't it be reasonable to trust its spiritual claims as well? An invitation to trust in truth. The Bible's accuracy has been questioned for centuries, but with every new discovery, it becomes clearer that its accounts are rooted in reality. If the stories of Jericho, Nineveh, and the House of David have all been confirmed, what else might we uncover that will reinforce the trustworthiness of Scripture? At what point do we begin to consider that the spiritual truths conveyed might be just as reliable? If so, much of what can be proven has already been demonstrated to be accurate, then perhaps it is safe to place trust in those aspects of the Bible that speak to what we cannot yet prove. The Bible's historical truth lays a foundation for faith, and that foundation grows stronger with every new discovery. If we've learned one thing from history, it's that the truth often has more depth than we initially realize. Could this not be the case with Scripture as well? Genesis. The book of Genesis stands as the cornerstone of both the Old Testament and the Bible as a whole. Within its pages lies the story of the world's beginning, the formation of life, the first human experiences, and the early relationships between God and humanity. While Genesis holds immense spiritual significance, it also invites us to examine its narratives through the lenses of archaeology, science, and history. As we explore these perspectives, we begin to see that Genesis, far from being a mythological text disconnected from reality, aligns in many remarkable ways with what has been uncovered by modern scholarship and scientific discovery. Genesis addresses some of the most fundamental questions that humanity has ever asked: how the universe came into existence, how life began, and what humanity's purpose is within the cosmos. Though written thousands of years ago, its depiction of creation and human origins resonates with modern scientific understanding and stands alongside archaeological evidence that lends credibility to its accounts. The creation narrative and modern science. The creation story in Genesis begins with a declaration that the universe was brought into existence by the word of God. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This simple yet profound statement introduces the idea that the universe had a definite beginning, a concept now strongly supported by modern cosmology. The Big Bang Theory, which posits that the universe began as a singular point that expanded rapidly, corresponds to the biblical assertion that there was a point of origin for everything in existence. Both the Bible and modern science agree that the universe had a beginning and that it did not exist from eternity. Following the creation of the heavens and the earth, Genesis speaks of light emerging, a moment that could be paralleled with the appearance of light in the early universe following the Big Bang. In the Bible, God's first creative act is to speak light into existence. Let there be light. This moment finds echoes in the cosmological account of the universe's development, where light, in the form of radiation, was among the earliest forms of energy to manifest after the universe's expansion began. As the Genesis narrative progresses, it describes the separation of land from water, the growth of vegetation, and the eventual creation of animal life, an order that bears similarities to the geological and biological history of the Earth. Scientists now understand that the early Earth was predominantly covered by water, and through tectonic processes, land masses eventually emerged. This mirrors the biblical account where God separates the waters and brings forth dry land. Following this, the text describes the creation of plant life, which aligns with the fossil record showing that plant life preceded animal life in Earth's history. Furthermore, the progression of creation in Genesis, where sea creatures, birds, and land animals are made before humanity, mirrors the evolutionary record in which marine life emerged first, followed by more complex life forms on land. The final act of creation in Genesis is the making of human beings, who are described as being formed from the dust of the earth, a metaphor that resonates with the scientific understanding that human life shares a deep connection with the material elements of the earth. Although the Bible presents the creation of life as a divine act, and science explains it through natural processes like evolution, there are notable areas where the biblical sequence aligns with scientific observations. The emphasis in Genesis on God creating, according to their kinds, reflects an understanding of biological diversity that predates scientific knowledge of species and variation. The biblical text, while not a scientific document, seems to capture an order and a progression in creation that parallels the natural processes we now understand. The flood narrative, archaeological and historical evidence. The story of Noah and the flood is one of the most recognizable narratives in the Bible, and it has parallels in many ancient cultures. Scholars have long noted similarities between the Genesis flood narrative and the flood story in the Epic of Gilgamesh, a Mesopotamian epic that predates the Bible. Both stories involve a divine decision to flood the world as a response to human wickedness, with a righteous man, Noah in the Bible, Utnapishtim in Gilgamesh, being instructed to build a vessel to save his family and various animals. These similarities suggest that both stories may have originated from a shared cultural memory of a catastrophic flood event. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of large-scale flooding in the Mesopotamian region, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers often overflowed, leading to devastating floods in ancient times. While these floods may not have covered the entire globe, as described in the biblical narrative, they were significant enough to inspire myths of global destruction and survival. Excavations at sites such as Ur and Shuruppak, both of which are mentioned in Mesopotamian texts, have revealed flood layers dating to around 2900 BCE, suggesting that severe flooding events were indeed part of the collective memory of the people living in this region. Additionally, geological studies have identified evidence of a major flood event in the Black Sea region around 5600 BCE, where rising sea levels from melting glaciers caused a sudden and catastrophic inundation of the area. Some scholars have speculated that this event, which would have displaced large populations and reshaped the landscape, may have contributed to the widespread flood myths in the ancient Near East, including the biblical account of Noah's flood. While the exact nature of the biblical flood continues to be debated, the prevalence of flood stories across different cultures, combined with archaeological evidence of large-scale flooding in ancient Mesopotamia, lends credence to the idea that the Genesis narrative is rooted in historical events. The story of Noah, then, may represent not only a theological reflection on divine judgment and mercy, but also a memory of a real catastrophe that reshaped the ancient world. Abraham and the Patriarchs, historical figures in Genesis. The patriarchal narratives in Genesis, particularly the stories of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, offer another opportunity to explore the historical underpinnings of the Bible. Genesis introduces Abraham as a figure who is called by God to leave his homeland in Ur and journey to a new land that God promises to give to him and his descendants. Archaeological evidence from the city of Ur has confirmed that it was a major urban center during the early 2nd millennium BCE, the period in which Abraham is traditionally believed to have lived. Ur was an important Sumerian city-state, known for its advanced culture, impressive ziggurat, and extensive trade networks. Excavations have revealed a thriving metropolis with a sophisticated legal and economic system, as well as links to other cities in the region. The discovery of inscriptions, artifacts, and architectural remains from Ur provides strong support for the biblical description of Abraham's origins in this wealthy and influential city. Abraham's journey from Mesopotamia to Canaan reflects the broader migration patterns of ancient peoples. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of nomadic tribes moving from Mesopotamia into Canaan during the early 2nd millennium BCE, a migration that corresponds with the biblical narrative of Abraham's travels. These tribes, known as Amorites, settled in various parts of the Near East, and their presence is attested in both Egyptian and Mesopotamian records. The practice of covenant-making, which is central to the story of Abraham, also finds parallels in ancient Near Eastern culture. In Genesis, God makes a covenant with Abraham, promising to make him the father of a great nation and to give his descendants the land of Canaan. Archaeological discoveries, such as the Mari tablets and the Nuzi texts, provide evidence of similar covenants being made between individuals and gods or between kings and their subjects. These agreements were often sealed with ritual sacrifices, much like the covenant between God and Abraham described in Genesis 15. Another significant event in Abraham's life is his encounter with the Hittites when he purchases a burial plot for his wife, Sarah, in the land of Canaan. The Hittites were a powerful group that controlled much of Anatolia and parts of Canaan during the 2nd millennium BCE. Archaeological discoveries, including the ruins of their capital at Hattusa and extensive written records, confirm their presence in the region during the time of the patriarchs. This historical context provides further evidence that the Genesis narrative is grounded in the real political and cultural landscape of the ancient Near East. The stories of Isaac and Jacob also reflect the historical and cultural realities of their time. The biblical descriptions of Isaac's interactions with the Philistines and his dealings with neighboring tribes align with what is known about the political dynamics of the region. Similarly, Jacob's journey to Haran and his service to Laban reflect the broader patterns of kinship, marriage, and labor in the ancient Near East. The legal practices described in Genesis, such as the rights of inheritance and the use of dowries, are consistent with what we know from other ancient Near Eastern legal documents, such as the Code of Hammurabi. Sodom, Gomorrah, and archaeological evidence. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah, two cities destroyed by God due to their wickedness, has long fascinated both theologians and archaeologists. The Bible places these cities in the region of the Dead Sea, an area known for its harsh environment and volatile geology. While the exact locations of Sodom and Gomorrah remain uncertain, several archaeological sites near the Dead Sea have been proposed as possible candidates for these infamous cities. One of the most promising sites is Tal el-Hammam, an ancient city located northeast of the Dead Sea. Excavations at Tal el-Hammam have revealed evidence of a large and prosperous city that was suddenly destroyed around 1700 BCE. The destruction layer at the site shows signs of extreme heat, possibly caused by a meteor explosion or some other catastrophic event. This has led some scholars to suggest that Tal el-Hammam could be the historical basis for the biblical account of Sodom's destruction by fire from heaven. While definitive proof remains elusive, the discovery of Tal el-Hammam and its sudden destruction provides a tantalizing link to the Genesis narrative. Other cities in the region, such as Bab Ethra and Nimera, have also been identified as potential sites for Sodom and Gomorrah, and archaeological work continues to shed light on the history of this region. Joseph in Egypt, historical parallels. The story of Joseph, the son of Jacob who is sold into slavery by his brothers and rises to power in Egypt, is one of the most detailed narratives in Genesis. It provides a wealth of information about the political and social structures of ancient Egypt, and archaeological evidence supports many elements of the story. Joseph's rise to prominence as a foreigner in Egypt is not unusual in the historical context. Egypt was a melting pot of different peoples, and foreigners often held high positions in the royal court. In fact, during the period known as the Second Intermediate Period, Egypt was ruled by a group of foreign kings known as the Hyksos, who came from the Levant. While the exact timing of Joseph's life remains uncertain, the presence of foreign rulers and administrators in Egypt during this period lends plausibility to the biblical account. The Bible's description of Joseph's management of a 7-year famine also finds support in Egyptian records. Inscriptions such as the famine stele, located on the island of Sihul in the Nile, describe a 7-year famine during the reign of Pharaoh Djoser. Although this event predates the time of Joseph, it shows that the concept of a long-lasting famine was part of the Egyptian historical experience. Additionally, the Wilbur Papyrus, an ancient Egyptian document, details the management of agricultural production and the collection of taxes, which aligns with Joseph's role in storing grain and distributing it during the famine. The archaeological and historical evidence surrounding Joseph's story provides a strong foundation for understanding the accuracy of the Genesis narrative. While many details remain speculative, the overall context of Joseph's rise to power in Egypt, his management of resources, and the eventual settlement of his family in the land of Goshen fit within the broader framework of ancient Egyptian history. A historical and archaeological document. The Book of Genesis, while primarily a theological text, is deeply rooted in the historical, cultural, and geographical realities of the ancient Near East. Archaeological discoveries, such as the ruins of Ur, the flood layers in Mesopotamia, the remains of ancient Canaanite cities, and the inscriptions from Egypt, all provide compelling evidence that the Genesis narratives are based on real events and people. As we continue to uncover the ancient world through archaeology and historical research, the accuracy of the Genesis account becomes more apparent. The Bible's depiction of creation, the flood, the patriarchs, and the early history of humanity aligns with much of what we now know about the development of civilizations, the movement of peoples, and the natural world. Genesis stands not only as a religious document, but as a record of the early history of the world, offering insights into the lives of ancient peoples and their relationship with the divine. Exodus. The Book of Exodus is one of the most defining and dramatic sections of the Bible, recounting the story of the Israelites' deliverance from slavery in Egypt and their journey toward becoming a nation under God's covenant. This narrative has inspired countless generations and has also sparked much scholarly debate about its historicity. While no single archaeological find has definitively proven the entire Exodus story, the historical context, archaeological evidence, and scientific explanations provide a compelling case for the reliability of much of the biblical account. As we explore the evidence more deeply, the convergence of historical records, geographical details, and material culture supports many aspects of the biblical narrative. The presence of Semitic peoples in Egypt. The idea that a large group of Semitic people, including the Israelites, lived in Egypt during the 2nd millennium BCE is not only plausible, but is supported by a range of archaeological and historical evidence. Egyptian texts from this period frequently mention Asiatics, a term used to describe Semitic peoples from the region of Canaan and the Levant. These texts often depict the Asiatics as prisoners, slaves, and laborers, providing a historical backdrop for the Israelite experience described in Exodus. One particularly compelling piece of evidence comes from the tomb paintings of the 12th dynasty official Khnumhotep II at Beni Hassan, which date to around 1900 BCE. These paintings depict a group of Semitic peoples, wearing brightly colored clothing and carrying their goods, entering Egypt. This image provides a snapshot of how Semitic groups migrated to Egypt during times of famine or economic hardship, circumstances that parallel the biblical account of Jacob's family moving to Egypt to escape famine in Canaan, Genesis 46. Additionally, the settlement of Tel el-Dabeh, Avaris, in the Nile Delta provides archaeological evidence of a significant Semitic population living in Egypt. Excavations at Tel el-Dabeh, led by Austrian archaeologist Manfred Biotak, have revealed houses, pottery, and burial practices typical of the Canaanite culture, indicating that a large community of Semitic people lived there during the period traditionally associated with the Israelite presence in Egypt. Avaris later became the capital of the Hyksos, a foreign dynasty that ruled Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, circa 1650 to 1550 BCE. While the Hyksos were eventually expelled from Egypt, their presence demonstrates that Semitic peoples held significant power and influence in the region, and their story provides a possible historical parallel to the biblical account of Joseph rising to power in Egypt, Genesis 41. The labor of the Israelites and Egyptian building projects. The Bible describes the Israelites as being forced into labor to build store cities for Pharaoh, including Pithom and Ramses. The identification of these cities has been the subject of considerable scholarly debate, but many scholars believe that Pir-Omes, the capital built by Ramesses II, circa 1279 to 1213 BCE, is the Ramses mentioned in the Bible. Pir-Omes, located in the eastern Nile Delta, was a massive construction project, and Egyptian inscriptions describe the use of foreign labor to build the city's temples, palaces, and infrastructure. The labor conditions described in Egyptian texts align with the biblical depiction of harsh treatment, forced labor, and grueling working conditions. In addition to Pir-Omes, the city of Pithom has traditionally been identified with the site of Tel el-Rataba or Tel el-Maskuda, also in the eastern Nile Delta. Archaeological excavations at these sites have revealed large mud brick structures and storage facilities, which may have been used to store grain and other provisions, fitting the description of a store city mentioned in Exodus. The use of mud brick for these buildings is significant, as it matches the Bible's description of the Israelites being forced to make bricks, first with straw and later without, as Pharaoh increased their workload. Exodus 5 verses 7 to 19. The plagues, natural phenomena or divine intervention. The 10 plagues that struck Egypt in the biblical account, culminating in the death of the firstborn, are among the most dramatic events in the Exodus narrative. While the plagues are often viewed as miraculous interventions by God, scholars have suggested that they may have been rooted in natural phenomena, which were then interpreted by the biblical authors through a theological lens. One of the most fascinating parallels to the biblical plagues is found in the Apur Papyrus, an ancient Egyptian text that describes a time of great chaos and suffering in Egypt. The papyrus, which dates to the late Middle Kingdom, circa 1800 BCE, contains vivid descriptions of the Nile turning to blood, crops failing, livestock dying, and widespread death and destruction. These descriptions bear striking similarities to the plagues of Exodus, leading some scholars to speculate that the biblical authors may have drawn on memories of earlier catastrophic events in Egyptian history. While the exact dating and context of the Apur Papyrus remain debated, its descriptions of environmental and social collapse provide a potential historical parallel to the Exodus plagues. In terms of scientific explanations, several of the plagues can be linked to natural disasters that might have occurred in Egypt's Nile Delta region. For example, the first plague, in which the Nile turns to blood, may have been caused by a phenomenon known as a red tide, in which algae blooms release toxins that turn the water red and kill fish. The death of fish would have led to a cascade of ecological effects, including the proliferation of frogs, the second plague, which would have been followed by infestations of insects, the third and fourth plagues, as the environment deteriorated. The plagues affecting livestock, crops, and human health, such as hail, the seventh plague, boils, the sixth plague, and locusts, the eighth plague, could be explained by a combination of extreme weather events, disease outbreaks, and ecological imbalances, all of which are known to have occurred in Egypt's history. For example, a series of volcanic eruptions in the Mediterranean region, such as the eruption of Thera, modern-day Santorini, around 1600 BCE, could have contributed to climatic disruptions that resulted in severe storms, hail, and agricultural collapse. While these natural explanations do not diminish the theological significance of the plagues, they provide a possible framework for understanding how the events of the Exodus might have been grounded in historical reality. The plagues, whether understood as divine intervention or natural disasters, would have had a profound psychological and social impact on both the Egyptians and the Israelites, setting the stage for the dramatic climax of the Exodus story. The Exodus and the Late Bronze Age collapse. The timing of the Exodus has long been a subject of debate among scholars, with proposed dates ranging from the 15th to the 13th centuries BCE. One intriguing possibility is that the Exodus occurred during the period of the Late Bronze Age collapse, a time of widespread social and political upheaval across the eastern Mediterranean. Around 1200 BC, many of the great civilizations of the ancient world, including the Hittites, Mycenaeans, and several major Canaanite cities, experienced sudden and catastrophic decline. This period was marked by the destruction of cities, the disruption of trade networks, and the movement of large groups of people. The collapse of these civilizations may have provided the historical backdrop for the Israelites' departure from Egypt and their subsequent conquest of Canaan. As Egypt's external territories weakened and its influence in the Levant diminished, the power vacuum created opportunities for smaller groups, such as the Israelites, to establish themselves in the region. The archaeological record from this period shows evidence of widespread destruction in Canaanite cities, followed by the emergence of new settlements in the highlands of Canaan, settlements that many scholars believe were established by the early Israelites. While the exact relationship between the Exodus and the Late Bronze Age collapse remains speculative, the broader historical context of social upheaval, migration, and the collapse of major powers provides a plausible setting for the events described in the Bible. The movement of peoples, the breakdown of political systems, and the decline of Egyptian control over Canaan created the conditions in which the Israelites could emerge as a distinct people, united by their covenant with God. The Red Sea Crossing, expanding the evidence. The crossing of the Red Sea is one of the most iconic moments in the Exodus narrative, and it has been the subject of both religious reverence and scientific inquiry. While traditional interpretations place the crossing at the modern-day Red Sea, many scholars believe that the Yam Suf, mentioned in the Bible, often translated as Red Sea, actually refers to a different body of water, possibly one of the shallow lakes or marshes in the Nile Delta region. One promising theory, proposed by geologist Doran Knopf, suggests that wind-driven waters could have caused a temporary parting of the waters at the Sea of Reeds, allowing the Israelites to cross. In 1992, Knopf published a study using computer simulations to demonstrate how strong winds blowing over a shallow body of water could create a natural land bridge by pushing the water aside. According to Knopf's calculations, a wind blowing at 63 miles per hour for 12 hours could have exposed a land bridge up to 4 kilometers wide, which would have lasted for several hours before the waters returned. This scientific model aligns with the biblical description of a strong east wind driving back the waters and allowing the Israelites to cross, followed by the return of the waters as Pharaoh's army pursued them. While this explanation does not account for all the details of the biblical narrative, it provides a plausible natural mechanism for the event and supports the idea that the Exodus story is based on real geographical and environmental phenomena. Further archaeological exploration of the Nile Delta region, particularly around the ancient Lake Bala and the Bitter Lakes, has yielded evidence of ancient trade routes and settlements that would have been in use during the time of the Exodus. These routes, used by both Egyptians and nomadic Semitic peoples, suggest that the region was well-traveled and that a group like the Israelites could have navigated through these marshlands during their escape from Egypt. Mount Sinai and the wilderness. Tracing the path of the Exodus. The location of Mount Sinai, where Moses received the Ten Commandments, remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the Exodus narrative. While the traditional site of Mount Sinai is identified with Jebel Musa in the southern Sinai Peninsula, this identification is based more on Christian tradition than on archaeological evidence. Other proposed locations for Mount Sinai include Jebel al-Lawz in northwestern Saudi Arabia, which some scholars argue is a more likely candidate based on geographical and historical considerations. Despite the lack of conclusive archaeological evidence for the location of Mount Sinai, the broader region of the Sinai Peninsula and the Negev Desert has yielded important findings that shed light on the Israelites' journey through the wilderness. Archaeological surveys of the Sinai and Negev regions have uncovered campsites, pottery fragments, and evidence of ancient trade routes that date to the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages. These findings suggest that the region was inhabited by nomadic groups during the period traditionally associated with the Exodus. One of the most significant discoveries in the Sinai Peninsula is the site of Serabit el-Kadhim, an ancient Egyptian turquoise mining camp. Excavations at Serabit el-Kadhim have revealed inscriptions in a Proto-Sinaitic script, which is believed to be an early form of the alphabet. These inscriptions, carved by Semitic laborers working in the mines, provide evidence of the presence of Semitic peoples in the Sinai during the time of the Exodus. While there is no direct connection between these laborers and the Israelites, the presence of Semitic workers in the region suggests that the biblical account of the Israelites' journey through the Sinai is plausible. The covenant and the law, historical and legal context. The establishment of the covenant between God and the Israelites at Mount Sinai is one of the most important moments in the biblical narrative, and it has significant parallels in the legal traditions of the ancient Near East. The structure of the covenant, in which God offers protection and blessings in exchange for the Israelites' loyalty and obedience, closely resembles the suzerainty treaties made between kings and their vassals in the ancient world. In these treaties, the suzerain, the more powerful king, would offer protection and benefits to the vassal, the lesser king, in exchange for the vassal's loyalty and tribute. These agreements often included a preamble outlining the relationship between the two parties, a list of stipulations that the vassal must follow, and a section detailing the blessings and curses that would result from obedience or disobedience. The biblical covenant follows a similar structure, with God as the suzerain and the Israelites as the vassals. The Ten Commandments, which form the core of the covenant, serve as the stipulations that the Israelites must follow in order to receive God's protection and blessing. Archaeological discoveries, such as the Code of Hammurabi and the Laws of Eshnunna, provide important context for understanding the legal traditions of the ancient Near East. These legal codes, like the biblical laws, address issues of property, crime, and social responsibility. For example, the Code of Hammurabi includes provisions for the protection of widows and orphans, the regulation of trade and commerce, and the punishment of criminal behavior, issues that are also addressed in the biblical laws given at Sinai. The similarities between these legal codes suggest that the biblical laws were part of a broader legal and cultural tradition, while also reflecting the unique theological perspective of the Israelite faith. Leviticus. The book of Leviticus stands out as one of the most theologically dense texts in the Old Testament, focusing on the laws and rituals that define Israel's relationship with God. While Leviticus may seem, at first glance, to be a purely religious text, prescribing rituals, sacrifices, and moral laws, it is also a deeply historical document that offers insight into the legal and cultural systems of the ancient Near East. Many of the practices outlined in Leviticus have direct parallels with the legal codes and religious practices of neighboring cultures, while archaeological findings provide evidence that supports the existence of the priestly class and the central role of the tabernacle in Israelite society. Leviticus, part of the wider Pentateuch, is traditionally attributed to Moses and serves as the instruction manual for the Israelites as they seek to live in holiness before their God. But Leviticus is more than a theological guide. It also reflects the complex socio-religious structures of the time, giving us a window into how ancient Israel regulated its religious practices, moral behavior, and community life. The priestly class and the tabernacle. Archaeological insights. Leviticus devotes significant attention to the role of the priests in administering the sacrificial system and ensuring the purity of the community. The priests, drawn from the tribe of Levi, are entrusted with maintaining the holiness of the sanctuary and overseeing the various offerings made by the Israelites. While the priestly system described in Leviticus is unique in its theological framework, it shares many similarities with the religious systems of neighboring cultures, particularly in the way it elevates a specific class of individuals to serve as intermediaries between the people and the divine. The archaeological evidence for the existence of a priestly class in ancient Israel is plentiful. Numerous inscriptions, artifacts, and ancient texts from the broader region confirm the presence of priests and temple officials in other ancient Near Eastern societies. For example, in Ugarit, a Canaanite city-state located on the Mediterranean coast, excavations have revealed the remains of temples and inscriptions that describe the role of priests in overseeing religious ceremonies and offerings. These findings provide a parallel to the priestly duties outlined in Leviticus, where the priests are responsible for performing sacrifices and maintaining the sanctity of the tabernacle. The tabernacle itself, described in Leviticus as the central place of worship for the Israelites during their time in the wilderness, was a portable sanctuary where the Israelites could offer sacrifices and commune with God. While no physical remains of the tabernacle have been found, the concept of a portable sanctuary has parallels in the ancient Near East. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of similar portable shrines and sanctuaries in Egypt and the Levant, suggesting that the idea of a mobile temple was not unique to the Israelites. One of the most intriguing archaeological discoveries related to the Israelite priesthood comes from the site of Arad, located in the Negev Desert. Excavations at Arad have uncovered the remains of a small temple, complete with an altar, a Holy of Holies area, and sacrificial installations. While the Arad temple is smaller and less elaborate than the tabernacle described in Leviticus, its layout and features reflect similar principles of sacred space and ritual purity. The discovery of cultic objects, such as altars, incense burners, and ceramic vessels used in rituals, provides further evidence of the importance of ritual practice in ancient Israelite religion, as described in Leviticus. Sacrificial practices and the ancient Near East. One of the central themes of Leviticus is the system of sacrifices, which are detailed extensively in the first 7 chapters. These sacrifices, including burnt offerings, grain offerings, sin offerings, and peace offerings, served as a means for the Israelites to atone for their sins, give thanks, and maintain their relationship with God. The sacrificial system outlined in Leviticus is unique in its theological significance, emphasizing the need for holiness and the importance of ritual purity. However, the practice of animal sacrifice was widespread throughout the ancient Near East, and many aspects of the Levitical sacrificial system have parallels in other cultures. In Mesopotamia, for example, animal sacrifices were offered to the gods in temples, with specific rituals prescribed for different types of offerings. Texts from the city of Mari, located on the Euphrates River, describe the offering of sheep, goats, and cattle in elaborate ceremonies designed to appease the gods and secure their favor. Similarly, in Ugarit, sacrifices of animals and grain were made to the gods as part of the community's religious obligations. The Ugaritic texts, discovered in the early 20th century, provide a detailed account of the sacrificial rituals practiced by the Canaanites, offering a valuable point of comparison with the Israelite practices outlined in Leviticus. The Levitical emphasis on the blood of the sacrifice as a means of atonement is also found in other ancient Near Eastern traditions. In both Mesopotamian and Egyptian rituals, blood played a key role in purifying sacred spaces and appeasing the gods. In Egypt, for example, the ritual killing of animals was an essential part of temple ceremonies, and the blood of the sacrificed animal was sometimes sprinkled on altars or used in purification rites. The biblical insistence on the sanctity of blood and its prohibition for consumption by the Israelites, Leviticus 17 verses 10 to 14, reflects a deep theological conviction about the life-giving power of blood, a belief that finds resonance in other ancient cultures. Purity laws and social order, a unique legal code. Leviticus is perhaps best known for its laws concerning ritual purity, including detailed instructions on clean and unclean animals, bodily discharges, skin diseases, and sexual behavior. These laws, while often seen as arcane or overly complex by modern readers, reflect a deep concern for maintaining the holiness of the community and preventing the contamination of sacred spaces. The concept of purity, as outlined in Leviticus, is not only about physical cleanliness, but also about spiritual and moral integrity. In the ancient Near East, purity laws were often linked to religious rituals and the maintenance of social order. The Hittites, for example, had a series of laws governing ritual purity, particularly in relation to the priesthood. These laws, inscribed on stone tablets, include regulations concerning bodily discharges, skin diseases, and the handling of sacrificial animals, all of which have parallels in Leviticus. Similarly, the Mesopotamian Code of Hammurabi contains laws related to sexual behavior, marriage, and inheritance that resemble some of the purity laws found in Leviticus. Archaeological findings, particularly in Canaanite and Israelite settlements, also shed light on the practical aspects of these purity laws. Excavations at sites such as Lachish and Hazor have uncovered evidence of communal bathhouses and water installations, which may have been used for ritual purification in accordance with the laws of Leviticus. These findings suggest that the concern for purity and cleanliness was not merely a theological abstraction, but a real part of daily life for the Israelites. Moreover, the dietary laws in Leviticus, which distinguish between clean and unclean animals, find support in the archaeological record. Excavations of ancient Israelite settlements have revealed the remains of animals that match the categories described in Leviticus. For example, at sites like Tel Dan and Megiddo, archaeologists have found a predominance of sheep, goats, and cattle, animals considered clean under Levitical law, while the remains of pigs, which are classified as unclean, are noticeably absent. This pattern suggests that the dietary restrictions outlined in Leviticus were observed by the Israelite community and that these laws played a significant role in shaping their identity as a distinct people. The Day of Atonement and the concept of national repentance. One of the most important rituals described in Leviticus is the Day of Atonement, or Yom Kippur, a day of national repentance and reconciliation with God. On this day, the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies in the tabernacle, offering sacrifices to atone for the sins of the entire community. The ritual of Yom Kippur, including the scapegoat ceremony in which the sins of the people were symbolically placed on a goat and sent into the wilderness, is unique in its theological significance. However, the concept of national repentance and collective atonement is not without parallel in the ancient Near East. In Mesopotamia, for example, there were annual festivals during which the king would perform rituals to cleanse the land and atone for the sins of the people. These festivals, known as Akitu, were celebrated with sacrifices, processions, and purification ceremonies. While the Akitu festival focused on the renewal of the king's divine mandate, the emphasis on collective purification and the expulsion of evil mirrors the themes of the Day of Atonement. Archaeological evidence for the Day of Atonement itself is sparse, as the ritual was centered on the tabernacle, which was portable and has not left behind physical remains. However, the importance of this ritual in Israelite religion is reflected in later Jewish traditions, particularly in the Second Temple period. The Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered in the mid-20th century at Qumran, include references to the observance of Yom Kippur, and the scrolls contain descriptions of purification rituals that closely resemble those outlined in Leviticus. These texts, which date to the 1st centuries BC and CE, provide a direct link between the rituals of Leviticus and the religious practices of later Jewish communities, confirming the central role of atonement and purification in Israelite and Jewish worship. Social justice and the Jubilee, archaeology, and legal parallels. Leviticus also contains some of the earliest recorded laws concerning social justice and economic redistribution, particularly in its instructions for the Sabbath year and the Jubilee year. According to Leviticus 25, every seventh year was to be a Sabbath year, during which the land was to lie fallow and slaves were to be set free. Every 50th year was to be a Jubilee year, in which debts were forgiven and land was returned to its original owners. These laws reflected deep concern for economic justice and the protection of vulnerable members of society, including slaves, debtors, and the poor. The idea of periodic debt forgiveness and land redistribution finds parallels in other ancient Near Eastern legal codes. For example, in Babylon, kings would occasionally issue debt amnesties, known as Misarum edicts, to relieve the population of their financial burdens and restore social order. These edicts, which are recorded in royal inscriptions, declared that debts were to be forgiven and that land taken as collateral was to be returned to its original owners. The concept of economic justice, as articulated in Leviticus, shares much in common with these Mesopotamian practices, while also introducing a uniquely Israelite emphasis on the divine mandate for social equity. Archaeological evidence for the observance of the Sabbath and Jubilee years is difficult to pinpoint, as these practices would not necessarily leave behind material remains. However, the broader patterns of land ownership, agricultural practices, and social organization in ancient Israel can be gleaned from the study of Israelite settlements and inscriptions. For example, at sites such as Gezer and Shiloh, archaeologists have uncovered agricultural terraces and farmsteads that reflect the communal and family-based structure of Israelite society, as described in Leviticus. The evidence of terraced farming suggests that the Israelites practiced a form of agriculture that allowed for the periodic fallowing of the land, in accordance with the Sabbath year laws. The Levitical laws and their lasting legacy. Leviticus, with its intricate laws governing purity, sacrifice, and social justice, reflects not only the theological concerns of the ancient Israelites, but also the broader cultural and legal traditions of the ancient Near East. The parallels between the laws of Leviticus and the legal codes of Mesopotamia, the Hittites, and the Canaanites reveal a shared concern for social order, ritual purity, and justice, while also highlighting the distinctive features of Israelite religion. Archaeological discoveries from Israelite settlements, inscriptions, and temples provide further evidence of the practical application of these laws, demonstrating that the Levitical system was not an abstract set of rules, but a lived reality for the Israelite community. The priesthood, sacrificial system, purity laws, and social justice provisions described in Leviticus played a central role in shaping the identity of the Israelites as a holy people, set apart from the surrounding nations. As we continue to study the archaeology and history of the ancient Near East, the book of Leviticus stands as a testament to the complexity and depth of Israelite law and religion. Far from being an obscure or outdated legal text, Leviticus offers profound insights into the ways in which ancient peoples understood their relationship with the divine, their responsibilities to one another, and their place in the world. Numbers. The Book of Numbers, named after the censuses of the Israelite people taken at its beginning and toward its end, tells the story of the Israelites' journey from Mount Sinai to the borders of the Promised Land. Numbers presents a pivotal period in Israel's history, during which the people of Israel face trials, rebellions, and divine interventions as they wander in the wilderness for 40 years. While this book is rich in theological themes and lessons about faith, obedience, and leadership, it is also a historical and geographical account of the Israelite migration. Archaeological evidence, coupled with scientific and historical studies, supports many aspects of the Numbers narrative, providing a clearer picture of the Israelites' journey and their encounters with other ancient peoples and regions. The Wilderness Journey. Tracing the route of the Exodus. The journey described in Numbers takes the Israelites through a series of locations in the Sinai Peninsula and the surrounding deserts, culminating at the plains of Moab, east of the Jordan River. Although the exact route of the Exodus remains a topic of debate among scholars, there is compelling evidence from archaeological surveys and historical geography that helps to reconstruct the likely path taken by the Israelites. The wilderness of the Sinai Peninsula is a rugged and arid region with few permanent settlements or sources of water. This is reflected in the biblical account, which describes the Israelites' struggles with thirst, hunger, and the hostile environment. Modern archaeological surveys of the Sinai have identified ancient trade routes and watering stations that would have been essential for any large group moving through the region. The Way of the Wilderness and the Way of the Sea were two major routes that connected Egypt with the Levant and Mesopotamia, and while the Israelites are said to have avoided the more direct coastal route due to the presence of Egyptian military outposts, their journey through the central Sinai likely intersected with these well-established paths. One important archaeological discovery that supports the numbers narrative is the site of Kadesh Barnea, located in the northeastern Sinai. According to the Bible, Kadesh Barnea was a major encampment for the Israelites during their time in the wilderness, serving as a base for their reconnaissance of the Promised Land. Excavations at Kadesh Barnea have uncovered evidence of ancient human habitation, including pottery fragments and structures dating to the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages, the period traditionally associated with the Exodus. This suggests that Kadesh Barnea was indeed a significant settlement during the time the Israelites would have been in the region. Additionally, the Book of Numbers mentions a number of other locations in the wilderness, including Taberah, Kibroth Hattaavah, and Hazeroth, though these have not yet been conclusively identified through archaeology. The harsh, transient nature of nomadic life in the wilderness would have left few material remains, which helps to explain the relative scarcity of direct evidence for the Israelites' presence in specific sites. However, the broader geographical descriptions in Numbers align with what we know about the ancient desert landscape, lending credibility to the biblical account of the Israelites' prolonged sojourn in this region. The role of water and survival in the wilderness. The Book of Numbers emphasizes the Israelites' dependence on God for their survival in the harsh wilderness, particularly in relation to their need for water. Several miraculous episodes in the book involve the provision of water, such as when Moses strikes the rock at Meribah to bring forth water for the people. While these events are framed in theological terms, there are natural explanations for how such water sources could have been accessed in the desert. Geological studies of the Sinai Peninsula have identified numerous underground aquifers and seasonal streams, known as wadis, that can provide water during certain times of the year. These water sources, while not abundant, would have been known to the inhabitants of the region and could have sustained nomadic groups like the Israelites. At sites such as Ain el-Qudirat, believed by some to be biblical Kadesh Barnea, there are springs that could have provided water to the Israelites during their time in the wilderness. The discovery of ancient cisterns and wells at several locations in the Sinai further supports the idea that water management and access to natural water sources were crucial for survival in this arid region. The provision of manna, described as a miraculous food that sustained the Israelites throughout their journey, has also been the subject of scientific inquiry. Some scholars have suggested that manna may have been based on a naturally occurring substance, such as resin or honeydew excreted by certain desert plants and insects. In particular, the tamarisk tree, common in the Sinai, produces a resin-like substance that crystallizes in the heat and can be consumed as a food source. While the biblical manna is described in theological terms as a divine gift, the existence of natural food sources in the wilderness provides a possible explanation for how the Israelites could have supplemented their diet during their long journey. Encounters with other peoples, historical context, and archaeology. Throughout their journey, the Israelites encountered various peoples and nations, including the Edomites, Moabites, Midianites, and Amorites, with whom they engaged in both peaceful negotiations and armed conflicts. The Book of Numbers provides detailed accounts of these interactions, and many of the peoples mentioned in the text are well attested in the archaeological and historical records of the ancient Near East. The Edomites, who refused the Israelites' passage through their territory, are one of the earliest groups mentioned in Numbers. The Edomites were a Semitic people who inhabited the region southeast of the Dead Sea, known as Edom. Archaeological excavations at sites such as Bozrah and Sela, ancient Edomite cities, have uncovered evidence of a well-established kingdom during the Late Bronze and Iron Ages. Inscriptions from Egyptian and Assyrian records also mention the Edomites as a significant political entity during this period, confirming their presence in the region described in Numbers. The Moabites, another group encountered by the Israelites, are also well documented in the archaeological record. The Kingdom of Moab, located east of the Dead Sea, is known from both biblical and extra-biblical sources, including the famous Mesha stele, a 9th century BC inscription written by King Mesha of Moab. The stele recounts Mesha's rebellion against Israelite domination, providing valuable historical context for the relationship between the Israelites and the Moabites. Archaeological excavations at Moabite sites, such as Dibon and Kir Hareseth, have revealed evidence of fortified cities, agricultural terraces, and religious practices that closely align with descriptions in the Bible. The Midianites, who play a significant role in the Numbers narrative, particularly in relation to the story of Balaam and the rebellion at Peor, are more difficult to trace archaeologically. However, evidence of Midianite trade networks and cultural influence has been found in the form of Midianite pottery, a distinctive type of ceramic that has been uncovered at sites in the Arabian Peninsula, the Negev, and southern Jordan. These finds suggest that the Midianites were part of a larger network of nomadic peoples who moved through the desert regions, engaging in trade and interacting with settled populations. The Amorites, who are described in Numbers as a powerful and hostile people, also appear frequently in the historical and archaeological records. The Amorites were a major force in the ancient Near East, with their influence extending from Mesopotamia to the Levant. Archaeological excavations at Amorite sites, such as Mari on the Euphrates River, have uncovered palaces, temples, and administrative buildings that attest to the Amorites' political and military power. The Bible's description of the Amorite kings Sihon and Og, who opposed the Israelites' advance into Canaan, fits within the broader context of Amorite dominance in the region during the Late Bronze Age. The census and military organization of the Israelites. The Book of Numbers begins and ends with detailed censuses of the Israelite population, listing the number of men eligible for military service from each of the 12 tribes. These censuses provide not only a demographic snapshot of the Israelite community, but also a glimpse into their military organization and social structure. While the large numbers recorded in these censuses have raised questions among scholars, some suggest that the numbers may have been exaggerated or symbolic. There is evidence to support the existence of a well-organized and hierarchically structured military force among the Israelites. Archaeological evidence from Israelite settlements in Canaan, such as Hazor, Megiddo, and Lachish, shows that the Israelites were capable of building fortified cities and conducting military campaigns, as described in later biblical books such as Joshua and Judges. The social structure of the Israelite tribes, as outlined in Numbers, with each tribe responsible for providing soldiers and leaders, is consistent with the tribal organization found in other ancient Near Eastern societies. In Mesopotamia and Canaan, tribal groups often formed the basis of military and political organization, with leaders chosen from among the heads of clans and extended families. The Book of Numbers reflects this broader cultural pattern, while also emphasizing the theological importance of the Israelites' unity as a divinely chosen people. The bronze serpent and ritual healing. One of the most intriguing episodes in Numbers is the story of the bronze serpent, which Moses sets up on a pole to heal the Israelites from snake bites, Numbers 21:4-9. The bronze serpent, which becomes a symbol of divine healing, has sparked much discussion among scholars, as it appears to reflect a broader ancient Near Eastern tradition of using serpents in rituals of healing and protection. In Egyptian religion, for example, the serpent was associated with both healing and danger. The cobra, often depicted in Egyptian art and used as a symbol of royalty and divine power, was believed to have protective qualities. Similarly, in Mesopotamian and Canaanite religion, serpents were linked to fertility, health, and the underworld. Archaeological evidence from Canaanite temples, including serpent-shaped figurines and amulets, suggests that serpents were venerated in religious rituals, possibly as symbols of life, death, and rebirth. The biblical story of the bronze serpent may also have been influenced by the widespread practice of using metal objects in rituals of healing and protection. In ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia, bronze and other metals were believed to have magical properties and were often used in the production of amulets and charms. The bronze serpent in Numbers, while unique in its theological significance, reflects this broader cultural context of ritual healing and the use of symbolic objects in religious practice. A historical and archaeological record. The Book of Numbers, while deeply rooted in theological themes of faith, rebellion, and divine guidance, also serves as a valuable historical and geographical record of the Israelites' journey through the wilderness. The locations mentioned in Numbers, from Kadesh Barnea to the plains of Moab, are attested in the archaeological record, providing tangible evidence of the Israelites' presence in the desert regions. The encounters with other peoples, such as the Edomites, Moabites, and Amorites, are supported by both biblical and extra-biblical sources, revealing the complex interactions between the Israelites and their neighbors. As we continue to explore the archaeological and historical context of the Numbers narrative, the evidence increasingly supports the idea that the events described in the Bible are rooted in real historical events and cultural practices. The wilderness journey, the provision of water and food, the military organization of the tribes, and the religious rituals outlined in Numbers all reflect the broader realities of life in the ancient Near East, while also emphasizing the unique relationship between the Israelites and their God. Deuteronomy. The Book of Deuteronomy, which forms the final chapter of the Pentateuch, serves as a summary and reaffirmation of the laws and covenants that have defined the Israelites' journey thus far. It is presented as a series of speeches delivered by Moses to the Israelites before they enter the Promised Land, reminding them of their covenant with God and urging them to remain faithful to the commandments. Deuteronomy, while theological in nature, is also deeply rooted in historical context, providing insights into the legal, social, and cultural frameworks of ancient Israel. As we examine the historical and archaeological evidence surrounding the text, Deuteronomy emerges not only as a religious document, but as a reflection of real-world practices, events, and traditions. The historical context of Deuteronomy, a covenant reaffirmed. Deuteronomy is structured around the concept of covenant, a binding agreement between God and the people of Israel. This covenant is presented as both a legal and moral contract, outlining the responsibilities of the Israelites and the blessings or curses that will follow based on their obedience or disobedience. This covenantal framework has strong parallels with ancient Near Eastern treaties, particularly the suzerainty treaties that were common in the political and legal systems of the region. In these treaties, a powerful king, the suzerain, would establish a relationship with a lesser king, the vassal, by offering protection and benefits in exchange for loyalty and tribute. The covenant in Deuteronomy follows a similar structure, with God as the suzerain and Israel as the vassal, bound by obligations to follow the law. One of the key elements of ancient Near Eastern suzerainty treaties was the recitation of the historical relationship between the two parties, often referred to as a historical prologue. Deuteronomy follows this pattern by recounting the history of Israel's relationship with God, beginning with their deliverance from Egypt and culminating in their preparation to enter the Promised Land. The book also includes a detailed list of laws, blessings for obedience, and curses for disobedience, another hallmark of suzerainty treaties. The structure of Deuteronomy has been compared to several well-known ancient treaties, including the Hittite treaties of the 14th and 13th centuries BCE. These treaties, like the covenant in Deuteronomy, outline the obligations of the vassal, detail the consequences of breaking the treaty, and emphasize the importance of loyalty to the suzerain. Archaeological discoveries, such as the Treaty of Sepululima, provide a framework for understanding the legal traditions that influence the writing of Deuteronomy. The parallels between Deuteronomy and these treaties suggest that the Israelites were familiar with the legal and diplomatic practices of their neighbors, and that they adapted these traditions to fit their unique theological worldview. The centralization of worship and the archaeological record. One of the most significant themes in Deuteronomy is the centralization of worship. Moses instructs the Israelites to destroy the high places and altars used by the Canaanites and other peoples and to offer sacrifices only at the place that God will choose, which is later revealed to be Jerusalem. This command to centralize worship at a single location represents a major shift in Israelite religious practice, moving away from the more localized, tribal worship that characterized earlier periods. The archaeological record supports the idea that Israelite worship became increasingly centralized over time, particularly during the reigns of Kings Hezekiah and Josiah, who both undertook religious reforms aimed at eliminating local shrines and focusing worship on the temple in Jerusalem. Excavations at several ancient Israelite cities, including Lachish, Megiddo, and Beersheba, have uncovered evidence of local altars and high places that were destroyed or dismantled during these periods. For example, the destruction of the altar at Beersheba, dated to the 8th century BCE, is believed to have been part of Hezekiah's efforts to centralize worship in Jerusalem in accordance with the Deuteronomic command. These reforms are also reflected in the biblical narrative itself, with both Hezekiah and Josiah being praised in the books of Kings and Chronicles for their efforts to purify Israel's worship. The archaeological evidence of these reforms provides a historical context for the centralization of worship described in Deuteronomy and supports the idea that this command had a lasting impact on Israelite religion. The Shema and monotheism in ancient Israel. One of the most famous passages in Deuteronomy is the Shema, a declaration of Israel's monotheistic faith. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Deuteronomy 6 verse 4. The Shema is a cornerstone of Jewish religious identity, emphasizing the exclusive worship of Yahweh and rejecting the worship of other gods. This commitment to monotheism was a defining feature of Israelite religion, setting it apart from the polytheistic cultures of the ancient Near East. The archaeological record, however, reveals a more complex picture of religious practices in ancient Israel. While the biblical narrative strongly advocates for monotheism, evidence from Israelite settlements suggests that the transition from polytheism to monotheism was gradual. Excavations at sites such as Kuntalat Adrud and Tel Arad have uncovered inscriptions and artifacts that indicate the worship of multiple deities, including Yahweh and his consort, Asherah. These findings suggest that during certain periods, many Israelites practiced a form of syncretism, blending the worship of Yahweh with that of other deities. The reforms described in Deuteronomy, particularly the command to worship Yahweh alone, reflect an ongoing struggle to establish monotheism as the central tenet of Israelite religion. The Deuteronomic emphasis on the exclusivity of Yahweh and the rejection of other gods can be seen as part of a broader effort by religious leaders to solidify Israel's identity as a monotheistic nation, even as archaeological evidence suggests that popular religion may have lagged behind this ideal. Over time, the monotheistic message of Deuteronomy would become increasingly dominant, culminating in the later prophetic movements and the reforms of the post-exilic period. Deuteronomy and the law. Parallels in ancient legal codes. Deuteronomy's legal code, which covers a wide range of topics including civil law, criminal justice, and religious practice, has strong parallels with other ancient Near Eastern legal traditions. One of the most well-known legal texts from the region is the Code of Hammurabi, a Babylonian law code that dates to the 18th century BCE. Like Deuteronomy, the Code of Hammurabi outlines specific laws governing property, inheritance, marriage, and criminal behavior, and it emphasizes the importance of justice and fairness. While there are significant differences between the two legal systems, Deuteronomy, for example, places a much greater emphasis on the religious and moral aspects of the law. There are also notable similarities. Both Deuteronomy and the Code of Hammurabi include provisions for the protection of vulnerable members of society, such as widows, orphans, and the poor. Both legal codes also address issues of theft, murder, and false testimony, reflecting a shared concern for maintaining social order and justice. In addition to the Code of Hammurabi, other ancient legal texts, such as the Laws of Eshnunna and the Middle Assyrian laws, provide further parallels to the legal traditions outlined in Deuteronomy. These texts, like Deuteronomy, contain detailed instructions on issues such as property rights, debt, and the regulation of family life. The similarities between these legal codes suggest that the Israelites were part of a broader legal culture that emphasized the rule of law and the importance of justice. Archaeological discoveries, particularly at sites such as Hazor and Megiddo, have uncovered administrative buildings and courtrooms that would have been used to enforce these laws. These findings provide tangible evidence of the legal infrastructure that supported Israelite society and suggest that the laws of Deuteronomy were not merely theoretical, but were implemented in the everyday life of the community. The blessings and curses, echoes of ancient traditions. Deuteronomy concludes with a series of blessings for obedience and curses for disobedience, reflecting the covenantal relationship between God and Israel. These blessings and curses are framed as the consequences of the Israelites' faithfulness or unfaithfulness to the law, with the blessings promising prosperity, security, and peace, and the curses warning of famine, disease, defeat in battle, and exile. The concept of blessings and curses as part of a legal or covenantal framework has strong parallels in other ancient Near Eastern texts. In Hittite treaties, for example, the suzerain would often promise blessings to the vassal for loyalty and obedience, while threatening severe consequences for rebellion or disobedience. Similarly, in Assyrian treaties, vassals were warned of dire punishments, including destruction and exile, if they violated the terms of the treaty. The blessings and curses in Deuteronomy are also echoed in other parts of the Bible, particularly in the prophetic literature, where the consequences of Israel's disobedience are frequently invoked. The historical record, particularly the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel by the Assyrians in 722 BCE and the Babylonian exile of the southern kingdom in 586 BCE, can be seen as the fulfillment of the warnings given in Deuteronomy. These events are depicted in the Bible as divine judgment for the Israelites' failure to remain faithful to the covenant, and they provide a historical context for the theological themes of Deuteronomy. Archaeological evidence from the destruction layers at sites such as Lachish and Jerusalem provides a vivid picture of the devastation that befell the Israelites during these periods of foreign conquest. These layers of ash and rubble, which date to the time of the Assyrian and Babylonian invasions, serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of disobedience, as outlined in Deuteronomy's curses. Final reflections on Deuteronomy's impact and legacy. The Book of Deuteronomy stands at the crossroads of Israel's history, serving as both a summation of the laws and teachings given at Sinai and a forward-looking text that anticipates the challenges the Israelites will face as they enter the Promised Land. Its emphasis on covenant, law, and monotheism has had a lasting impact on Jewish and Christian theology, while its historical and legal parallels with the ancient Near East provide a broader cultural context for understanding its significance. As archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on the historical realities of the ancient Near East, the Book of Deuteronomy emerges not only as a religious document, but as a reflection of the legal, social, and cultural practices of the time. The evidence of centralized worship, legal traditions, and the struggle for monotheism all support the idea that Deuteronomy was deeply rooted in the historical experiences of the Israelites, as they transitioned from a nomadic people to a settled nation with a unique identity and relationship with their God. Joshua. The book of Joshua marks a turning point in the narrative of the Israelites. After years of wandering in the wilderness, the Israelites, under the leadership of Joshua, finally enter the Promised Land and begin their conquest of Canaan. The story of Joshua is one of military campaigns, divine intervention, and the fulfillment of the promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. While the book is rich in theological meaning, it is also deeply tied to historical events and places, and archaeological discoveries continue to shed light on the realities of this ancient conquest. Crossing the Jordan, a new beginning. Joshua opens with the dramatic crossing of the Jordan River, an event that parallels the earlier crossing of the Red Sea under Moses. This crossing marks not only a physical entry into the Promised Land, but also a symbolic transition from wilderness wandering to settled life. Archaeological surveys of the Jordan Valley have provided valuable insights into the geography of the region, supporting the plausibility of the biblical account. The Jordan River, which forms a natural boundary between the land of Israel and its eastern neighbors, has long been a critical geographic and economic feature in the region. Studies of the river's seasonal flooding patterns suggest that the timing of the Israelites' crossing could have coincided with a period when the river's waters were low, making a crossing feasible. Additionally, the discovery of ancient fords and crossing points along the Jordan reinforces the idea that this was a strategic location for entering Canaan. One of the most intriguing archaeological findings related to the Jordan River is the site of Tel el-Hammam, which some scholars believe may be the ancient city of Sodom, located near the northern edge of the Dead Sea. While this site does not directly correspond to the events in Joshua, it provides a broader context for understanding the importance of the Jordan Valley in the ancient world. The area was a hub of trade and migration, making it a logical entry point for the Israelites as they began their conquest. The fall of Jericho, fact or legend? The destruction of Jericho is perhaps the most iconic event in the book of Joshua. According to the biblical account, the walls of Jericho collapsed after the Israelites marched around the city for 7 days, blowing trumpets and shouting as instructed by God. This miraculous event has been the subject of intense archaeological scrutiny, and the ruins of ancient Jericho, Tel el-Sultan, have been extensively excavated in an effort to uncover the truth behind the story. Excavations at Jericho, particularly those conducted by British archaeologist Kathleen Kenyon in the 1950s, revealed evidence of a fortified city that was destroyed in the Late Bronze Age, around 1550 BCE. This destruction layer, characterized by collapsed walls and evidence of fire, suggests that the city was violently destroyed, but the dating of this event has led to considerable debate. Kenyon concluded that the destruction of Jericho occurred several centuries before the time traditionally associated with Joshua's conquest, leading some scholars to question the historical accuracy of the biblical account. However, more recent studies have challenged Kenyon's conclusions. Some archaeologists argue that the destruction of Jericho could have occurred later than originally thought, possibly aligning with the time of the Israelite conquest. Additionally, the absence of significant fortifications during the later phases of Jericho's history may suggest that the city's defenses were already weakened by the time Joshua and the Israelites arrived. While the debate over the dating of Jericho's destruction continues, the archaeological evidence of a major destruction event remains consistent with the biblical description of the city's fall. Ai and Bethel, reassessing the archaeological evidence. After the fall of Jericho, the book of Joshua describes the Israelites' attempt to capture the city of Ai, a campaign that initially ends in failure before Joshua and his army ultimately succeed. The identification of Ai has been a topic of scholarly debate, as no definitive archaeological evidence for a city matching the biblical description of Ai has been found at the traditional site of Et Tel, located just east of Bethel. Et Tel was found to have been uninhabited during the time of Joshua, leading some to question the historical veracity of the conquest narrative. However, other scholars have proposed alternative sites for Ai, including the nearby location of Khirbet el-Makatir. Excavations at Khirbet el-Makatir have uncovered evidence of a fortified city that was destroyed in the Late Bronze Age, with its timeline more closely aligning with the biblical account. Pottery remains, city walls, and the layout of the site suggest that Khirbet el-Makatir may be a better candidate for the biblical Ai, though further excavation is needed to confirm this identification. The city of Bethel, which is mentioned alongside Ai in the conquest narrative, has also been the subject of archaeological investigation. Excavations at Bethel, identified with the modern site of Beit Tin, have uncovered remains of a settlement dating to the Late Bronze and Early Iron Ages, providing a tangible link to the biblical story. The discovery of altars, religious artifacts, and fortifications at Bethel suggests that it was an important religious and military center during the period of the conquest. The Gibeonite deception, diplomacy in the ancient Near East. One of the more complex episodes in the book of Joshua is the account of the Gibeonites, a Canaanite group that deceived the Israelites into making a peace treaty with them by pretending to be from a distant land. This story highlights the importance of diplomacy and alliances in the ancient Near East, where warfare was often accompanied by negotiations, treaties, and subterfuge. The city of Gibeon, identified with the modern site of El-Jib, has been excavated extensively, revealing a well-fortified city that flourished during the Late Bronze and Iron Ages. Archaeological findings at Gibeon include large water systems, storage facilities, and defensive structures, all of which indicate that Gibeon was a significant urban center during the time of Joshua. The discovery of wine cellars and trade goods also suggests that Gibeon was part of a larger trade network, further supporting the biblical account of the city's wealth and influence. The Gibeonite deception reflects the broader diplomatic practices of the ancient world, where smaller city-states often sought to align themselves with more powerful neighbors for protection. Treaties and alliances were common, and the biblical description of the Israelites being tricked into making a treaty with Gibeon mirrors the realpolitik of the time, where deception and manipulation were often used to secure advantageous positions in the face of stronger military powers. The Battle of Hazor, conquest of a major Canaanite stronghold. The conquest of Hazor, described in Joshua 11, stands out as one of the most significant military victories in the entire narrative. Hazor was the largest and most powerful Canaanite city during the Late Bronze Age, commanding a strategic position in northern Canaan. The Bible describes Joshua's complete destruction of Hazor, burning the city to the ground and eliminating its inhabitants. Hazor, identified with the modern archaeological site of Tel al-Qaeda, Tel Hazor, has been extensively excavated, revealing a city that played a dominant role in the region. The site consists of an upper city, the Acropolis, and a lower city, both of which were heavily fortified. Excavations led by Israeli archaeologist Yigal Yadin uncovered evidence of a large-scale destruction layer, dated to around 1200 BC, which corresponds to the period of the Israelite conquest. This destruction, marked by charred remains of buildings and city walls, supports the biblical account of Hazor's fall. Hazor's prominence in the Canaanite world is further attested by references to the city in Egyptian texts, including the Amarna letters, which mention Hazor as a powerful ally of the Egyptian pharaohs. The city's wealth and strategic importance made it a key target for the Israelites, and its destruction would have significantly weakened the Canaanite resistance to the Israelite settlement in the region. The archaeological evidence of Hazor's destruction, combined with its historical significance, provides a compelling case for the accuracy of the biblical account. The allocation of land, tribal divisions, and archaeological corroboration. The latter half of the book of Joshua focuses on the division of the Promised Land among the 12 tribes of Israel. This division is presented as both a fulfillment of the promises made to the patriarchs and as a practical necessity for the establishment of Israelite society in Canaan. The boundaries and locations of the tribal allotments described in Joshua correspond closely to the geographical realities of the region, and archaeological evidence has provided further confirmation of the presence of Israelite settlements in these areas. Excavations at sites such as Shiloh, Shechem, and Hebron have uncovered remains of early Israelite settlements dating to the Iron Age I period, 1200 to 1000 BC. These sites, many of which were located in the central highlands of Canaan, reflect the pattern of settlement described in Joshua, where the Israelites initially occupied the more mountainous regions before expanding into the lowlands. The discovery of Israelite pottery, building structures, and religious artifacts at these sites provides tangible evidence of the Israelite presence in Canaan during the time of the conquest. Additionally, the discovery of large-scale agricultural terraces in the highlands suggests that the early Israelites practiced a form of subsistence farming that allowed them to sustain their growing population. These terraces, along with the construction of cisterns and water systems, reflect the practical challenges of settling in a rugged and often arid landscape. The archaeological evidence of these early Israelite settlements aligns with the biblical narrative of the Israelites settling the land of Canaan, carving out their existence in the rugged central highlands and gradually expanding into more fertile regions. The agricultural terraces and water systems, combined with the simple stone structures uncovered in these early Israelite settlements, provide a window into the daily lives of the Israelites during this formative period. These findings corroborate the biblical account of a people emerging from the wilderness and adapting to the challenges of agricultural life, while maintaining their distinct identity and religious practices. Shiloh, the religious center of early Israel. One of the key locations mentioned in the book of Joshua is Shiloh, which served as the religious and administrative center of Israel during the early stages of their settlement in Canaan. Shiloh was the site of the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary that housed the Ark of the Covenant, and it became the focal point of Israelite worship until the construction of the temple in Jerusalem centuries later. The archaeological site of Tel Shiloh has been excavated extensively, and findings there provide significant evidence of its importance during the period of the Israelite conquest and settlement. Excavations have uncovered remains of large storage facilities, fortifications, and religious artifacts, including pottery and cultic objects that suggest Shiloh was a center of religious activity. The layout of the site, with its centralized location and proximity to key trade routes, supports the idea that Shiloh was a hub of both religious and political life for the early Israelites. One of the most striking discoveries at Shiloh is the presence of numerous animal bones, particularly from sacrificial animals such as sheep and goats. These bones, along with the presence of altars and other cultic installations, provide strong evidence that Shiloh was the site of regular sacrificial offerings, as described in the Bible. The centralized worship at Shiloh, overseen by the priesthood, reflects the Deuteronomic emphasis on the importance of a single place of worship, which would later be transferred to Jerusalem with the building of the temple. Shiloh's significance in the early history of Israel is also reflected in later biblical texts, which describe it as the place where Joshua divided the land among the tribes, Joshua 18 verses 1-10, and where the annual pilgrimage festivals were held. The continuity of Shiloh's religious function, from the period of the conquest through the time of the judges and into the early monarchy, underscores its central role in Israelite society. Shechem, covenant and conflict. Another significant site in the book of Joshua is Shechem, where Joshua renews the covenant between the Israelites and God after the conquest of Canaan, Joshua 24. Shechem, located in the heart of the Central Hill Country, was a strategic and symbolic location for this covenant renewal, as it had long been an important cultural and religious center in Canaan. Archaeological excavations at Tel Balata, identified as ancient Shechem, have revealed a city with a rich and complex history dating back to the Middle Bronze Age. The city was heavily fortified, with large walls and gates that attest to its significance as a major urban center in the region. In addition to its military importance, Shechem was also a religious site, with evidence of temples and altars that were used for Canaanite worship long before the arrival of the Israelites. The renewal of the covenant at Shechem, as described in Joshua 24, likely took place at the city's religious center, which was dominated by a large temple known as the Temple of Balberith. Excavations of this temple have uncovered monumental architecture and cultic artifacts, suggesting that Shechem was a major religious center in Canaanite religion. The Bible's depiction of Shechem as a place where the Israelites gathered to reaffirm their covenant with Yahweh reflects the city's long-standing religious significance, while also emphasizing the Israelites' rejection of Canaanite religious practices in favor of their monotheistic faith. Shechem's role as a center of both covenant and conflict is further highlighted by its later history. The city played a prominent role in the early monarchy, serving as the site of the coronation of Abimelech, the son of Gideon, and later as a center of rebellion during the reign of Rehoboam. The archaeological evidence from Shechem, combined with its frequent mention in the biblical narrative, underscores its importance as a key city in both Israelite and Canaanite history. The Amorite coalition and the Southern Campaign. In addition to the specific conquests of Jericho, Ai, and Hazor, the Book of Joshua describes a series of broader military campaigns, including Joshua's battles against a coalition of Amorite kings in the southern region of Canaan. This coalition, led by Adoni-Zedek, the king of Jerusalem, sought to repel the Israelite advance and protect the major Canaanite cities from conquest. The Southern Campaign, which includes the famous battle at Gibeon and the subsequent pursuit of the Amorite kings, is one of the most detailed military accounts in the Bible. Archaeological evidence from several key sites in the Southern Hill Country, including Lachish, Gezer, and Hebron, supports the biblical description of widespread destruction during this period. Excavations at Lachish, for example, have revealed multiple layers of destruction, including a significant destruction layer from the Late Bronze Age that corresponds to the time of the Israelite conquest. The remains of charred buildings, collapsed walls, and destroyed fortifications provide physical evidence of the violent conflicts that took place in the region during this time. The city of Hebron, one of the major Canaanite cities captured by the Israelites during the Southern Campaign, has also yielded important archaeological findings. Hebron, located in the southern hill country, was a major urban center during the Bronze Age and continued to play a significant role in Israelite history throughout the Iron Age. Excavations at Hebron have uncovered a large Canaanite city with extensive fortifications, as well as Israelite settlements that date to the Iron Age, suggesting a continuity of occupation after the conquest. The Bible's account of Hebron as a key city in the Southern Campaign, and later as the capital of the tribe of Judah, is supported by the archaeological evidence of its importance during this period. The broader geopolitical context of the Amorite coalition and the Southern Campaign is also reflected in Egyptian records from the time of the conquest. The Amarna letters, a collection of diplomatic correspondence between the rulers of Canaanite city-states and the Egyptian pharaoh, provide valuable insights into the political landscape of Canaan during the Late Bronze Age. These letters mention several of the cities and rulers described in the Book of Joshua, including Jerusalem, Gezer, and Lachish, and they document the growing instability in the region as various city-states sought to resist external threats. While the Amarna letters do not specifically mention the Israelites, they provide a historical backdrop for the conflicts described in Joshua, as Canaanite rulers struggled to maintain their power in the face of both internal and external pressures. The settlement of the tribes, a new social order. Following the conquest of Canaan, the Book of Joshua details the division of the land among the 12 tribes of Israel. This division is presented as both the fulfillment of God's promise to the patriarchs and as the establishment of a new social and political order in Canaan. Each tribe was allotted a specific territory, with the Levites receiving cities rather than a tribal inheritance, as their role was to serve as priests and caretakers of the tabernacle. Archaeological evidence from Israelite settlements in the Central Highlands provides a clear picture of how the tribes established themselves in the land. The early Israelite settlements were characterized by simple, unfortified villages, often located in remote, defensible locations. These settlements, many of which have been excavated, show a distinct pattern of small, family-based communities that relied on subsistence farming and pastoralism. The absence of monumental architecture, city walls, and large public buildings suggests that the early Israelites lived in a more egalitarian society, in contrast to the highly stratified urban centers of the Canaanites. Excavations at sites such as Isbit Sarda, Tel Elful, and Khirbet Rad Dana have revealed early Israelite settlements with distinctive pottery styles, architecture, and agricultural practices. These sites, located in the territories allotted to the tribes of Ephraim, Benjamin, and Judah, provide tangible evidence of the Israelite presence in Canaan during the period described in Joshua. The discovery of four-room houses, a distinctive architectural style associated with early Israelite settlements, further supports the idea that the tribes established a new social order in Canaan, distinct from the urbanized Canaanite culture. The establishment of the Israelite tribal territories also had significant implications for the religious and political development of the nation. The division of the land among the tribes helped to solidify their identity as a distinct people, while the centralization of religious worship at Shiloh, and later Jerusalem, provided a unifying force that helped to bind the tribes together. The tribal system, with its emphasis on family lineage and local governance, would continue to shape Israelite society throughout the period of the Judges and the early monarchy. Joshua's farewell address and the future of Israel. The book of Joshua concludes with Joshua's farewell address to the people of Israel, in which he urges them to remain faithful to the covenant and to continue driving out the remaining Canaanite inhabitants. Joshua's speech, delivered at Shechem, emphasizes the importance of loyalty to Yahweh and the dangers of assimilating Canaanite religious practices. This address, which echoes the themes of Deuteronomy, serves as both a warning and a final call to covenantal faithfulness. Archaeological evidence from the early Iron Age suggests that the Israelites continued to face challenges from the remaining Canaanite cities and other neighboring peoples, even after the initial conquest. The The transition from a nomadic, tribal society to a settled, agrarian society was not without conflict, as the Israelites struggled to establish themselves in a land already occupied by well-entrenched urban centers. The fortifications and military installations found at sites such as Hazor, Gezer, and Megiddo indicate that the Israelites were engaged in ongoing conflicts with both the Canaanites and other regional powers, such as the Philistines. Despite these challenges, the archaeological record also shows that the Israelites gradually expanded their territory and consolidated their control over key areas of Canaan. By the time of the Judges and the early monarchy, Israel had established itself as a significant political and military power in the region, fulfilling the promises made in the Book of Joshua. Judges. The Book of Judges chronicles a turbulent and formative period in Israelite history. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites found themselves without a central leader and entered a period of decentralized tribal rule. The book is named for the judges, charismatic leaders raised up by God to deliver the Israelites from foreign oppression. Judges provides an account of Israel's struggles to maintain their identity and fidelity to God amidst internal disunity, constant conflict with neighboring peoples, and the temptation of Canaanite religious practices. While the narrative often focuses on theological lessons about faithfulness and disobedience, there is also significant historical and archaeological evidence that helps to illuminate this chaotic era. The archaeological setting, the transition from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age. The time period covered by the Book of Judges corresponds to the transition from the Late Bronze Age to the Early Iron Age, circa 1200 to 1000 BCE, a period marked by significant upheaval across the ancient Near East. During this time, many of the great powers of the Late Bronze Age, such as the Hittites, Mycenaeans, and Egyptians, experienced collapse or severe decline, creating a power vacuum in regions like Canaan. The Israelites, emerging from their earlier conquests under Joshua, were now settling into the highlands of Canaan, but faced constant threats from surrounding peoples such as the Philistines, Moabites, Ammonites, and Midianites. Archaeological evidence from sites throughout Canaan, including those mentioned in Judges, reveals widespread destruction layers dating to this period, which reflect the instability and warfare described in the biblical narrative. The collapse of the major Canaanite city-states during the Late Bronze Age provided opportunities for the Israelites to establish themselves in the Central Highlands, but the region remained a patchwork of independent city-states and tribal groups, each vying for dominance. Excavations at sites like Hazor, Megiddo, and Lachish show evidence of destruction and rebuilding, with these cities often being fought over by different groups. The Israelites, who were largely rural and agrarian at this time, focused on fortifying their villages and establishing a stable foothold in the more rugged, defensible areas of the highlands. Archaeological findings from Israelite settlements, including simple stone houses, terraced agriculture, and four-room dwellings, reflect a modest but stable existence, contrasting with the more urbanized and wealthier Canaanite cities in the lowlands. The Judges, archaeological and historical reflections on tribal leadership. The Book of Judges introduces a series of leaders, or judges, who were not hereditary kings, but were raised up by God to lead the Israelites during times of crisis. These judges often delivered Israel from the oppression of neighboring peoples, and their stories are recounted in cycles of disobedience, punishment, repentance, and deliverance. While the biblical narrative highlights the theological aspects of these events, there is also significant historical and archaeological evidence that supports the existence of such leaders and the conflicts they engaged in. One of the most famous judges is Deborah, the only female judge mentioned in the Bible. Deborah's story, found in Judges 4-5, includes a detailed account of the battle against the Canaanite king Jabin and his general Sisera, who commanded a large force of iron chariots. The battle took place near the Kishon River, and archaeological evidence from the nearby site of Megiddo supports the presence of a powerful Canaanite city-state in the region during this period. Megiddo, known for its impressive fortifications and strategic location, played a key role in the power struggles of the Late Bronze Age. The discovery of Canaanite temples, palaces, and chariot depots at Megiddo provides a glimpse into the military power that Deborah and the Israelites faced in their battle against Sisera. Another well-known judge, Gideon, is described in Judges 6-8 as leading a small band of Israelites against the Midianites, a nomadic people who had been raiding Israelite settlements. Gideon's story is set in the northern and central regions of Israel, and his victory over the Midianites is seen as a divine deliverance. Archaeological findings in the Jezreel Valley, where Gideon's battle took place, show evidence of Midianite presence during this time. Pottery shards and other artifacts associated with Midianite culture have been found in various locations in the valley, indicating that Midianite raiders likely passed through the region, as described in the Bible. The presence of these nomadic peoples, along with the shifting alliances between local tribes, reflects the broader geopolitical instability of the period. The most famous judge, however, is Samson, whose exploits against the Philistines are recounted in Judges 13-16. Samson's story, filled with episodes of personal conflict and divine intervention, is set against the backdrop of increasing Philistine pressure on Israelite settlements. The Philistines, who were part of the Sea Peoples that arrived in the Levant during the Late Bronze Age collapse, established themselves along the southern coastal plains of Canaan, where they built fortified cities such as Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gaza. Archaeological excavations at these Philistine cities have uncovered extensive evidence of Philistine culture, including pottery styles, weaponry, and religious artifacts, all of which suggest a highly militarized society. The Philistines' use of iron weapons and chariots, in contrast to the Israelites' more rudimentary bronze and stone tools, gave them a significant technological advantage during this period. The biblical description of Samson's battles with the Philistines, including the famous episode in which he brings down the Temple of Dagon, aligns with the archaeological evidence of Philistine dominance in the region and the ongoing conflicts between the Philistines and the Israelites. The Philistine threat, military and cultural domination. The Philistines emerge in the Book of Judges as one of Israel's most persistent enemies, and their presence is well documented both in the Bible and in the archaeological record. The Philistines, as part of the larger Sea Peoples migrations, settled along the southern coast of Canaan around the 12th century BCE, establishing a powerful confederation of city-states known as the Philistine Pentapolis. These cities, Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Gath, and Ekron, became major centers of Philistine culture, military power, and economic influence. Archaeological excavations at Philistine sites have revealed a wealth of information about their society, including their distinctive pottery style, known as Philistine bichromeware, and their use of advanced ironworking techniques. The Philistines' ability to produce iron weapons and tools gave them a significant advantage over their neighbors, including the Israelites, who were still largely dependent on bronze technology. This technological disparity is reflected in the biblical narrative, where the Philistines' military superiority is a constant theme. One of the most significant Philistine cities was Gath, the home of the giant Goliath, whom David would later defeat. Excavations at Tel Safi, identified as ancient Gath, have uncovered massive fortifications, iron production facilities, and evidence of a thriving urban center. Gath's dominance in the region during the time of the Judges is well attested in both the archaeological and biblical records, and its role as a major Philistine stronghold helps to explain the frequent conflicts between the Israelites and the Philistines during this period. The Philistines' cultural influence also extended beyond their military power. Archaeological findings suggest that the Philistines were heavily influenced by Aegean culture, as evidenced by their pottery styles, architectural designs, and religious practices. This blending of Aegean and local Canaanite traditions created a unique Philistine identity that set them apart from both the Israelites and their Canaanite neighbors. The Philistines' use of chariots, advanced fortifications, and trade networks made them a formidable opponent for the Israelites, whose society was still largely agrarian and tribal during the time of the Judges. The tribal conflicts, disunity, and internal struggles. In addition to the external threats posed by the Philistines and other neighboring peoples, the Book of Judges also highlights the internal disunity and conflicts that plagued the Israelite tribes during this period. The decentralized nature of Israelite society, combined with the absence of a central authority, often led to rivalries and disputes between the tribes. These internal conflicts, which are vividly portrayed in the narrative, reflect the broader challenges faced by the Israelites as they sought to maintain their identity and cohesion in a hostile environment. One of the most dramatic episodes of internal conflict in Judges is the civil war between the tribe of Benjamin and the other Israelite tribes, following the horrific incident in Gibeah, Judges 19-21. This conflict nearly resulted in the annihilation of the tribe of Benjamin and underscores the fragility of the tribal confederation during this period. While there is little direct archaeological evidence for the events at Gibeah, excavations at sites like Bethel and Shiloh suggest that the period of the Judges was marked by frequent conflict, both between the Israelites and their neighbors and among the tribes themselves. The archaeological evidence of early Israelite settlements, particularly in the Central Hill Country, indicates a society that was relatively isolated and self-sufficient, with limited centralization. This lack of a strong, centralized political or military structure made the tribes vulnerable to both external threats and internal divisions. The simple, agrarian nature of these early settlements, combined with the absence of large urban centers or monumental architecture, reflects a society that was still in the process of organizing itself politically and militarily. Religious syncretism and the struggle for identity. A major theme throughout Judges is the Israelites' struggle to remain faithful to their covenant with Yahweh in the face of the pervasive influence of Canaanite religion. The constant temptation to worship Baal, Asherah, and other Canaanite deities is a recurring issue in the narrative, and this religious syncretism is seen as a primary cause of Israel's repeated downfall. The archaeological evidence from this period supports the idea that the Israelites were often influenced by the religious practices of their Canaanite neighbors. At sites like Megiddo, Lachish, and Hazor, archaeologists have uncovered altars, figurines, and inscriptions that suggest the continued worship of Canaanite gods, even in areas that were ostensibly under Israelite control. The presence of high places, sacred pillars, and Asherah poles, all of which are condemned in the biblical text, indicates that the Israelites often adopted Canaanite religious practices alongside their worship of Yahweh. This blending of religious traditions, or syncretism, was a common feature of the ancient Near Eastern religious landscape, and it posed a significant challenge to the development of a distinct Israelite identity during the time of the Judges. The struggle against religious syncretism is personified in the actions of several of the judges, particularly Gideon, who is described as tearing down his father's altar to Baal and building an altar to Yahweh in its place. Judges 6 verses 25-32. This episode highlights the tension between the traditional Canaanite religious practices that many Israelites had adopted and the monotheistic faith that was central to the covenant with Yahweh. The archaeological evidence of Canaanite religious practices in Israelite settlements provides a backdrop for understanding the theological and social struggles depicted in Judges, as the Israelites sought to define themselves as a people set apart for the worship of Yahweh. The role of women in the Book of Judges, historical and cultural insights. The Book of Judges is notable for its portrayal of several strong and influential women, including Deborah, Jael, and Delilah. These women play pivotal roles in the narrative, often shaping the course of events through their actions. Deborah, as a prophetess and judge, stands out as a leader who commands respect and authority, both among the Israelites and in their dealings with other nations. The presence of powerful women in the Book of Judges reflects broader patterns in the ancient Near East, where women sometimes held positions of influence in both political and religious spheres. In Canaanite society, priestesses and queens often played important roles in religious rituals and political affairs. Archaeological evidence from sites like Ugarit and Megiddo suggests that women could hold significant power in Canaanite religion, serving as priestesses in the worship of Baal and Asherah. The depiction of women like Jael, who kills the Canaanite general Sisera, and Delilah, who betrays Samson to the Philistines, reflects the complex and often ambiguous roles that women played in the biblical narrative. These women are not merely passive figures, but are actively involved in the shaping of Israel's history, whether through acts of heroism, deception, or loyalty. The inclusion of these stories in Judges underscores the diversity of experiences and the significant impact that women had in this period of Israelite history. The end of the Judges period, a nation in transition. The book of Judges ends on a somber note, with the repeated refrain that, in those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. Judges 21 verse 25. This period of decentralized tribal rule, marked by both heroic victories and tragic failures, sets the stage for the eventual rise of the monarchy in Israel. The archaeological evidence from this period suggests that the Israelites were in the process of consolidating their control over the Central Highlands, but that the absence of a strong central authority left them vulnerable to both internal and external pressures. As the Israelites transitioned from a loose confederation of tribes to a unified monarchy under Saul and David, many of the challenges described in Judges, disunity, external threats, and religious syncretism, continued to shape their development as a nation. The archaeological and historical evidence from this period provides a rich context for understanding the struggles and successes of the Israelite people as they navigated their way through a time of chaos, conflict, and covenant. Ruth. The Book of Ruth offers a unique perspective within the Old Testament, focusing not on grand conquests or prophetic revelations, but on the personal and familial experiences of individuals living within Israelite society. Set during the time of the Judges, Ruth tells the story of a Moabite woman who, through her loyalty and faith, becomes an ancestor of King David. Despite its relatively small scale, Ruth is a rich narrative that sheds light on key aspects of Israelite society, including kinship, redemption laws, and the integration of foreigners into the Israelite community. While the book is primarily a theological and moral tale, it also provides valuable insights into the social and legal structures of ancient Israel, which can be corroborated through archaeological and historical evidence. The historical and cultural context of Ruth. The Book of Ruth takes place during the time of the Judges, a period marked by social instability and frequent conflict. The narrative begins with a famine that forces Elimelech, an Israelite from Bethlehem, to move with his family to Moab, a neighboring region located east of the Dead Sea. Archaeological evidence supports the idea that periodic famines were a common occurrence in ancient Israel, particularly during times of drought or political turmoil. The agricultural economy of Israel was heavily dependent on seasonal rains, and prolonged droughts could lead to severe food shortages. Excavations at ancient Israelite settlements, such as Tel Bir Shiva and Tel Arad, have revealed storage facilities and agricultural installations designed to mitigate the effects of such famines, highlighting the precariousness of life in this agrarian society. The mention of Moab as a refuge for Elimelech's family is historically plausible, as the Moabites were closely related to the Israelites, both geographically and ethnically. The Bible portrays the relationship between Israel and Moab as one of both conflict and cooperation, depending on the political climate of the time. In terms of archaeological evidence, the Moabite kingdom is well documented, particularly through the discovery of the Mesha stele, an inscribed stone slab that details the victories of King Mesha of Moab over Israel in the 9th century BCE. While the Mesha stele postdates the events of Ruth, it provides valuable evidence of the Moabite kingdom's power and its interactions with Israel. The decision of Elimelech's family to settle in Moab during a time of famine reflects the economic interdependence between the two regions. Trade and migration between Israel and Moab were common, and the presence of Israelite families in Moab, as described in Ruth, would not have been unusual. Archaeological findings, including pottery and inscriptions from Moabite sites such as Dibon and Kir Hareseth, confirm the cultural and economic exchanges that took place between the Moabites and their Israelite neighbors. The role of women in ancient Israelite society. Ruth's narrative focuses heavily on the experiences of women, particularly Ruth herself and her mother-in-law, Naomi. Their story provides a window into the social realities faced by widows in ancient Israel. In a patriarchal society, women's security and status were often tied to their husbands or male relatives, and widows were among the most vulnerable members of society. The Book of Ruth highlights the importance of kinship and family solidarity in providing for widows, as Naomi returns to Bethlehem and relies on the kindness of her relatives to survive. The legal and social mechanisms described in Ruth particularly the concept of levirate marriage and the role of the kinsman redeemer, reflect broader practices in the ancient Near East. The levirate marriage, in which a man is obligated to marry the widow of his deceased brother to provide her with offspring, is also attested in other ancient cultures, including the Hittites and the Mesopotamians. Similarly, the concept of a kinsman redeemer, who is responsible for protecting the property and lineage of a deceased relative, is reflected in ancient legal codes, such as the Code of Hammurabi and the Middle Assyrian laws. These laws, like the ones described in Ruth, emphasize the importance of preserving family inheritance and protecting vulnerable members of society. Archaeological evidence from Israelite settlements provides further context for understanding the role of women and family structures during this period. Excavations of Israelite homes, particularly in the Central Highlands, have revealed that most houses were small, family-oriented structures, often with a central courtyard where domestic activities took place. These homes, typically part of larger family compounds, reflect the close-knit nature of Israelite society, where extended families lived and worked together. This social structure is evident in Ruth's reliance on Boaz, a relative of her deceased husband, to act as her protector and redeemer. The agricultural setting, gleaning and social welfare in ancient Israel. A key aspect of the story of Ruth is her decision to glean in the fields of Boaz to provide food for herself and Naomi. Gleaning, the practice of collecting leftover grain from the fields after the harvest, was an important social welfare system in ancient Israel, designed to provide for the poor, widows, and foreigners. This practice is mandated in the Torah, specifically in Leviticus 19 verses 9 to 10 and Deuteronomy 24 verses 19 to 22. Where landowners are instructed not to harvest their fields completely, but to leave the edges and any leftover produce for the needy. Archaeological studies of ancient Israelite agriculture provide insight into how this system may have functioned in practice. The terraced fields found in the Central Highlands, where Ruth's story takes place, were designed to maximize arable land on the steep hillsides, reflecting the importance of agriculture in sustaining the population. Excavations at sites like Tel Dan, Tel Hazer, and other highland settlements have revealed the remains of ancient threshing floors, storage pits, and agricultural tools, providing a tangible connection to the practices described in Ruth. In addition to the archaeological evidence of agricultural practices, historical records from neighboring cultures also shed light on the importance of gleaning and other social welfare systems in the ancient Near East. The Laws of Eshnunna, a Mesopotamian legal code, includes provisions for leaving part of the harvest for the poor, similar to the laws found in the Torah. This suggests that the concept of providing for the needy through agricultural practices was widespread in the region and was an integral part of maintaining social cohesion. Boaz and the role of the kinsman redeemer. One of the central figures in Ruth is Boaz, a wealthy landowner and a relative of Naomi's deceased husband, who ultimately marries Ruth and redeems her family's land. Boaz's role as a kinsman redeemer is crucial to understanding the social and legal structures of ancient Israel. The concept of redemption, in which a close relative takes responsibility for preserving the family's inheritance, is a recurring theme in the Torah and is reflected in the legal traditions of the time. The role of the kinsman redeemer is closely related to the practice of levirate marriage, as both are designed to ensure the continuity of a family's lineage and property. In Ruth's case, Boaz's willingness to act as her redeemer allows her to secure her place within the Israelite community and ensures that her deceased husband's name will be preserved. This legal and social mechanism reflects the broader cultural emphasis on family continuity and the protection of inheritance rights in the ancient world. Archaeological evidence from Israelite settlements further supports the importance of kinship and family ties in maintaining social order. The discovery of family compounds, in which multiple generations live together, highlights the central role of extended families in Israelite society. Inheritance laws, which are referenced throughout the Bible and other ancient Near Eastern legal codes, were crucial in ensuring the survival of these family units, particularly in an agrarian society where land was the primary source of wealth and security. The Book of Ruth also provides a valuable perspective on the integration of foreigners into Israelite society. As a Moabite, Ruth was an outsider, but through her loyalty to Naomi and her adherence to Israelite customs, she is ultimately accepted into the community. This theme of inclusion is significant, as it highlights the ways in which Israelite society could accommodate and assimilate foreigners, particularly through marriage and kinship ties. Ruth's inclusion in the lineage of David, and ultimately in the genealogy of Jesus as recorded in the New Testament, underscores the theological importance of this theme of redemption and inclusion. Bethlehem, archaeology and tradition. The setting of much of the Book of Ruth is Bethlehem, a small town that would later gain immense significance as the birthplace of King David and, according to Christian tradition, Jesus. Archaeological excavations in Bethlehem have uncovered remains of ancient agricultural installations, cisterns, and tombs, dating to the Iron Age, which corresponds to the time of Ruth. While the town was relatively small during this period, it played a significant role in the broader history of Israel, particularly as the ancestral home of David's family. Bethlehem's agricultural economy, which is central to the narrative of Ruth, is reflected in the archaeological record. The terraced fields surrounding the town were used for growing grain and producing olive oil and wine, essential staples of the Israelite diet. The discovery of ancient wine presses, olive oil production facilities, and storage jars in the region suggests that Bethlehem was an important agricultural center, providing the resources necessary to sustain its population and support its local economy. The significance of Bethlehem in the Book of Ruth, particularly in the context of its agricultural economy, helps us understand why Elimelech's family would have left for Moab during a famine and why Ruth's decision to glean in the fields was such a practical means of survival. The terraces and agricultural infrastructure surrounding Bethlehem supported its people, and the social welfare laws mandating gleaning allowed the poor and vulnerable, such as Ruth and Naomi, to survive even in difficult times. The biblical description of these practices in Ruth is fully consistent with what archaeology reveals about the agrarian lifestyle of ancient Bethlehem. Moreover, Bethlehem's prominence in the narrative as a place of redemption and family continuity becomes even more significant when we consider its future role as the birthplace of David, Israel's greatest king, and later in Christian tradition as the birthplace of Jesus. The narrative of Ruth thus connects the town's modest agricultural origins to its later royal and theological importance. Moabite-Israelite relations, conflict, and cooperation. The Book of Ruth also highlights the complex relationship between Israel and Moab. As Ruth herself is a Moabite, her inclusion in an Israelite family shows that cross-cultural relations were not only possible, but could be marked by loyalty and faithfulness. However, this narrative exists alongside other biblical accounts that portray Moab as a frequent enemy of Israel. The Moabites are descendants of Lot, Genesis 19 verse 37, and throughout the Bible, the relationship between the two peoples fluctuates between cooperation and conflict. The archaeological record reflects this complex relationship. The Mesha stele, mentioned earlier, provides a Moabite perspective on conflict with Israel, particularly during the reign of King Mesha in the 9th century BCE. The stele records Mesha's successful rebellion against the Israelite kingdom and his efforts to reclaim territory. This suggests that the Moabites, while often in conflict with Israel, were also closely connected geographically and culturally. In terms of everyday life, the movement of people between Israel and Moab, such as Elimelech's migration in Ruth, was not unusual. Trade and intermarriage likely occurred frequently, and the story of Ruth illustrates how a Moabite woman could become fully integrated into Israelite society. Archaeological evidence of pottery and inscriptions found in both Israel and Moab confirms that goods, and likely people, moved freely between the two regions despite periodic hostilities. Theological themes: redemption, loyalty, and inclusion. Beyond the social and historical elements of Ruth, the book carries deep theological significance, particularly with regard to the themes of redemption, loyalty, and inclusion. Ruth's unwavering loyalty to Naomi, famously expressed in her vow, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God, my God. Ruth 1 verse 16 sets the stage for the redemption of her family's lineage and inheritance. This theme of steadfast love, Hebrew, hesed, is central to the narrative and is a key concept in Israel's covenant relationship with God. The role of Boaz as the kinsman redeemer also carries theological weight, as it illustrates the concept of redemption not only in terms of property and inheritance, but also in terms of social and spiritual inclusion. Ruth, a foreigner and a widow, is welcomed into the Israelite community and becomes part of the lineage that will produce King David. This act of redemption foreshadows broader biblical themes of God's redemption of his people and his willingness to include outsiders in his plan. This idea of inclusion is particularly important as Ruth, a Moabite, becomes the great-grandmother of David, Israel's most celebrated king. Her story challenges the notion that ethnic boundaries are absolute in determining membership in the Israelite community. Instead, faithfulness, loyalty, and a willingness to embrace the covenant community are portrayed as the true markers of belonging. This theme resonates throughout the Bible, particularly in the prophets and later in the New Testament, where inclusion of the outsider becomes a central element of the gospel. The lineage of David, archaeological and historical insights. The Book of Ruth concludes with a genealogy linking Ruth and Boaz to King David, establishing Ruth's place within the royal lineage of Israel. This connection between Ruth and David provides the theological rationale for the inclusion of this otherwise personal and family-centered narrative in the biblical canon. David, as the king who would unify Israel and establish Jerusalem as its political and religious center, is a pivotal figure in the Old Testament, and his Moabite ancestry through Ruth adds an unexpected layer to his story. While the direct historical and archaeological evidence for the early generations of David's family is limited, the broader context of the Davidic dynasty is well attested in the archaeological record. Excavations in and around Jerusalem, particularly at the City of David, have uncovered evidence of monumental construction and administrative activity dating to the time of David and his successors. These findings, including the remnants of large public buildings and fortifications, suggest that Jerusalem grew significantly during the early monarchy, supporting the biblical account of David's establishment of the city as Israel's capital. Additionally, references to the House of David in ancient inscriptions, such as the Tel Dan stele, provide external confirmation of the historical existence of David's dynasty. The Tel Dan stele, discovered in northern Israel, contains an Aramaic inscription that refers to the defeat of a king from the House of David. This inscription, dating to the 9th century BCE, is one of the earliest extra-biblical references to David's lineage and supports the biblical claim that David's descendants played a central role in Israelite history. Ruth's legacy in Israelite history and theology. Though short and focused on a small group of individuals, the Book of Ruth offers profound insights into Israelite society, law, and theology. The narrative, centered on the themes of loyalty, redemption, and the inclusion of outsiders, provides a model of faithfulness that transcends ethnic boundaries and points to the broader covenantal relationship between God and his people. Ruth's story, set against the backdrop of a tumultuous period in Israel's history, reflects the importance of family solidarity, social welfare, and the protection of the vulnerable in maintaining the integrity of the Israelite community. Archaeological and historical evidence enriches our understanding of the world in which Ruth lived, from the agricultural economy of Bethlehem to the legal and social structures that governed Israelite life. The story's connection to King David underscores its importance within the broader biblical narrative, as Ruth's inclusion in the royal lineage exemplifies the transformative power of redemption and inclusion. The Book of Ruth, though small in scale, carries a timeless message of hope, loyalty, and divine providence that resonates throughout the Bible and continues to inspire readers today. 1 Samuel. The book of 1 Samuel marks the transition from the era of judges to the establishment of kingship in Israel, a defining moment in the nation's history. It tells the story of the prophet Samuel, the rise and fall of Israel's first king, Saul, and the anointing of David, who would become Israel's greatest king. This period is one of political, social, and religious transformation as the Israelites grapple with internal divisions, external threats, and the challenge of remaining faithful to their covenant with God. The narrative is rich with theological meaning, but it is also deeply embedded in historical and geopolitical realities. Archaeological discoveries and historical records provide critical insights into the events described in 1 Samuel, confirming the broader context of the rise of monarchy in Israel and the key figures involved. Samuel, prophet, priest, and judge. Samuel, the central figure in the early chapters of 1 Samuel, plays a pivotal role in Israel's transition from tribal rule to monarchy. As a prophet, priest, and judge, Samuel represents the last of the judges and the bridge between the old system of tribal leadership and the new era of kingship. The narrative emphasizes Samuel's role as a divinely appointed leader who is called to guide Israel during a time of moral and political instability. The role of Samuel as both a religious and political leader reflects the broader Near Eastern tradition of prophetic figures who served as intermediaries between the divine and the people. In ancient Mesopotamia and Canaan, prophets and priests often held significant political power, advising kings and leading religious ceremonies. Archaeological evidence from Israelite and Canaanite sites, such as Shiloh and Hazor, supports the existence of religious centers where prophets and priests played key roles in guiding the community's political and spiritual life. The town of Ramah, Samuel's birthplace and base of operations, has been identified with the modern site of Nebi Samuel, located just north of Jerusalem. While the archaeological evidence from Ramah is limited, the location's strategic position near the Central Hill Country aligns with the biblical description of Samuel's role as a leader who traveled throughout the region, judging Israel and providing spiritual guidance. Samuel's role in anointing both Saul and David as kings underscores the theological significance of kingship in Israel. The act of anointing, which symbolized divine selection and empowerment, reflects the broader biblical theme that kingship in Israel was to be subject to God's will, with the king serving as God's representative on earth. This theological concept of kingship, which is central to the narrative of 1 Samuel, stands in contrast to the more autocratic models of kingship found in neighboring cultures, where the king was often seen as a godlike figure in his own right. The Philistine threat, archaeological evidence, and historical context. One of the central conflicts in 1 Samuel is the ongoing struggle between the Israelites and the Philistines. The Philistines, who had established themselves along the coastal plain of Canaan, posed a significant military threat to the Israelites throughout the early monarchy. The Philistines' superior military technology, particularly their use of iron weapons and chariots, gave them an advantage over the Israelite tribes, who were still largely reliant on bronze tools and weapons during this period. Archaeological evidence from Philistine cities, such as Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath, confirms their dominance in the region during the early Iron Age. These cities were well fortified and strategically located along trade routes, allowing the Philistines to control access to vital resources and trade networks. Excavations at these sites have uncovered impressive fortifications, iron production facilities, and a wealth of material culture, including distinctive Philistine pottery and religious artifacts. The biblical account of the Philistines' capture of the Ark of the Covenant in 1 Samuel 4-5 highlights the intense rivalry between the two groups. After defeating the Israelites at the Battle of Ebenezer, the Philistines take the Ark to their cities, but they are soon plagued by divine afflictions. This narrative emphasizes the theological conflict between Israel's God, Yahweh, and the Philistine gods, particularly Dagon. Archaeological evidence from Philistine temples, such as the Temple of Dagon at Ashdod, provides a tangible link to the religious practices described in 1 Samuel. The Battle of Aphek, where the Israelites suffer a major defeat and lose the Ark, has also been the subject of archaeological investigation. Aphek, identified with the modern site of Tel Aphek, was a key military and administrative center during both the Canaanite and Philistine periods. Excavations at Tel Aphek have revealed layers of fortifications and evidence of destruction that correspond to the period of conflict described in 1 Samuel, suggesting that this site was indeed a battleground between the Israelites and the Philistines. The rise of Saul, Archaeological corroboration of early kingship. Saul, the first king of Israel, is a complex figure in the biblical narrative. Chosen by God and anointed by Samuel, Saul initially appears to be a capable leader, but his reign is ultimately marked by disobedience, jealousy, and a tragic downfall. The rise of Saul as king reflects the Israelites' desire for a centralized monarchy to lead them in battle and provide stability in the face of external threats, particularly from the Philistines. Archaeological evidence from the early Iron Age supports the idea that the establishment of kingship in Israel was part of a broader trend towards centralization and state formation in the ancient Near East. During this period, many of the smaller city-states and tribal confederations in Canaan and the surrounding regions were consolidating into larger political entities, often led by strong, centralized rulers. The rise of Saul as Israel's first king fits within this larger pattern of state formation, as the Israelites sought to unify their tribes under a single leader who could provide military and political cohesion. One of the key sites associated with Saul's reign is Gibeah, his hometown and the capital of his kingdom. Gibeah, identified with the modern site of Tel El-Ful, has been excavated extensively, revealing the remains of a fortified city dating to the early Iron Age. The discovery of a large, fortified structure at Tel El-Ful, which some scholars identify as Saul's fortress, provides physical evidence of his efforts to establish a centralized government and defend Israel against its enemies. In addition to Gibeah, other sites mentioned in connection with Saul's reign, such as Michmash and Gilgal, have been the subject of archaeological investigation. Michmash, where Saul and his son Jonathan fought a key battle against the Philistines, has been identified with the modern site of Mukhmas, located in the Central Highlands. Excavations at Michmash have uncovered fortifications and evidence of Iron Age occupation, suggesting that the site was strategically important during Saul's reign. The archaeological evidence of Saul's reign, while still somewhat limited, supports the biblical account of his efforts to unify Israel and defend it against external threats. Saul's kingship represents a transitional phase in Israel's history, as the tribes moved from a decentralized, tribal society to a more centralized, monarchical system. David and Goliath, fact, myth, or both. One of the most famous stories in the Bible is David's defeat of Goliath, the Philistine giant, in 1 Samuel 17. This narrative has captured the imagination of readers for centuries and has been the subject of much scholarly debate. While some view the story as primarily symbolic, representing the victory of faith over overwhelming odds, others have sought to find historical and archaeological evidence to support the existence of David and Goliath as real historical figures. Goliath is described as a giant from Gath, one of the 5 Philistine cities, and archaeological excavations at Gath, Tel El-Safi, have provided valuable insights into Philistine society during this period. Gath was a major urban center, and its size and fortifications suggest that it was a dominant city in the region. The discovery of inscriptions and artifacts from Gath, including references to Philistine warriors, supports the idea that the Philistines had a powerful military presence, capable of fielding champions like Goliath. The site of the battle between David and Goliath is identified in the Bible as the Valley of Elah, located southwest of Jerusalem. Archaeological surveys of the Valley of Elah have identified the remains of ancient fortifications and roads that would have been used during the period of David and Saul. The strategic location of the valley, which lies between the Israelite highlands and the Philistine lowlands, makes it a likely location for military encounters between the two groups. The discovery of a Philistine inscription at Gath that contains the name Goliath has sparked considerable interest among scholars. While the inscription does not necessarily refer to the Goliath of the biblical narrative, it provides evidence that the name was in use among the Philistines during the early Iron Age. This, combined with the archaeological evidence from Gath and the Valley of Elah, lends credence to the idea that the story of David and Goliath may be based on real historical events, even if some elements of the narrative have been embellished or mythologized over time. David's rise to power, archaeological evidence, and historical parallels. David's rise to power, from his anointing by Samuel to his eventual kingship, is one of the central narratives in 1 Samuel. The book describes David's early life as a shepherd, his service in Saul's court, and his growing popularity among the Israelites, which eventually leads to Saul's jealousy and attempts to kill him. David's time as a fugitive, during which he gathers a band of loyal followers and wins victories against the Philistines and other enemies, sets the stage for his later reign as king. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with David's early career provides important context for understanding his rise to power. One of the key locations mentioned in 1 Samuel is the city of Ziklag, where David takes refuge while fleeing from Saul and where he establishes himself as a leader of a group of warriors. Ziklag has been identified with several possible archaeological sites, including Tel Sarah and Tel Halaf. Excavations at these sites have revealed evidence of Philistine and Israelite occupation, suggesting that Ziklag was located in a border region between Philistine and Israelite territory, making it a strategic location for David's operations. David's exploits as a military leader and his eventual rise to kingship are consistent with broader patterns of state formation in the ancient Near East. In many cases, early kings began their careers as charismatic military leaders who gained popularity through their victories in battle and their ability to protect their people from external threats. The biblical description of David's rise to power, with its emphasis on his military successes and his ability to attract loyal followers, fits within this broader historical context. The archaeological evidence for David's reign, particularly from later periods, is even more compelling. Excavations at the city of David in Jerusalem have uncovered remains of monumental structures, fortifications, and administrative buildings that date to the early Iron Age, suggesting that Jerusalem grew significantly during David's reign. The Tel Dan stele, which contains a reference to the House of David, provides extra-biblical confirmation of David's dynasty and his importance in Israelite history. Saul's downfall, theological and historical reflections. The narrative of 1 Samuel concludes with the tragic downfall of Saul, whose disobedience to God leads to his rejection as king and his eventual death in battle against the Philistines. Saul's story serves as a theological reflection on the nature of kingship in Israel and the dangers of failing to obey God's commands. The biblical narrative emphasizes that Saul's failure to follow divine instructions, particularly in the case of the Amalekite campaign, leads to his downfall and the rise of David as his successor. Saul's death in battle at Mount Gilboa, as described in 1 Samuel 31, has been the subject of archaeological investigation. The site of Mount Gilboa, located in the Jezreel Valley, has been surveyed extensively, and evidence of ancient battles, including the remains of fortifications and weapons, has been uncovered in the region. While no direct evidence of the battle between Saul and the Philistines has been found, the strategic importance of the Jezreel Valley as a major route between the highlands and the coastal plain makes it a likely location for military conflicts during this period. The broader context of Saul's downfall also reflects the geopolitical realities of the time. The rise of the Philistines as a dominant military power in the region, combined with internal divisions among the Israelite tribes, created a volatile environment in which Saul struggled to maintain his authority. The archaeological evidence from Philistine cities and Israelite settlements provides a backdrop for understanding the challenges that Saul faced as Israel's first king and the reasons for his eventual defeat. A historical and theological document. The book of 1 Samuel provides a rich and complex narrative of Israel's transition from tribal rule to monarchy. Through the stories of Samuel, Saul, and David, the text explores the theological significance of kingship, the dangers of disobedience, and the role of divine providence in shaping Israel's history. Archaeological discoveries from sites such as Gibeah, Gath, and the Valley of Elah, combined with historical records from neighboring cultures, provide valuable evidence that supports the biblical account and enriches our understanding of this pivotal period in Israelite history. The rise of Saul and David as Israel's first kings reflects broader trends of state formation and centralization in the ancient Near East, while the ongoing conflict with the Philistines highlights the geopolitical challenges that Israel faced during this time. The narrative of 1 Samuel, with its emphasis on loyalty, divine favor, and the complexities of leadership, continues to resonate as a foundational text in the history of Israel and its monarchy. 2 Samuel. The book of 2 Samuel chronicles the reign of King David, one of the most significant figures in the Bible and in Israel's history. David's reign marks the establishment of the united monarchy, the consolidation of Israel's territory, and the founding of Jerusalem as the nation's political and religious capital. David's story is one of triumphs and tragedies, as he unites the tribes of Israel under his leadership, but also faces personal failings, family conflict, and political challenges. The narrative of 2 Samuel weaves together theological reflections on kingship, justice, and divine favor, while also providing a historical account of David's military conquests, administrative reforms, and the establishment of a centralized monarchy. Archaeological evidence and historical records from this period further illuminate the events described in 2 Samuel, offering tangible links to the biblical narrative. David's rise to power, historical and archaeological foundations. David's rise to power, which began in 1 Samuel with his anointing by the prophet Samuel, culminates in his ascension to the throne in 2 Samuel. After Saul's death, David is first crowned king over the tribe of Judah at Hebron, and later, after a protracted civil war with Saul's remaining forces, he is anointed as king over all Israel. This unification of the tribes under David's leadership represents a critical moment in Israel's history, as the decentralized tribal system is replaced by a centralized monarchy. The city of Hebron, where David was first crowned, plays a key role in his rise to power. Hebron, located in the southern hill country, was an important political and religious center long before David's reign. Archaeological excavations at Hebron have uncovered the remains of ancient fortifications, public buildings, and royal tombs, indicating that the city was a major urban center during the Bronze and Iron Ages. Hebron's strategic location made it a natural choice for David's initial capital, allowing him to consolidate his power over the tribe of Judah before expanding his rule to the northern tribes. The political landscape of Canaan during this period was characterized by ongoing conflicts between rival city-states, tribal factions, and foreign powers. David's ability to navigate this complex environment and emerge as the dominant leader reflects both his military prowess and his political acumen. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with David's early reign, including Hebron and other key cities in Judah, supports the idea that David actively worked to strengthen his control over the southern kingdom before expanding his influence to the north. Jerusalem, the political and religious capital of Israel. One of David's most significant accomplishments was his conquest of Jerusalem and its establishment as the capital of Israel. Jerusalem, located on the border between the northern and southern tribes, was an ideal choice for a neutral capital that could unite the divided nation. According to 2 Samuel 5, David captured the city from the Jebusites, a Canaanite people who had controlled the region. David then fortified the city and established it as both the political and religious center of Israel, bringing the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem and initiating plans to build a temple. Archaeological excavations in the area known as the City of David, the oldest part of Jerusalem, have uncovered extensive evidence of fortifications, water systems, and administrative buildings dating to the time of David and his successors. The discovery of a large stepstone structure, which may have served as part of the city's fortifications, and a nearby palace-like building supports the biblical account of David's construction efforts in Jerusalem. These findings suggest that Jerusalem underwent significant development during David's reign, transforming from a relatively small, Canaanite city into the political and religious heart of Israel. In addition to its strategic location, Jerusalem's significance as the religious capital of Israel was solidified by David's decision to bring the Ark of the Covenant into the city. The Ark, which had previously been housed in various locations, including Shiloh and Kiriath Jearim, symbolized God's presence among the people of Israel. By bringing the Ark to Jerusalem, David established the city as the center of Israelite worship, a role it would continue to play throughout the monarchy and into the post-exilic period. The archaeological evidence of religious activity in Jerusalem, including the remains of altars, ritual objects, and other cultic installations, reflects the city's central role in Israelite religion. David's military campaigns, expansion, and consolidation of Israel's territory. David's reign is marked by a series of successful military campaigns that expanded Israel's territory and established it as a dominant power in the region. 2 Samuel details David's victories over the Philistines, Moabites, Edomites, Ammonites, and Arameans, among others, as he secured Israel's borders and brought neighboring states under his control. These conquests not only strengthened Israel's political position, but also fulfilled the promises made to the patriarchs that Israel would inherit the land. The biblical account of David's military campaigns is supported by archaeological evidence from sites throughout Israel and its neighboring regions. Excavations at Philistine cities such as Gath and Ekron, which were defeated by David's forces, have uncovered evidence of destruction layers and fortifications that correspond to the period of David's reign. These findings suggest that David's campaigns against the Philistines were successful in weakening their hold on the coastal plain and allowing Israel to assert control over key trade routes. In addition to his conquests in the south and west, David also expanded Israel's territory to the north and east, subduing the kingdoms of Moab, Ammon, and Aram. Archaeological evidence from these regions, including inscriptions, pottery, and other material culture, provides further confirmation of Israel's expansion during this period. For example, the Tel Dan stele, discovered in northern Israel, contains a reference to the House of David and mentions military victories over neighboring states, supporting the biblical account of David's dominance in the region. David's military success was not solely the result of his personal leadership, but also reflected broader trends in the ancient Near East. During this period, many of the major powers, such as Egypt and Assyria, were in decline, creating a power vacuum that allowed smaller states like Israel to expand their influence. David's ability to capitalize on this geopolitical shift and establish Israel as a regional power underscores his importance as a military and political leader. The Davidic Covenant, theological foundations, and historical parallels. One of the most important theological themes in 2 Samuel is the establishment of the Davidic Covenant, in which God promises to establish David's dynasty and ensure that his descendants will rule over Israel forever. This covenant, outlined in 2 Samuel 7, plays a central role in the biblical narrative, as it provides the theological foundation for the messianic expectations that would later emerge in both Jewish and Christian thought. The concept of a covenant between a king and a deity was not unique to Israel, but was a common feature of ancient Near Eastern political theology. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, kings were often seen as chosen by the gods to rule and were expected to maintain justice and order on behalf of the divine. The biblical portrayal of the Davidic covenant, however, emphasizes the unique relationship between Israel's God and its king, with the king serving not as a divine figure, but as a servant of God who is accountable to the covenant. Archaeological evidence from Israel and its neighbors provides important context for understanding the Davidic covenant. Inscriptions from neighboring cultures, such as the Moabite stone and the Assyrian annals, often depict kings as being chosen by the gods and enjoying divine favor. These parallels help to situate the biblical account of the Davidic covenant within the broader cultural and theological framework of the ancient Near East, while also highlighting the distinctiveness of Israel's monotheistic theology. The promise that David's descendants would rule over Israel forever became a central element of Israel's national identity, even after the fall of the monarchy. The expectation of a future king from the line of David, often referred to as the Messiah, would continue to shape Jewish and Christian theology for centuries. The archaeological and historical evidence of David's dynasty, including references to the House of David in ancient inscriptions, underscores the enduring significance of this covenant in Israel's history. David's personal failures and family conflicts. While 2 Samuel highlights David's military and political successes, it also delves into his personal failings and the consequences of his actions on his family and his kingdom. David's adultery with Bathsheba and his subsequent attempt to cover up the affair by having her husband, Uriah, killed, is one of the most dramatic episodes in the Bible. This sin, and the judgment pronounced by the prophet Nathan, leads to a series of family conflicts and tragedies, including the rebellion of David's son Absalom. The story of David and Bathsheba, while deeply personal, also reflects broader themes of justice, repentance, and divine judgment that are central to the biblical narrative. David's failure to uphold justice in his personal life contrasts with his role as a king who is expected to maintain justice and righteousness in the nation. The conflict between David's public and private roles is a recurring theme in 2 Samuel and serves as a warning about the dangers of unchecked power and moral failure. The rebellion of Absalom, which nearly results in David's overthrow, highlights the fragility of the united monarchy and the internal divisions that continued to plague Israel throughout its history. Absalom's rebellion is set against the backdrop of long-standing tensions between the northern and southern tribes of Israel, as well as the personal rivalries within David's own family. The narrative of Absalom's rebellion reflects both the political instability of David's reign and the personal consequences of his moral failings. Although David ultimately quells the rebellion, the loss of his son and the ongoing family strife mar his later years as king. Archaeological evidence from sites associated with David's reign, such as Jerusalem and Hebron, provides insight into the political and military context of these events. The city of David in Jerusalem shows evidence of fortifications and defensive measures that would have been necessary to protect the city during times of internal conflict, such as Absalom's rebellion. In addition, excavations at sites in the northern kingdom, where Absalom gained significant support, reflect the continuing regional tensions that David had to navigate in order to maintain control over the united monarchy. The legacy of David's reign, archaeological and historical reflections. David's reign, while marked by personal and political challenges, left an indelible legacy on the history of Israel. His establishment of Jerusalem as the political and religious capital of the nation, his military conquests, and the covenant made with God all laid the foundation for the future of the Israelite monarchy. David's legacy would continue through his son Solomon, who expanded on his father's achievements by building the temple in Jerusalem and further consolidating Israel's power. The archaeological evidence of David's reign, though still a subject of debate among scholars, continues to grow. In addition to the discoveries in Jerusalem and Hebron, the references to the House of David in inscriptions such as the Tel Dan stele and the Mesha stele provide extra-biblical confirmation of David's historical existence and his role in establishing a royal dynasty. These inscriptions, along with the material evidence from key sites, support the biblical account of David as a central figure in Israel's early monarchy. David's legacy also extends beyond the historical and political realm. The theological significance of the Davidic covenant, with its promise of an eternal dynasty, shaped the religious identity of Israel and later became central to the messianic expectations in both Judaism and Christianity. David's reign thus serves as a crucial link between Israel's past, present, and future, providing a model of kingship that combined military leadership, political acumen, and a deep connection to the divine. Final reflections on David's reign. The book of 2 Samuel presents a multifaceted portrait of David as a leader who achieved great successes, but also faced significant personal and political challenges. His reign represents the consolidation of the Israelite monarchy, the establishment of Jerusalem as the nation's capital, and the expansion of Israel's territory through military conquest. However, it is also a story of human frailty, as David's personal failings and family conflicts cast a shadow over his later years. The archaeological and historical evidence from this period provides a solid foundation for understanding the events described in 2 Samuel. From the fortifications of Jerusalem to the references to David's dynasty in ancient inscriptions, the material record confirms many aspects of the biblical narrative and offers valuable insights into the political and social dynamics of early Israel. David's reign, with all its complexities, remains one of the most significant periods in the history of Israel and continues to resonate in the theological traditions of both Judaism and Christianity. His story is one of triumph and tragedy, of divine favor and human weakness, and it serves as a reminder of the challenges of leadership and the importance of faithfulness to God's covenant. 1 Kings. The book of 1 Kings begins with the final days of David and the succession of his son Solomon to the throne of Israel. Solomon's reign marks the height of Israel's power, wealth, and cultural achievements, including the construction of the Temple in Jerusalem, which solidifies the city's role as the religious heart of Israel. However, after Solomon's death, the United Kingdom divides into two rival states, Israel in the north and Judah in the south. The narrative of 1 Kings traces this division and the early history of the two kingdoms, highlighting the political, religious, and moral challenges that eventually lead to Israel's decline. The succession of Solomon and the legacy of David. The transition from David to Solomon was not without conflict. Although Solomon was the son of David and Bathsheba, his path to the throne was contested by other claimants, particularly Adonijah, one of David's older sons. The narrative in 1 Kings describes how Bathsheba and the prophet Nathan successfully intervened on Solomon's behalf, securing his position as king. This episode underscores the complexity of dynastic succession in the ancient world, where multiple heirs often competed for power. The fact that Solomon's reign ultimately secured the continuity of the House of David is significant both politically and theologically. The Davidic dynasty, established by God's covenant with David, was seen as divinely ordained, and Solomon's accession to the throne was viewed as the fulfillment of that promise. The House of David plays a central role in the biblical narrative and is well attested in extra-biblical sources. The Tel Dan stele, discovered in northern Israel, provides important evidence for the historical existence of the Davidic dynasty. This inscription, written by an Aramean king, mentions the defeat of a king from the House of David, confirming that David's descendants were recognized as rulers in Israel. The Tel Dan stele, dating to the 9th century BCE, is one of the earliest known references to David outside the Bible and provides crucial support for the historicity of the Davidic line. Additionally, the Mesha stele, a Moabite inscription from the same period, refers to the House of Omri, another Israelite dynasty, but the mention of the House of David in the Tel Dan stele situates the Davidic dynasty within the broader political landscape of the ancient Near East. These inscriptions demonstrate that the Davidic dynasty was a well-established royal house, with influence extending beyond the borders of Judah and recognized by its neighboring states. Solomon's reign, wealth, wisdom, and the temple. Solomon's reign is characterized by extraordinary wealth, wisdom, and building projects, the most famous of which is the construction of the Temple in Jerusalem. The Temple, which housed the Ark of the Covenant, became the central place of worship for the Israelites and a symbol of their covenant with God. Solomon's Temple was a monumental achievement, both architecturally and religiously, and it solidified Jerusalem's status as the religious and political capital of Israel. The biblical description of the temple's construction in 1 Kings 6-7 provides detailed information about its dimensions, materials, and design. Archaeological evidence from Jerusalem, particularly in the area of the Temple Mount, has confirmed some aspects of this account, though much of the original structure was destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BCE. Nevertheless, excavations near the Temple Mount have uncovered remnants of ancient walls and foundations that date to the time of Solomon, offering valuable insights into the scale and grandeur of the city during his reign. In addition to the temple, Solomon is credited with building a palace complex, including the House of the Forest of Lebanon, which was used for administrative and ceremonial purposes. Archaeological excavations in Jerusalem have uncovered large public buildings and fortifications that likely date to Solomon's reign, supporting the biblical account of extensive building projects during this period. The remains of ancient water systems, such as the Siloam Tunnel, also attest to the advanced engineering capabilities of Solomon's builders. Solomon's reign was also marked by his reputation for wisdom, as illustrated in the famous story of the two women who claimed to be the mother of the same child. Solomon's judgment in this case, in which he suggested dividing the child in two to reveal the true mother, became legendary, and his wisdom is praised throughout the Bible. This theme of wisdom is also reflected in Solomon's authorship of several biblical books, including Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, and the Song of Solomon. However, despite his accomplishments, Solomon's reign was not without problems. His numerous marriages to foreign women, many of whom worshipped other gods, led to the introduction of idolatry into Israel. This religious compromise sowed the seeds of future conflict, as the worship of foreign gods became a persistent issue throughout the history of Israel and Judah. The division of the kingdom, Israel and Judah. After Solomon's death, his son Rehoboam ascended to the throne, but his harsh policies led to a rebellion by the northern tribes, who chose Jeroboam as their king. This division resulted in the formation of two separate kingdoms, Israel in the north, with its capital initially at Shechem and later at Samaria, and Judah in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. The split between Israel and Judah had far-reaching consequences, both politically and religiously. The archaeological evidence from this period supports the existence of two distinct kingdoms. Excavations at Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel, have uncovered impressive fortifications, palaces, and administrative buildings, indicating that it was a major urban center. The remains of monumental architecture, including the Ivory House, mentioned in 1 Kings, provide a glimpse into the wealth and power of the northern kings. In Judah, Jerusalem remained the political and religious center, and archaeological findings in the city of David and the area around the Temple Mount reflect the continued importance of the city during the divided monarchy. The discovery of administrative seals, pottery, and other artifacts from this period provides evidence of the centralized government that operated in Jerusalem under the rule of the Davidic dynasty. Theologically, the division of the kingdom is presented in 1 Kings as a consequence of Solomon's failure to remain faithful to God. The northern kingdom of Israel, under Jeroboam, established rival religious centers at Bethel and Dan, where golden calves were set up for worship. This act of idolatry, which echoed the earlier sin of the golden calf in the wilderness, is condemned in the biblical narrative and is seen as a key factor in the eventual downfall of the northern kingdom. The House of David in Judah, a continuing legacy. Despite the division of the kingdom, the House of David continued to rule in Judah, maintaining a dynastic continuity that set Judah apart from the northern kingdom of Israel, where dynasties frequently changed due to coups and assassinations. The Davidic dynasty in Judah was seen as divinely ordained, and this continuity provided a sense of stability and legitimacy to the southern kingdom. The importance of the Davidic dynasty is underscored by the frequent references to it in both biblical and extra-biblical sources. As mentioned earlier, the Tel Dan stele provides evidence of the House of David as a recognized royal line, and the Mesha stele confirms the historical interactions between Judah and its neighbors. These inscriptions are crucial for understanding the political and military dynamics of the region during this period, as they provide independent corroboration of the existence and influence of the Davidic dynasty. The Davidic kings were often evaluated in the Bible based on their adherence to the covenant with God. Kings like Asa, Jehoshaphat, and Hezekiah are praised for their efforts to reform Judah's religious practices and maintain the worship of Yahweh, while others, such as Ahaz and Manasseh, are criticized for their idolatry and failure to uphold the covenant. The legacy of David, therefore, was not only political but also deeply theological, as the kings of Judah were expected to follow in David's footsteps by leading the nation in righteousness. Solomon's Temple, archaeological insights, and religious significance. The temple built by Solomon in Jerusalem was the most important religious structure in ancient Israel, and its significance extended far beyond its physical presence. As the dwelling place of the Ark of the Covenant and the center of Israelite worship, the temple was a symbol of God's presence among his people and a focal point for national identity. The biblical description of the temple, with its elaborate design and use of precious materials, reflects its central role in Israel's religious life. Although the original temple was destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BCE, the archaeological remains of the Temple Mount and the surrounding area provide valuable insights into the construction and layout of the temple. The massive stone foundations and retaining walls that still exist today, including the Western Wall, offer a glimpse into the grandeur of the structure built by Solomon. In addition, artifacts discovered in the area, such as religious objects and inscriptions, provide evidence of the temple's importance in the daily life of ancient Jerusalem. Theologically, the temple was seen as the dwelling place of God's presence, and its construction was viewed as a fulfillment of the promise made to David that his son would build a house for God. The temple also played a key role in the religious reforms of later kings, such as Hezekiah and Josiah, who sought to restore the proper worship of Yahweh and eliminate idolatry. The destruction of the temple by the Babylonians was seen as a divine judgment for the sins of the people, and its eventual rebuilding during the post-exilic period became a symbol of national restoration and hope for the future. The rebuilding of the temple during the reign of Cyrus the Great, as described in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, was not only a physical act of reconstruction, but also a spiritual renewal, signifying the return of the Jewish people from exile and the reestablishment of their covenant relationship with God. The fall of the United Monarchy, political and religious turmoil. The Book of 1 Kings concludes with the gradual decline of the United Monarchy, as Israel and Judah face internal strife, external threats, and religious apostasy. The division of the kingdom after Solomon's death created two rival states, each struggling to maintain political stability and religious integrity. In the north, the kingdom of Israel experienced frequent coups and changes in leadership, while the southern kingdom of Judah remained under the rule of the Davidic dynasty. The northern kingdom, under the leadership of Jeroboam and his successors, fell into religious and political instability. Jeroboam's establishment of golden calves at Bethel and Dan as centers of worship was condemned by the biblical writers as idolatry, and this practice led to ongoing tensions between the religious establishment in Jerusalem and the northern kingdom. Archaeological evidence from the sites of Bethel and Dan supports the existence of these rival cultic centers, with remains of altars, religious objects, and inscriptions pointing to their use as places of worship during this period. The ongoing religious conflict between Israel and Judah is reflected in the actions of kings such as Ahab and Jezebel, who introduced the worship of Baal and other foreign gods into Israel. The biblical account of the prophet Elijah's confrontation with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel is one of the most dramatic expressions of this conflict, as Elijah calls down fire from heaven to prove the superiority of Yahweh over Baal. Excavations at sites associated with Baal worship, including Megiddo and Hazor, provide evidence of Canaanite religious practices that continued to influence the northern kingdom during this time. In contrast, the southern kingdom of Judah, under the leadership of the Davidic dynasty, experienced periods of religious reform and stability, particularly during the reigns of kings such as Asa, Jehoshaphat, and Hezekiah. These kings are praised in the Bible for their efforts to restore the worship of Yahweh and eliminate idolatry. Archaeological evidence from Jerusalem and other sites in Judah supports the biblical account of these reforms, with discoveries of inscriptions, religious objects, and cultic installations that reflect the central role of the temple in the religious life of Judah. However, despite these efforts, Judah was not immune to the political and religious turmoil that characterized the region during this period. The growing power of foreign empires, particularly Assyria and Babylon, posed a constant threat to both Israel and Judah. The Assyrian conquest of the northern kingdom in 722 BC marked the end of Israel as an independent state, and its people were exiled, never to return as a unified nation. Judah, under the leadership of the Davidic kings, managed to survive for another century, but it too eventually fell to the Babylonians in 586 BCE, leading to the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. The House of David, historical and theological continuity. Throughout the Book of 1 Kings, the House of David remains a central theme, particularly in the narrative of the southern kingdom of Judah. Despite the political and religious challenges faced by the kingdom, the Davidic dynasty continued to rule in Jerusalem, providing a sense of continuity and legitimacy that set Judah apart from the northern kingdom. The theological significance of the Davidic dynasty, rooted in God's covenant with David, is a recurring theme in the Bible, and it plays a crucial role in shaping the history of Judah. The historical reality of the Davidic dynasty is supported by archaeological and extra-biblical evidence, particularly the Tel Dan stele and the Mesha stele, which confirm the existence of the House of David as a recognized royal dynasty in the ancient Near East. The fact that neighboring states, such as Moab and Aram, acknowledged the Davidic kings underscores the importance of the dynasty in the political landscape of the region. Theologically, the Davidic covenant remained a source of hope for the people of Judah, even in the face of political and military setbacks. The promise that a descendant of David would always sit on the throne of Israel became central to the messianic expectations that would later develop in Jewish thought. This belief in the enduring significance of the House of David shaped the religious and political identity of Judah even after the fall of the monarchy. Solomon's legacy, a kingdom divided. Solomon's reign, despite its achievements, ultimately set the stage for the division of the kingdom and the eventual downfall of both Israel and Judah. His extensive building projects, including the construction of the temple and his palace, placed a heavy burden on the people, leading to widespread dissatisfaction. The biblical narrative suggests that Solomon's tolerance of foreign gods, introduced through his many marriages to foreign women, further alienated the people and contributed to the erosion of Israel's religious integrity. The division of the kingdom under Rehoboam, Solomon's son, was both a political and religious crisis. The northern tribes' rejection of Rehoboam's harsh policies led to the establishment of a rival monarchy in Israel, while Judah, under the continued rule of the Davidic kings, struggled to maintain its independence. The tension between the two kingdoms, exacerbated by their competing religious practices, would shape the history of Israel and Judah for centuries to come. Archaeological evidence from this period, including the remains of fortifications, public buildings, and religious sites in both Israel and Judah, reflects the political and religious complexity of the divided monarchy. The rivalry between the two kingdoms, their interactions with neighboring states, and their ongoing struggle to maintain religious fidelity to Yahweh are themes that permeate the narrative of 1 Kings and are confirmed by the material evidence from sites throughout the region. End of Solomon's era and the start of the kingdom's decline. Solomon's reign represents the peak of Israel's power and influence, but it also marks the beginning of its decline. The division of the kingdom, the rise of idolatry, and the increasing pressure from foreign powers set the stage for the eventual downfall of both Israel and Judah. However, the legacy of Solomon's achievements, particularly the construction of the temple, continued to shape Israel's religious identity long after the kingdom had fallen. The House of David remained central to the history of Judah, providing a sense of continuity and hope even in the face of exile and destruction. The archaeological and historical evidence from this period supports the biblical account of the rise and fall of the united monarchy, offering valuable insights into the political, religious, and social dynamics of ancient Israel. The Book of 1 Kings, with its detailed account of Solomon's reign and the subsequent division of the kingdom, provides a rich narrative of Israel's golden age and its eventual decline. It serves as both a historical record and a theological reflection on the nature of kingship, the importance of covenantal faithfulness, and the consequences of moral and religious failure. 2 Kings. The Book of 2 Kings continues the history of Israel and Judah, tracing their gradual decline and eventual destruction. The northern kingdom of Israel falls to the Assyrian Empire, while Judah, under the rule of the Davidic dynasty, endures for a century longer before being conquered by the Babylonians. This book not only narrates the political and military events leading to the destruction of both kingdoms, but also reflects on the religious and moral failures that contributed to their downfall. Despite the tragic end of the monarchies, the preservation of the Davidic line through the exile provides a glimmer of hope for Israel's future restoration. The book is rich in archaeological and historical evidence that helps to confirm many of the events described in the biblical narrative, particularly when it comes to the fall of Samaria, the Assyrian campaigns, and the final destruction of Jerusalem. These findings lend strong support to the Bible's historical accuracy during this turbulent period and highlight the significance of the Davidic dynasty in the southern kingdom of Judah. The fall of the northern kingdom, Assyrian conquest of Israel. The northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from Judah after Solomon's death, experienced a series of dynastic changes, political instability, and religious apostasy. This period of instability made Israel vulnerable to external threats, particularly from the Assyrian Empire, which was expanding its influence throughout the Near East. The biblical account of the fall of Israel in 2 Kings 17 describes how the Assyrian king Shalmaneser besieged Samaria, the capital of Israel, leading to its eventual capture and the deportation of the Israelite population. The archaeological evidence for the Assyrian conquest of Israel is indisputable. Excavations at the site of Samaria, the capital city, have revealed extensive destruction layers dating to the late 8th century BC, which correspond to the period of the Assyrian siege. The remains of fortifications, weapons, and burnt structures provide clear evidence of the city's violent fall. Additionally, Assyrian records, including the annals of King Sargon II, who completed the conquest of Israel after Shalmaneser's death, confirm the biblical account of the siege and the deportation of the Israelites. The Assyrians were known for their policy of deporting conquered populations and resettling them in other parts of the empire. This practice, which is mentioned in the Bible, is corroborated by Assyrian inscriptions and reliefs that depict the mass deportations of conquered peoples. The Bible's description of the 10 lost tribes of Israel, who were taken into exile and never returned as a unified group, aligns with this historical practice. The Assyrian conquest of Israel and the dispersion of its population are well documented and remain one of the most significant and indisputable events in the history of the ancient Near East. The fall of Israel is presented in the Bible as a consequence of the kingdom's failure to remain faithful to Yahweh, particularly its adoption of idolatrous practices introduced by kings like Jeroboam and Ahab. This theological interpretation, which emphasizes the covenantal relationship between God and his people, underscores the moral dimension of Israel's downfall. The archaeological evidence of Canaanite religious practices in Israel, including the worship of Baal and Asherah at sites like Megiddo and Hazor, further supports the biblical narrative of Israel's religious decline. The Assyrian threat to Judah, Hezekiah's reforms and defense. While Israel fell to the Assyrians, the southern kingdom of Judah, under the rule of the Davidic kings, managed to survive, though not without facing significant threats. The reign of King Hezekiah is particularly notable for his religious reforms and his efforts to defend Jerusalem from the Assyrian threat. Hezekiah is praised in the Bible for his faithfulness to God and his attempts to eliminate idolatry from Judah. According to 2 Kings 18-19, Hezekiah removed high places, destroyed idols, and centralized worship in the temple in Jerusalem, in an effort to return Judah to the exclusive worship of Yahweh. Hezekiah's religious reforms are supported by archaeological evidence, particularly the discovery of cultic installations and altars that were dismantled during his reign. At sites such as Lachish and Beersheba, archaeologists have uncovered remains of altars that were deliberately destroyed, consistent with the biblical account of Hezekiah's efforts to eradicate idolatry. These findings provide concrete evidence of the religious reforms that characterized Hezekiah's reign and confirm his commitment to upholding the covenant with Yahweh. One of the most significant events during Hezekiah's reign was the Assyrian invasion of Judah, led by King Sennacherib in 701 BCE. The Bible recounts how Sennacherib captured many of Judah's fortified cities, but was miraculously prevented from capturing Jerusalem. This event is one of the most well-documented and corroborated events in biblical history. Sennacherib's own annals, inscribed on the famous Taylor Prism, describe the Assyrian campaign against Judah and boast of the capture of 46 cities, though notably, they do not claim the capture of Jerusalem itself. Archaeological excavations at Lachish, one of the key cities captured by the Assyrians, provide vivid evidence of the brutality of the Assyrian invasion. The remains of the city's fortifications, along with siege ramps and other military installations, align closely with the biblical description of the Assyrian attack. The famous Lachish reliefs, which were discovered in Sennacherib's palace in Nineveh, depict the siege of Lachish in graphic detail, showing the Assyrian army overpowering the city's defenses and deporting its inhabitants. These reliefs are an indisputable testament to the historical reality of the Assyrian conquest and serve as powerful visual evidence of the events described in 2 Kings. Hezekiah's defense of Jerusalem is presented in the Bible as a miraculous deliverance by God, who sends an angel to strike down the Assyrian army. While there is no direct archaeological evidence for this specific event, the fact that Sennacherib did not capture Jerusalem, despite his overwhelming success in Judah, is noteworthy. The survival of Jerusalem, combined with the archaeological and historical evidence of the Assyrian invasion, lends credence to the biblical narrative of divine intervention on behalf of Judah. The decline of Judah and the Babylonian conquest. After Hezekiah's reign, Judah continued to face both internal and external challenges. The reigns of Manasseh and other kings who followed were marked by a return to idolatrous practices, which the Bible presents as a key factor in Judah's eventual downfall. Despite the reforms of King Josiah, who attempted to restore the worship of Yahweh and repair the temple, Judah could not escape the growing threat posed by the Babylonian Empire. In 586 BCE, the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II captured Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, and carried the people of Judah into exile. The archaeological evidence for the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem is extensive and indisputable. Excavations in the city of David and other parts of Jerusalem have uncovered thick layers of ash and debris from the Babylonian siege, along with evidence of burnt buildings, broken pottery, and other signs of violent destruction. The remains of the city's fortifications, which were breached by the Babylonians, provide further confirmation of the biblical account of Jerusalem's fall. The Babylonian conquest of Judah and the destruction of the temple marked the end of the Davidic monarchy and the beginning of the exile, a period of deep theological reflection for the Jewish people. The Bible presents the exile as a consequence of Judah's failure to remain faithful to the covenant with God, and this theme of divine judgment is central to the narrative of 2 Kings. However, the preservation of the Davidic line through the exile, as recorded in the genealogies of the Bible, provided a basis for the hope of restoration and the eventual return of the exiles to rebuild Jerusalem and the temple. The importance of the Davidic dynasty in the exilic and post-exilic periods. Even after the fall of Jerusalem and the exile of the people of Judah, the Davidic dynasty continued to play a central role in Jewish theology and identity. The promise that a descendant of David would one day rule again became a key element of messianic expectation during the exile and post-exilic periods. This hope for a future king from the house of David is reflected in the prophetic writings of Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, who speak of a coming ruler who will restore justice and righteousness to Israel. The archaeological evidence of the Davidic dynasty, particularly the Tel Dan stele and other inscriptions, confirms the historical reality of the dynasty and its importance in the ancient Near East. The fact that the Davidic line was preserved through the exile, despite the destruction of the monarchy, highlights its theological significance for the Jewish people. The survival of the Davidic family, combined with the prophetic promises of restoration, laid the foundation for the development of messianic theology in both Judaism and Christianity. Final reflections on the fall of Israel and Judah. The Book of 2 Kings provides a detailed account of the political, military, and religious events that led to the fall of the kingdoms of Israel and Judah. The archaeological evidence from sites like Samaria, Lachish, and Jerusalem offers indisputable confirmation of many of the key events described in the biblical narrative, particularly the Assyrian and Babylonian conquests. These findings not only validate the historical accuracy of the biblical account, but also deepen our understanding of the political and social realities that shaped the history of Israel and Judah during this tumultuous period. The fall of the northern kingdom of Israel to the Assyrians and the subsequent destruction of Judah by the Babylonians are among the most significant events in the history of the ancient Near East. The archaeological evidence from these periods, including destruction layers, fortifications, inscriptions, and reliefs, provides compelling and often indisputable support for the Bible's description of these events. For example, the archaeological discoveries at Lachish, Samaria, and Jerusalem vividly illustrate the scale of destruction brought about by the Assyrian and Babylonian invasions. At the same time, the narrative of 2 Kings is not just a record of political and military events. It is also a profound theological reflection on the nature of covenant, kingship, and divine justice. The Bible emphasizes that the downfall of Israel and Judah was not simply the result of military defeat, but a consequence of the people's failure to remain faithful to their covenant with God. The religious apostasy, particularly the worship of foreign gods and idols, is repeatedly cited as the reason for God's judgment on the kingdoms. The archaeological evidence of idol worship at sites like Bethel, Dan, and Megiddo corroborates the biblical account of widespread idolatry in Israel and Judah, further underscoring the theological themes of the narrative. The preservation of the Davidic line, a beacon of hope. Despite the destruction of Jerusalem and the end of the Davidic monarchy, the promise of the Davidic line continued to resonate throughout the exilic and post-exilic periods. The survival of the House of David through the Babylonian exile provided a beacon of hope for the Jewish people, who looked forward to the day when a descendant of David would once again rule over a restored Israel. This hope is reflected in the prophetic writings of Isaiah and Jeremiah, which speak of a future Davidic king who would bring justice, peace, and righteousness to Israel. The theological importance of the Davidic dynasty is also evident in later Jewish thought, particularly in the development of messianic expectations. The idea that a Messiah, or anointed one from the line of David, would come to restore the fortunes of Israel became a central element of Jewish eschatology. This expectation was not only rooted in the promises made to David in the Bible, but also in the historical reality of the Davidic dynasty, which, as the archaeological evidence shows, was recognized as a legitimate royal house by neighboring states such as Moab and Aram. The hope for a future Davidic ruler became even more significant during the post-exilic period, when the Jewish people returned to Jerusalem and began to rebuild the city and the temple. While the Davidic monarchy was never fully restored, the memory of David's reign and the promise of his descendants continued to shape Jewish identity and religious thought. The genealogies of the New Testament, which trace the lineage of Jesus back to David, reflect the enduring importance of the Davidic line in both Jewish and Christian theology. Final thoughts on the fall of the kingdoms and the preservation of hope. The Book of 2 Kings, with its account of the fall of Israel and Judah, presents a powerful narrative of both judgment and hope. The archaeological evidence from this period, which corroborates many of the key events described in the Bible, adds a layer of historical depth to the story, showing that the biblical narrative is not only a theological reflection, but also a record of real events that shaped the history of the ancient Near East. The fall of the northern and southern kingdoms stands as a testament to the consequences of unfaithfulness to the covenant, while the preservation of the Davidic line offers a vision of hope and restoration. The hope for a future Davidic king, who would restore Israel and bring about the fulfillment of God's promises, continued to sustain the Jewish people through the exile and beyond. This enduring legacy of the Davidic dynasty is one of the most profound theological themes in the Bible, and it continues to resonate in both Jewish and Christian thought today. 1 Chronicles. The book of 1 Chronicles offers a retelling of Israel's history, with a particular focus on the Davidic dynasty and the religious life of the nation. Compiled during or after the Babylonian exile, 1 Chronicles emphasizes the themes of covenant, kingship, and the centrality of the temple in the life of Israel. Unlike the books of Samuel and Kings, which provide a more detailed narrative of political events, 1 Chronicles is concerned primarily with the religious and theological aspects of Israel's history, particularly the role of David and Solomon in establishing the temple in Jerusalem. 1 Chronicles begins with a series of genealogies tracing the lineage of Israel's tribes, with special attention given to the house of David. These genealogies serve not only as a historical record, but also as a means of connecting the post-exilic Jewish community to their ancestral heritage. The Davidic line, in particular, is highlighted as the divinely chosen dynasty through which God's promises to Israel would be fulfilled. Genealogies and the Davidic legacy. The genealogies in 1 Chronicles serve an important theological function, particularly in the context of the post-exilic community. By tracing the lineage of David back to Judah and then to the patriarchs, the chronicler emphasizes the continuity of God's covenant with Israel. This continuity is especially significant for the returning exiles, who faced the challenge of rebuilding their identity as a nation after the destruction of the temple and the monarchy. The focus on the Davidic line underscores the importance of the Davidic dynasty in Israel's religious and political identity. The chronicler's detailed genealogies of David's descendants are meant to remind the people of Judah of the divine promises made to David, particularly the promise that his descendants would rule Israel forever. This emphasis on the Davidic dynasty reflects the broader messianic hope that a future king from the line of David would restore Israel and fulfill God's covenantal promises. The historical reality of the Davidic dynasty is well attested in archaeological evidence, particularly through the Tel Dan stele and other inscriptions that confirm the existence of the House of David as a recognized royal lineage. This external validation of the Davidic line is crucial for understanding the chronicler's emphasis on David's enduring legacy, as it provides historical support for the Bible's theological claims about the centrality of David's dynasty. The genealogies also serve to anchor the post-exilic community in a broader historical context, linking them to the patriarchs, the judges, and the kings of Israel. By doing so, 1 Chronicles not only affirms the continuity of Israel's history, but also reinforces the idea that the Jewish people remain God's chosen people, despite the destruction of the monarchy and the exile. The meticulous attention to detail in the genealogies reflects the chronicler's intent to preserve Israel's history and to highlight the enduring significance of the Davidic line. The reign of David, a focus on worship and the temple. Unlike the account of David's reign in Samuel, which focuses heavily on David's military exploits and political struggles, 1 Chronicles emphasizes David's role in establishing the religious foundations of Israel. The chronicler presents David as a model king who, despite his personal failings, is deeply committed to the worship of God and to the construction of the temple. The narrative in 1 Chronicles largely omits the more troubling aspects of David's reign, such as his adultery with Bathsheba and the rebellion of Absalom, and instead focuses on his preparations for building the temple and organizing the Levitical priesthood. The emphasis on the temple in 1 Chronicles reflects the centrality of the temple in the post-exilic period, when the Jewish people were rebuilding the Second Temple and re-establishing their religious practices. By portraying David as the king who laid the groundwork for the construction of the temple, the chronicler reinforces the idea that the Davidic dynasty is divinely ordained and that the temple is the focal point of Israel's religious life. David's preparations for the temple, as described in 1 Chronicles 22-29, include the collection of vast amounts of gold, silver, and other materials, as well as the organization of the Levites, priests, and musicians who would serve in the temple. These chapters provide a detailed account of David's dedication to the worship of God, highlighting his role as a spiritual leader who sought to ensure that the worship of Yahweh would continue for generations to come. The archaeological evidence from Jerusalem during the time of David and Solomon provides valuable insights into the historical context of these events. Excavations in the city of David, particularly the discovery of large public buildings and fortifications, suggest that Jerusalem underwent significant development during this period, which aligns with the biblical account of David's preparations for the temple. The remains of fortifications and water systems, such as the famous Siloam Tunnel, provide further evidence of the infrastructure that was put in place to support the growing city and its central role in Israel's religious life. The Ark of the Covenant and the centralization of worship. One of the key events in David's reign, as emphasized in 1 Chronicles, is the transfer of the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. The Ark, which had been housed in various locations since the time of the Judges, symbolized God's presence among his people. By bringing the Ark to Jerusalem, David not only established the city as the political capital of Israel, but also as the religious heart of the nation. The centralization of worship in Jerusalem is a recurring theme in 1 Chronicles, reflecting the chronicler's concern with proper worship and the importance of the temple. The Ark's placement in Jerusalem foreshadows the construction of the temple, where the Ark would eventually reside in the Holy of Holies. The transfer of the Ark is described in great detail in 1 Chronicles 13-16, with particular emphasis on the elaborate processions, sacrifices, and music that accompanied its journey to Jerusalem. The importance of the Ark in Israel's religious life is further underscored by its role in the temple. As the focal point of Israelite worship, the Ark represented God's covenant with Israel and served as a reminder of his promises to the people. The chronicler's emphasis on the Ark and the centralization of worship in Jerusalem reflects the post-exilic community's efforts to restore proper worship and to re-establish the temple as the center of their religious life. The archaeological evidence from Jerusalem during the reigns of David and Solomon provides important context for understanding the centralization of worship in the city. Excavations around the Temple Mount have uncovered remains of ancient fortifications, water systems, and other structures that date to this period, offering insights into the development of Jerusalem as both a political and religious center. These findings lend support to the biblical account of the city's growth and its significance in Israel's national identity. Solomon and the building of the temple. While First Chronicles focuses heavily on David's preparations for the construction of the temple, the actual building of the temple is attributed to his son Solomon. The chronicler presents Solomon as the divinely chosen successor to David, who fulfills his father's vision by constructing the temple in Jerusalem. The description of the temple's construction in 1 Chronicles 28-29 emphasizes the meticulous planning and vast resources that were devoted to the project, highlighting the importance of the temple in Israel's religious life. The temple's significance in 1 Chronicles cannot be overstated. It was not only the central place of worship for the Israelites, but also a symbol of God's presence among his people. The chronicler's focus on the temple reflects the post-exilic community's efforts to rebuild the Second Temple and to restore proper worship after the exile. By portraying the construction of the temple as the fulfillment of God's promises to David, 1 Chronicles reinforces the idea that the temple is central to Israel's identity and covenant relationship with God. Archaeological evidence from the Temple Mount, while limited due to the sensitivity of the site, provides some insights into the construction of the temple. The massive stone foundations and retaining walls that remain today, including the Western Wall, offer a glimpse into the grandeur of the temple complex. These remains, along with other artifacts discovered in the area, suggest that the temple was a monumental structure that played a central role in the religious and political life of ancient Israel. Final reflections on the chronicler's vision. The book of 1 Chronicles presents a unique perspective on Israel's history, with its focus on the Davidic dynasty, the temple, and the proper worship of Yahweh. By emphasizing David's role as a spiritual leader and Solomon's construction of the temple, the chronicler seeks to connect the post-exilic community to their ancestral heritage and to reaffirm the centrality of the Davidic covenant and the temple in Israel's identity. The archaeological and historical evidence that supports the biblical narrative in 1 Chronicles provides valuable insights into the political, religious, and social dynamics of Israel during the reigns of David and Solomon. The remains of fortifications, public buildings, and religious artifacts from Jerusalem offer tangible proof of the city's significance during this period, while inscriptions such as the Tel Dan stele confirm the historical reality of the Davidic dynasty. Ultimately, 1 Chronicles serves as both a historical record and a theological reflection on the nature of kingship, covenant, and worship in Israel. Its focus on the Davidic line and the centrality of the temple highlights the enduring importance of these themes in Jewish identity, both during the time of the chronicler and in the centuries that followed. 2 Chronicles. The book of 2 Chronicles continues the retelling of Israel's history, but it focuses almost exclusively on the kingdom of Judah and the descendants of David, leaving aside the northern kingdom of Israel. The chronicler's primary concerns are the religious faithfulness of Judah's kings, the centrality of the temple, and the nation's relationship with God. The theological framework of 2 Chronicles is shaped by the belief that obedience to God and adherence to the covenant lead to blessing and prosperity, while disobedience results in disaster. Through the lens of this covenantal theology, the chronicler recounts the reigns of Judah's kings, with particular attention given to Solomon and his successors, who shaped the religious life of the nation. Solomon's reign, wealth, wisdom, and the temple. 2 Chronicles opens with the reign of Solomon, highlighting his immense wealth, wisdom, and, above all, his construction of the temple in Jerusalem. The chronicler's portrayal of Solomon is one of grandeur and divine favor. Solomon's wealth is described as unparalleled, and his wisdom as divinely given, echoing the themes found in 1 Kings. Yet, 2 Chronicles places an even greater emphasis on the religious and ceremonial aspects of Solomon's reign, particularly his dedication to building the temple, which serves as the focal point of Judah's worship. The construction of the temple is described in great detail, with a focus on the materials used, the labor involved, and the dedication of the structure. The sheer scale of Solomon's temple, as described in 2 Chronicles 3-5, underscores its importance not only as a place of worship, but also as a symbol of the covenant between God and Israel. The temple represented God's presence among his people and was the physical manifestation of his promises to the Davidic dynasty. The archaeological evidence from the Temple Mount, though limited due to the constraints on excavations in the area, offers some insights into the grandeur of Solomon's building projects. The discovery of monumental stone foundations, particularly those that supported the massive retaining walls of the temple complex, provides a glimpse into the scale of Solomon's temple. In addition, artifacts found in and around Jerusalem, such as pottery, inscriptions, and religious objects, point to the central role that the temple played in the life of Judah during Solomon's reign and beyond. The significance of the temple in 2 Chronicles is not merely architectural, it is deeply theological. The chronicler emphasizes that the temple was the place where sacrifices were offered, prayers were made, and the covenant was renewed. Solomon's prayer of dedication in 2 Chronicles 6 is a profound expression of the covenantal relationship between God and Israel, with the temple serving as the central place where that relationship is enacted. This focus on the temple reflects the chronicler's post-exilic context, where the rebuilding of the Second Temple was a central concern for the Jewish community. The divided kingdom and the kings of Judah, covenant and apostasy. After Solomon's death, the kingdom of Israel splits into two, the northern kingdom of Israel and the southern kingdom of Judah. However, 2 Chronicles largely omits the history of the northern kingdom, focusing instead on the kings of Judah, all of whom are descendants of David. The chronicler's theological perspective is clear. The success or failure of Judah's kings is directly tied to their faithfulness to the covenant and their support of the temple. Several kings of Judah stand out in the narrative of 2 Chronicles for their efforts to reform the nation's religious practices and restore proper worship of Yahweh. Kings such as Asa, Jehoshaphat, Hezekiah, and Josiah are praised for their attempts to rid Judah of idolatry and to reinstitute the worship of Yahweh at the temple. Their religious reforms are seen as essential to the preservation of the covenant, and they are presented as model kings who sought to lead Judah back to God. For example, King Hezekiah's reforms, as described in 2 Chronicles 29-31, are particularly noteworthy. Hezekiah is portrayed as a king who recognized the importance of the temple and sought to restore proper worship by cleansing the temple, reinstituting the Passover, and centralizing worship in Jerusalem. The archaeological evidence from Jerusalem during Hezekiah's reign, including the discovery of seals bearing his name and the famous Siloam Tunnel, which was built to protect Jerusalem's water supply during the Assyrian invasion, provides a tangible link to the historical Hezekiah and his efforts to protect and strengthen the kingdom. Hezekiah's reforms were not only religious, but also political, as he sought to resist the growing threat of the Assyrian Empire. The Bible's account of the Assyrian invasion, in which Jerusalem was miraculously spared, is corroborated by both biblical and Assyrian records. The Taylor Prism, which contains the annals of King Sennacherib, describes the siege of Jerusalem and Hezekiah's refusal to submit to Assyrian rule, though notably, it does not mention the capture of the city, aligning with the biblical account of Jerusalem's survival. On the other hand, kings such as Manasseh and Ahaz are condemned in 2 Chronicles for their failure to uphold the covenant and their encouragement of idolatry. Manasseh, in particular, is portrayed as one of Judah's most wicked kings, who led the nation into widespread apostasy. However, 2 Chronicles also includes the story of Manasseh's repentance late in his reign, an account that is absent in 2 Kings. This edition reflects the chronicler's emphasis on the possibility of repentance and restoration, even for a king as wayward as Manasseh. Josiah's reforms, rediscovery of the law and restoration of the covenant. One of the most important religious reforms described in 2 Chronicles is the reign of King Josiah, who rediscovered the Book of the Law in the Temple and initiated a sweeping reform of Judah's religious practices. Josiah's reforms, as recounted in 2 Chronicles 34-35, involved the removal of idols from the land, the destruction of high places, and the restoration of the Passover celebration. Josiah is portrayed as a king who was fully committed to upholding the covenant, and his efforts to purify Judah's worship are seen as a last attempt to avert God's judgment on the nation. The rediscovery of the Book of the Law in the Temple is one of the pivotal moments in the narrative of 2 Chronicles. It is presented as a divine revelation that led to a national revival, with Josiah leading the people in renewing their commitment to the covenant. This event underscores the centrality of the temple in Judah's religious life and the importance of adhering to the covenant as revealed in the law. The archaeological evidence from Josiah's reign, particularly the discovery of artifacts and inscriptions in Jerusalem, supports the biblical account of his reforms. For example, excavations at the site of Tel Arad, where a Judahite temple was located, show evidence of destruction during Josiah's reign, which aligns with the Bible's description of his efforts to eliminate rival religious sites and centralize worship in Jerusalem. The findings from Tel Arad provide tangible evidence of the religious reforms that took place during Josiah's reign, further corroborating the biblical narrative. Josiah's reign is also notable for its tragic end. Despite his efforts to restore Judah's covenantal faithfulness, Josiah was killed in battle against Pharaoh Necho of Egypt. His death marked the beginning of the end for the kingdom of Judah, as the nation soon fell under the control of Babylon and ultimately faced destruction. The fall of Jerusalem and the preservation of the Davidic line. The final chapters of 2 Chronicles recount the downfall of Judah, culminating in the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple by the Babylonians in 586 BCE. The chronicler presents the fall of Jerusalem as the result of Judah's persistent unfaithfulness to the covenant, despite the efforts of reforming kings like Hezekiah and Josiah. The destruction of the temple, which had been the center of Judah's religious life, is portrayed as the ultimate judgment on the nation for its failure to remain loyal to God. The archaeological evidence for the Babylonian destruction of Jerusalem is extensive and irrefutable. Excavations in the city of David and other parts of Jerusalem have uncovered thick layers of ash, charred buildings, and broken pottery from the Babylonian siege. The remains of fortifications that were breached by the Babylonians, as well as evidence of widespread destruction throughout the city, align closely with the biblical account of Jerusalem's fall. These findings provide concrete proof of the catastrophic events described in 2 Chronicles and confirm the historical reality of the Babylonian conquest. However, despite the destruction of the temple and the exile of the people, the chronicler's narrative ends on a note of hope. The book concludes with the decree of King Cyrus of Persia, who allows the exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. This restoration is presented as the fulfillment of God's promise to the Davidic line and to the people of Israel, emphasizing the enduring nature of the covenant, even in the face of exile and destruction. The preservation of the Davidic line through the exile is a key theme in 2 Chronicles, as it reflects the belief that God's promises to David would not be forgotten, even after the fall of Jerusalem. The genealogies and records of David's descendants serve as a reminder that the Davidic dynasty, though temporarily interrupted, would ultimately play a role in the restoration of Israel. This theological focus on the Davidic line would later influence Jewish messianic expectations and the hope for a future king from the house of David. Ezra. The Book of Ezra records one of the most important events in Jewish history, the return of the exiles from Babylon to Jerusalem, following the decree of King Cyrus of Persia. It chronicles the efforts to rebuild the temple, re-establish the Jewish community in Jerusalem, and restore the religious life of the people. Though the Book of Ezra does not focus on the Davidic dynasty in the same way as Chronicles, the legacy of the Davidic covenant remains an underlying theme, particularly in the context of the temple's restoration. Ezra provides a record of the challenges faced by the returning exiles, including opposition from local populations, internal divisions, and the need to re-establish religious purity and observance of the law. The book emphasizes the role of religious leaders, such as Ezra the scribe, in guiding the people back to a life centered around the covenant with God, with the temple serving as the heart of this restored community. The Decree of Cyrus. Historical context and archaeological evidence. The opening of the Book of Ezra describes the Decree of Cyrus, which allowed the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. This event is of immense significance, as it marks the beginning of the post-exilic period and the re-establishment of Jewish religious and communal life in the land of Israel. The decree is presented as the fulfillment of God's promise to restore his people after the Babylonian exile, a promise rooted in the covenant with David and the central role of the temple. The historical accuracy of Cyrus's decree is well supported by extra-biblical evidence, particularly the Cyrus Cylinder, an ancient clay document discovered in Babylon in 1879. The Cyrus Cylinder contains an inscription in which Cyrus declares that he has allowed various displaced peoples to return to their homelands and rebuild their temples. While the cylinder does not specifically mention the Jews, it aligns with the biblical account of Cyrus's policy of restoration and supports the idea that the Persian king was sympathetic to the religious practices of the peoples under his rule. The significance of the decree in the book of Ezra is theological as well as historical. Cyrus is portrayed as an instrument of God's will, chosen to bring about the restoration of the Jewish people and the rebuilding of the temple. This theme of divine providence is central to the narrative, as it reflects the belief that God remains faithful to his covenant, even in the face of exile and destruction. The rebuilding of the temple, a symbol of restoration. The primary focus of the book of Ezra is the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. For the returning exiles, the restoration of the temple was not just a physical project, but a symbol of their restored relationship with God and the re-establishment of the covenant. The temple, as the dwelling place of God's presence, was central to Jewish worship and identity, and its reconstruction was seen as essential to the renewal of the Jewish community. The narrative of the temple's rebuilding in Ezra 3-6 describes the laying of the foundation, the opposition faced by the builders, and the eventual completion of the project. The work was led by Zerubbabel, a descendant of David, who played a key role in overseeing the construction of the Second Temple. Though Zerubbabel is not presented as a king, his connection to the Davidic line is significant, as it reflects the continuing importance of the Davidic dynasty, even in a period when the monarchy had been abolished. Zerubbabel's leadership in the rebuilding of the temple is seen by some scholars as a reflection of the hope that the Davidic line would one day be restored to its former glory. Though the book of Ezra does not explicitly state that Zerubbabel was viewed as a potential messianic figure, his Davidic lineage and his central role in the temple's restoration would have resonated with those who believed in the future fulfillment of God's promises to David. The archaeological evidence for the rebuilding of the Second Temple is limited, as much of the original structure was later modified by Herod the Great in the 1st century BCE. However, excavations in the area around the Temple Mount have uncovered remnants of walls and foundations that may date to the time of Zerubbabel's temple. These findings, though fragmentary, provide important context for understanding the scale and significance of the rebuilding project described in Ezra. The role of Zerubbabel, the Davidic line in post-exilic Judah. Zerubbabel's role in the book of Ezra is of particular interest because of his Davidic lineage. As a descendant of King Jehoiakim, one of the last kings of Judah before the Babylonian exile, Zerubbabel represented the continuation of the Davidic line, even though he did not hold the title of king. His leadership in the rebuilding of the temple suggests that the Davidic dynasty still held symbolic importance for the Jewish people, even in the absence of a formal monarchy. The fact that Zerubbabel is identified as a leader in the post-exilic community indicates that the Davidic line was not forgotten, even though the political realities of Persian rule prevented the re-establishment of the Davidic monarchy. The chronicler's emphasis on Zerubbabel's lineage in other biblical texts, such as 1 Chronicles, highlights the continued belief in the Davidic covenant and the hope that God would one day restore a descendant of David to the throne. While Zerubbabel himself did not become king, his role as a leader and his connection to the Davidic line would later influence Jewish messianic thought. In the centuries following the return from exile, many Jews believed that a future king from the house of David would arise to restore Israel's fortunes and fulfill the promises made to David. This expectation of a Davidic Messiah would become central to both Jewish and Christian eschatology. Opposition to the rebuilding, internal and external challenges. The rebuilding of the temple was not without opposition. The book of Ezra describes the challenges faced by the returning exiles, both from local populations who opposed the project and from internal divisions within the Jewish community. The opposition to the rebuilding of the temple is portrayed as an attempt to undermine the restoration of the covenant and the centralization of worship in Jerusalem. The opposition came primarily from the Samaritans, who claimed a right to participate in the rebuilding of the temple, but were rejected by the Jewish leaders. This rejection led to further conflict, as the Samaritans sought to hinder the rebuilding efforts by appealing to Persian officials. The narrative in Ezra emphasizes the perseverance of the Jewish community in the face of these challenges, with the eventual completion of the temple seen as a sign of God's faithfulness. The conflict with the Samaritans described in Ezra is supported by historical evidence of tensions between the Jewish and Samaritan communities during the post-exilic period. The Samaritans, who claimed descent from the northern tribes of Israel, maintained a separate religious identity centered on Mount Gerizim, and their rejection by the Jewish leaders in Jerusalem led to a long-standing rivalry between the two groups. This conflict would continue into the New Testament period, as reflected in the Gospels' accounts of interactions between Jews and Samaritans. Ezra's reforms, purity and covenant faithfulness. The second half of the book of Ezra focuses on the arrival of Ezra the scribe, who leads a series of religious reforms aimed at restoring the purity of the Jewish community and ensuring their faithfulness to the covenant. Ezra's reforms focus on the proper observance of the law, the separation of the Jewish people from foreign influences, and the renewal of the covenant with God. One of the most controversial aspects of Ezra's reforms is his insistence on the dissolution of marriages between Jewish men and foreign women. This policy was driven by concerns about religious purity and the fear that foreign influence would lead to idolatry and a breakdown of covenantal faithfulness. While the policy of forced divorce was harsh, it reflects the broader theme in Ezra of maintaining the distinctiveness of the Jewish people as God's chosen people. Ezra's emphasis on covenant faithfulness and the observance of the law is consistent with the broader theological themes of the post-exilic period. The return from exile was seen as a second chance for the Jewish people to live in accordance with God's commandments, and the temple served as the focal point of their renewed relationship with God. The narrative of Ezra underscores the importance of religious purity and the need for the Jewish community to remain faithful to the covenant in order to secure God's blessings. The legacy of Ezra and the Second Temple. The book of Ezra concludes with the establishment of the Second Temple as the center of Jewish religious life in Jerusalem. Though the Second Temple lacked the grandeur of Solomon's temple, it was a powerful symbol of the Jewish people's restoration after exile and their renewed commitment to the covenant with God. The legacy of Ezra's reforms and the rebuilding of the temple would shape Jewish identity for centuries to come. The Second Temple period, which began with the events described in Ezra and continued until the temple's destruction by the Romans in 70 CE, was marked by a renewed emphasis on the law, the centrality of the temple, and the hope for a future Davidic king who would restore Israel to its former glory. Nehemiah. The book of Nehemiah chronicles the efforts of Nehemiah, a Jewish official in the Persian court, to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem and to restore the social and religious life of the Jewish community after the Babylonian exile. Nehemiah's mission to rebuild the walls was not merely a construction project. It symbolized the restoration of Jewish identity and security, both physically and spiritually. The book emphasizes the importance of covenantal faithfulness, the centrality of the law, and the role of leadership in guiding the Jewish people through a challenging period of rebuilding. While the narrative of Nehemiah focuses primarily on the rebuilding of the city and its defenses, the Davidic legacy remains an undercurrent throughout the book. The ongoing hope for the restoration of the Davidic monarchy, coupled with the rebuilding of Jerusalem, reflects the belief that the Jewish people were still a part of God's divine plan, even without a king from the line of David on the throne. Nehemiah's mission, historical context, and archaeological evidence. Nehemiah begins with the news that Jerusalem's walls are in ruins, leaving the city defenseless and vulnerable to attack. Nehemiah, serving as the cupbearer to King Artaxerxes I of Persia, prays to God for guidance and receives the king's permission to return to Jerusalem and oversee the rebuilding efforts. Nehemiah's position as a high-ranking official in the Persian court is significant, as it reflects the favor he had with the king and his ability to secure Persian support for the restoration of Jerusalem. The historical context of Nehemiah's mission is well supported by Persian records and archaeological evidence. Nehemiah's role in the court of Artaxerxes is consistent with what we know about the administrative structure of the Persian Empire, which allowed local leaders like Nehemiah to manage affairs in their home regions with the approval of the central government. The Persian Empire, under rulers like Cyrus, Darius, and Artaxerxes, was known for its policy of allowing displaced peoples to return to their homelands and rebuild their religious centers, as demonstrated by the Cyrus Cylinder and other records. Archaeological excavations in Jerusalem have uncovered evidence of the rebuilding efforts described in Nehemiah. The remains of fortifications, particularly the so-called Broad Wall, date to the Persian period and may correspond to the defensive walls rebuilt under Nehemiah's leadership. These findings provide tangible proof of the rebuilding efforts that took place during the post-exilic period and confirm the biblical account of Jerusalem's restoration. Nehemiah's project to rebuild the walls was not merely a practical response to the city's vulnerability, it was also deeply symbolic. The restoration of the walls represented the re-establishment of Jerusalem as a center of Jewish life and worship. In the ancient Near East, city walls were a symbol of strength, security, and identity. By rebuilding the walls, Nehemiah was restoring Jerusalem's place as the heart of the Jewish people and reaffirming their covenantal relationship with God. Opposition to the rebuilding, internal and external threats. As with the rebuilding of the temple in the book of Ezra, Nehemiah's efforts to rebuild Jerusalem's walls were met with significant opposition from local leaders and neighboring peoples. The book describes how figures such as Sanballat the Horonite and Tobiah the Ammonite sought to undermine Nehemiah's project, mocking the efforts of the Jewish builders and attempting to incite fear and discouragement. Despite these challenges, Nehemiah's leadership and determination, along with the resolve of the Jewish community, ensured the completion of the walls in a remarkably short period. The opposition to the rebuilding of Jerusalem is consistent with the broader political dynamics of the region during the Persian period. Jerusalem was not the only city in the Levant undergoing restoration, and the surrounding peoples, such as the Samaritans, Ammonites, and others, viewed the rebuilding of Jerusalem with suspicion, fearing the potential resurgence of Jewish political power. This opposition is reflected in both biblical and extra-biblical sources, highlighting the complex relationships between the various groups in the region. Archaeological evidence from sites outside of Jerusalem, including inscriptions and records from neighboring regions, supports the existence of rival political entities that would have had an interest in preventing the restoration of Jerusalem. These local powers, often aligned with the Persian administration, sought to maintain their influence over the region, and Nehemiah's efforts to rebuild Jerusalem posed a threat to their dominance. Despite these external threats, Nehemiah successfully completed the rebuilding of the walls in just 52 days, a feat that is presented in the Bible as a testament to both divine favor and the unity of the Jewish people. The rapid completion of the project is seen as a sign that God was with Nehemiah and the people of Jerusalem, helping them overcome the opposition they faced. Nehemiah's religious and social reforms. In addition to rebuilding the walls, Nehemiah was deeply concerned with the spiritual and social life of the Jewish community. Upon completing the construction, Nehemiah, working alongside Ezra the scribe, implemented a series of religious and social reforms aimed at restoring the people's covenantal faithfulness. Central to these reforms was the public reading of the law, which took place in a large assembly of the people in Jerusalem. The public reading of the law, as described in Nehemiah 8, was a moment of profound significance for the Jewish people. It marked the re-establishment of the covenant with God and a renewed commitment to living according to His commandments. The law was read aloud by Ezra, and the people responded with repentance and a renewed dedication to observing the commandments. This event reflects the centrality of the Torah in Jewish life during the post-exilic period and underscores the importance of the temple and the law as the foundations of Jewish identity. Nehemiah's reforms also addressed social issues, such as the exploitation of the poor and the violation of the Sabbath. Nehemiah took strong action against those who were oppressing the poor, particularly the wealthier members of the community who were lending at high interest rates and seizing property from the poor. He also enforced the observance of the Sabbath, ensuring that the Jewish people honored the day of rest as commanded in the law. The emphasis on social justice in Nehemiah's reforms is consistent with the broader prophetic tradition in the Bible, which calls for the fair treatment of the poor and vulnerable as an essential aspect of covenantal faithfulness. Nehemiah's efforts to restore both the physical and spiritual integrity of Jerusalem reflect his understanding that true restoration required not only the rebuilding of the city's walls, but also the renewal of the people's commitment to justice and righteousness. Nehemiah's legacy and the Davidic line. Although Nehemiah's reforms and the rebuilding of the walls were central to the restoration of Jerusalem, the hope for the restoration of the Davidic line remained a powerful undercurrent in the post-exilic period. While Nehemiah himself was not a descendant of David, his leadership in rebuilding the city and restoring the community would have been seen by many as part of the broader fulfillment of God's promises to his people. The book of Nehemiah does not directly focus on the Davidic line, but the restoration of Jerusalem and the centrality of the temple were inseparably linked to the hope for a future Davidic king. The chronicling of leaders like Zerubbabel, a descendant of David, in Ezra, and the continued emphasis on covenantal faithfulness in Nehemiah reflect the ongoing belief that God's promises to David had not been forgotten. Even without a Davidic king on the throne, the Jewish people maintained their expectation that one day, a descendant of David would restore Israel to its former glory. The preservation of the Davidic line, particularly through figures like Zerubbabel, served as a reminder of the covenantal promises that God made to David. Although the monarchy had been abolished under Persian rule, the Davidic dynasty remained a symbol of hope for the future, especially in the context of rebuilding Jerusalem and the temple. Theologically, Nehemiah's work in restoring Jerusalem's defenses and renewing the people's covenantal faithfulness can be seen as laying the groundwork for the eventual fulfillment of those promises. Nehemiah's restoration and the ongoing Davidic hope. The book of Nehemiah presents a compelling narrative of leadership, faith, and restoration. Nehemiah's efforts to rebuild Jerusalem's walls were not merely a practical response to the city's vulnerability. They symbolized the restoration of Jewish identity and the renewal of the covenant with God. Nehemiah's leadership, combined with Ezra's religious reforms, helped to re-establish Jerusalem as the spiritual heart of the Jewish people, even in the absence of a Davidic king. Although the Davidic line is not a central focus of Nehemiah, its presence is felt throughout the narrative as part of the broader hope for Israel's restoration. The rebuilding of Jerusalem and the renewal of covenant faithfulness were essential steps in preparing for the eventual fulfillment of God's promises to David, and the work of Nehemiah and Ezra helped to ensure that the Jewish people remained faithful to that vision. The archaeological evidence of Nehemiah's rebuilding efforts, including the remains of Jerusalem's fortifications, provides tangible proof of the historical reality of the events described in the book. Combined with the theological themes of restoration and covenant, Nehemiah's narrative offers a powerful vision of hope and renewal for the Jewish people during the post-exilic period. Esther. The Book of Esther is unique in the Bible for its setting in the Persian royal court and its focus on the survival of the Jewish people in exile. The story revolves around Esther, a Jewish woman who becomes queen of Persia, and her cousin Mordecai, who uncovers a plot to destroy the Jewish people. Through Esther's courage and the providential unfolding of events, the Jewish people are saved from annihilation, and the festival of Purim is established to commemorate their deliverance. While the Book of Esther does not directly concern the Davidic line, it is deeply connected to the broader biblical theme of God's protection over his chosen people. Set during the reign of King Xerxes I, known as Ahasuerus in the Bible, the narrative highlights the precarious position of the Jewish people in the diaspora and the miraculous ways in which they were preserved from destruction. The story of Esther serves as a reminder that, even in foreign lands and under foreign rule, God's covenant with Israel remains unbroken. Historical context: the Persian Empire and the reign of Xerxes. The events of the Book of Esther take place during the reign of Xerxes I, who ruled the Persian Empire from 486 to 465 BC. Xerxes is best known for his military campaigns against Greece, particularly the failed invasion that led to his defeat at the Battle of Salamis. His reign was marked by both military ambition and internal political challenges, which provide a backdrop for the intrigue and drama of the Esther narrative. The Persian Empire, during this period, was a vast and diverse realm that stretched from the Indus Valley in the east to Egypt and Anatolia in the west. The Jewish people, having been exiled to Babylon and later allowed to return to Jerusalem by Cyrus, were still living in various parts of the Persian Empire. Many Jews chose to remain in the diaspora, where they lived as minorities under Persian rule, often in positions of influence, as in the case of Mordecai, who served in the Persian court. The historical setting of the Book of Esther is well attested by Persian records, including inscriptions and archaeological evidence that confirm the grandeur of the Persian court and the influence of figures like Xerxes. The archaeological remains of the royal palace at Susa, where much of the Esther narrative takes place, have been uncovered, providing a glimpse into the opulence and power of the Persian monarchy. The detailed descriptions of the court, the feasts, and the political machinations in Esther align with what we know about Persian royal customs during this period. Esther's rise to power, providence, and identity. The narrative of Esther begins with a royal banquet, during which King Xerxes deposes his queen, Vashti, for refusing to appear before him. This event sets the stage for the selection of a new queen, a process in which Esther, a young Jewish woman, is chosen to become the Queen of Persia. Esther's rise to power is marked by a series of providential events, as she conceals her Jewish identity at the advice of her cousin Mordecai, only revealing it at a critical moment to save her people. Esther's story is one of divine providence, even though God's name is never explicitly mentioned in the text. The omission of direct references to God in Esther is notable, as it emphasizes the theme of hiddenness, both in terms of Esther's concealed identity and in the subtle ways in which God's hand is seen in the unfolding events. The absence of overt divine intervention highlights the idea that God works through human actions and seemingly ordinary circumstances to bring about his purposes. Esther's Jewish identity is central to the narrative, as it is her connection to her people that ultimately drives her to risk her life by approaching the king and revealing Haman's plot. The story of Esther reflects the tension experienced by Jews living in the diaspora, who often had to navigate between their loyalty to their Jewish identity and their integration into the surrounding culture. Esther's courage in embracing her identity at the decisive moment serves as a model of faithfulness and bravery. Haman's plot, threat to the Jewish people. The central conflict in the Book of Esther arises when Haman, a high-ranking official in the Persian court, becomes enraged by Mordecai's refusal to bow to him. In response, Haman devises a plot to exterminate all the Jews in the Persian Empire, securing the king's approval to issue an edict that calls for the destruction of the Jewish people. The date for this mass execution is chosen by casting lots, or Purim, from which the Jewish festival of Purim derives its name. Haman's plot to destroy the Jews is reflective of the existential threats that the Jewish people faced throughout their history, particularly during periods of exile and foreign rule. The story of Esther captures the precariousness of Jewish life in the diaspora, where external forces often threatened their survival. The edict issued by Haman, though motivated by personal vengeance, is framed within the larger context of anti-Jewish sentiment and the vulnerability of minority communities in ancient empires. Archaeological evidence from the Persian period supports the historical plausibility of such a plot. The Persian administrative system allowed for the issuance of royal edicts that applied across the empire, and records from the Achaemenid period provide examples of similar decrees affecting various peoples and regions under Persian rule. The swift and widespread nature of Haman's edict reflects the centralized power of the Persian monarchy and the ability of high-ranking officials to influence imperial policy. Esther's courage and the reversal of fortune. The climax of the Book of Esther comes when Esther, at great personal risk, approaches King Xerxes without being summoned, a violation of court protocol that could have resulted in her death. In a dramatic turn of events, Esther reveals her Jewish identity and exposes Haman's plot, leading to a reversal of fortune in which Haman is executed on the very gallows he had prepared for Mordecai. The theme of reversal is central to the Book of Esther, as the Jewish people, who are on the brink of destruction, are saved and granted the authority to defend themselves against their enemies. The decree that had been issued for their annihilation is countered by a new edict allowing the Jews to arm themselves and defeat their attackers. This theme of deliverance is commemorated in the Festival of Purim, which celebrates the survival of the Jewish people and the triumph of divine providence. Esther's courage in revealing her identity and advocating for her people is a key moment in the narrative, as it demonstrates the power of individual action in the face of overwhelming odds. Her willingness to risk her position and her life for the sake of her people reflects the biblical theme of sacrificial leadership, in which individuals are called to act on behalf of the community, even at great personal cost. The Festival of Purim, Commemoration and Survival. The Book of Esther concludes with the establishment of the Festival of Purim, a celebration of the Jewish people's deliverance from destruction. Purim, which is still observed by Jews today, is marked by feasting, the giving of gifts, and the reading of the Megillah, the scroll of Esther. The festival serves as both a commemoration of a specific historical event and a broader reminder of God's ongoing protection of his people throughout history. The institution of Purim highlights the importance of collective memory in the Jewish tradition. By commemorating their survival through the festival, the Jewish people affirm their identity and their covenantal relationship with God, even in the face of exile and persecution. The celebration of Purim is a testament to the resilience of the Jewish community and their ability to maintain their distinctiveness, even in foreign lands. Archaeologically, the existence of Jewish communities throughout the Persian Empire is well documented, with inscriptions and records from places like Elephantine in Egypt and Babylon confirming the presence of Jews in various regions. These communities, like the one described in Esther, were often integrated into the larger society while still maintaining their religious and cultural identity. The story of Esther provides a narrative framework for understanding how Jews in the diaspora navigated the challenges of living under foreign rule while remaining faithful to their traditions. Esther's legacy of courage and divine providence. The Book of Esther stands as a powerful narrative of deliverance, courage, and divine providence. Through the actions of Esther and Mordecai, the Jewish people are saved from destruction, and the Festival of Purim is established as a lasting reminder of God's protection over his people. Although the Davidic line is not explicitly mentioned in Esther, the broader theme of divine faithfulness to Israel is deeply connected to the covenantal promises made to David and the Jewish people. The historical context of the Persian Empire, the presence of Jewish communities in the diaspora, and the evidence of royal decrees and administrative practices in Persia all lend credibility to the events described in the Book of Esther. Archaeological discoveries, particularly in Susa and other Persian sites, provide a glimpse into the world of the Persian court and the dynamics that shaped the lives of the Jewish people during this period. Ultimately, the story of Esther is a reminder that even in times of exile and persecution, God's covenant with his people endures. Through the courage of individuals like Esther and the hidden workings of divine providence, the Jewish people are preserved, and their identity is reaffirmed in the face of adversity. Job. The Book of Job stands apart in the biblical canon as a profound exploration of human suffering, the nature of faith, and the complexities of divine justice. It centers on the story of Job, a righteous man who faces immense suffering despite his faithfulness to God. The narrative delves into questions of why the righteous suffer and how humanity should respond to pain and loss. Though not directly linked to the Davidic line or the specific history of Israel, the theological insights of Job reflect deeply on human relationships with the divine, making it a crucial part of biblical wisdom literature. The narrative framework and the dialogue in the Book of Job present timeless questions about suffering and divine will, but the ancient context in which it was written is also of great interest. The Book of Job has parallels in ancient Near Eastern literature, and its themes resonate with broader traditions from surrounding cultures. However, Job's story remains distinct in its treatment of the moral and theological relationship between humanity and God, a relationship defined by covenant and divine justice in the broader biblical narrative. Job's historical and literary context. While Job is primarily a theological and philosophical text, its historical and literary context remains important for understanding its themes. The setting of the book is described as taking place in the land of Uz, a location that is not definitively identified but is thought to be east of Israel, possibly in Edom or northern Arabia. The specific historical period of Job is uncertain, as the book contains few direct references to known events or rulers that could help date it. However, its inclusion of specific cultural and social practices suggests a time when the patriarchal social structure was prominent. There are also strong literary connections between Job and other wisdom literature of the ancient Near East. Parallels can be found in Babylonian, Sumerian, and Egyptian texts that explore themes of suffering, the justice of the gods, and the human struggle for meaning in the face of adversity. The Babylonian Theodicy and the Epic of Gilgamesh contain similar explorations of suffering and divine justice, though the Book of Job presents these themes through a distinctly monotheistic lens. In contrast to polytheistic explanations of suffering, Job's narrative centers on the singular God of Israel, emphasizing his ultimate sovereignty and justice. Job's suffering, testing faith and divine purpose. At the heart of the Book of Job is the question of why the righteous suffer. Job, a man described as blameless and upright, loses everything: his wealth, his children, and his health through a series of tragic events. These calamities are instigated by Satan, who argues before God that Job's faithfulness is merely the result of his prosperity and blessings. God allows Satan to test Job, but with the condition that Job's life be spared. This cosmic wager sets the stage for Job's profound suffering and his subsequent search for answers. Job's response to his suffering is characterized by a combination of steadfast faith and intense questioning. He initially refuses to curse God, even as his friends, Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, insist that his suffering must be a result of hidden sin. Throughout the dialogues, Job repeatedly asserts his innocence and calls into question the traditional belief that suffering is always a consequence of sin. This theological tension is central to the book, as Job's insistence on his righteousness challenges the simplistic view of divine justice held by his friends. The dialogues between Job and his friends reflect ancient Near Eastern traditions of wisdom and legal dispute. In the ancient world, suffering was often seen as divine punishment for wrongdoing, and Job's friends echo this belief. However, Job's refusal to accept this explanation represents a significant shift in understanding divine justice, as it opens the possibility that suffering may not always be directly tied to sin. This theological innovation is one of the book's most important contributions to biblical thought, as it deepens the understanding of God's justice and the complexity of human experience. The role of divine justice and theological reflection. The Book of Job ultimately confronts the question of divine justice. After lengthy dialogues in which Job demands an explanation for his suffering, God appears in a whirlwind to answer Job. However, instead of offering a direct explanation, God responds by reminding Job of the vastness of creation and the limitations of human understanding. Through a series of rhetorical questions, God points to the complexity of the natural world, the forces of chaos, and the order of the universe, all of which are beyond human control. God's speeches do not provide Job with the answer he seeks, but they challenge Job to recognize his limited perspective. The message is clear: human beings are not in a position to fully understand the ways of God, and divine justice operates on a scale that transcends human reasoning. This theme of God's inscrutable wisdom is consistent with other parts of biblical wisdom literature, particularly in Proverbs and Ecclesiastes, which also emphasize the limits of human knowledge and the need for humility before God. The Book of Job, while focusing on individual suffering, reflects broader theological concerns about the nature of God and the moral order of the universe. It presents a vision of divine justice that is not easily reduced to human expectations or legal frameworks. Instead, God's justice is portrayed as part of the mystery of creation, a mystery that calls for faith and trust, even in the face of inexplicable suffering. Job's ultimate response, in which he acknowledges God's greatness and repents for questioning him, underscores the book's call to humility and faith. The restoration of Job, a reflection on divine providence. In the final chapter of the book, Job's fortunes are restored. After acknowledging God's wisdom and submitting to his will, Job is blessed with twice as much wealth as before, along with new children and a long life. This restoration is often interpreted as a sign of God's favor and a reaffirmation of Job's righteousness. However, it also raises theological questions about the relationship between suffering, righteousness, and reward. While Job's restoration can be seen as a resolution to the narrative, the book as a whole challenges simplistic views of divine retribution and reward. The Book of Job does not offer easy answers to the problem of suffering, but it presents a complex theological vision that balances human faith with the mystery of God's will. Job's story, though framed as an individual case, reflects the broader biblical theme of divine providence. Even when God's ways are hidden or difficult to comprehend, the book affirms that God remains just and faithful to his creation. Archaeological parallels, wisdom traditions, and Job's setting. While the Book of Job does not have direct archaeological evidence tied to its characters or events, the cultural and literary context of the book aligns with what we know about ancient wisdom traditions. As mentioned earlier, the themes of suffering, divine justice, and the human search for meaning are found in other ancient Near Eastern texts. Inscriptions, artifacts, and texts from Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Canaan reveal a deep concern with the nature of the gods, the problem of evil, and the role of human beings in the cosmic order. The setting of Job in the land of Uz places the narrative in a region outside of Israel's typical geographic boundaries, possibly linking Job to the semi-nomadic cultures of Edom or northern Arabia. While no specific archaeological discoveries have been made that confirm the existence of Uz, the cultural practices described in the book, such as the offering of sacrifices for sins and the importance of wealth in livestock, are consistent with what is known about the broader region during the patriarchal period. Additionally, the format of Job's dialogues reflects the style of ancient legal disputes and wisdom literature, which were often used to explore ethical and theological issues. The structure of the book, with its formal speeches and debates, mirrors the tradition of disputations found in other ancient texts, such as the Babylonian Dialogue of Pessimism and Egyptian wisdom literature. These parallels suggest that the Book of Job, while unique in its theological depth, draws on a rich tradition of ancient wisdom writing. Job's enduring legacy of faith and suffering. The Book of Job stands as one of the most profound explorations of suffering, faith, and divine justice in the Bible. Its narrative of a righteous man tested by extreme adversity challenges traditional views of retributive justice and calls for a deeper understanding of God's ways. Job's story reminds readers that faith is not a guarantee of a life free from suffering, but rather a call to trust in God's wisdom, even when his ways are beyond human comprehension. Though not directly tied to the Davidic line or the history of Israel, Job's theological reflections resonate with the broader biblical themes of covenant, divine providence, and the relationship between God and humanity. The book's insights into the nature of suffering and the limits of human understanding have made it a foundational text in both Jewish and Christian thought, and its influence can be seen in later reflections on theodicy, faith, and the problem of evil. The historical and literary context of Job, along with its connections to ancient wisdom traditions, enriches our understanding of the book's themes and its place in the biblical canon. While Job's story may be set in a distant land, its message of faith in the face of suffering continues to speak to readers across cultures and eras. Psalms. The Book of Psalms, often referred to as the hymn book of ancient Israel, is a rich collection of prayers, hymns, and songs that express the full range of human emotions, from joy and thanksgiving to lament and despair. Psalms is unique in that it spans multiple generations, offering glimpses into both the personal spiritual lives of individuals and the communal worship practices of Israel. Many of the Psalms are attributed to King David, establishing a clear connection to the Davidic legacy. Through these songs, the book reflects the central themes of the covenant, divine kingship, the hope for a restored Davidic reign, and Israel's reliance on God's faithfulness in times of distress. The Psalms not only provide deep theological insights, but also serve as a key liturgical tool for worship, shaping Israel's religious identity. Their enduring legacy is evident in their continued use in both Jewish and Christian worship, reflecting their universal appeal and spiritual depth. While some psalms focus on individual devotion, others center on national concerns, particularly the fate of the Davidic dynasty, the Temple, and the city of Jerusalem. David as the central figure, a reflection of the Davidic covenant. The Psalms are inseparably linked to King David, with over 70 psalms traditionally attributed to him. David's role as both a warrior and a poet, as seen in the biblical narrative, is solidified through his association with these prayers and hymns. His experience as a king who relied on God in both times of triumph and distress is echoed throughout the Psalms, making David not only the composer, but also the subject of many of these songs. The Psalms attributed to David often reflect on the divine covenant that God made with him, promising that his descendants would sit on the throne of Israel forever. Psalms such as Psalm 89 and Psalm 132 explicitly refer to the Davidic covenant, calling on God to remember his promises and to maintain the security and prosperity of the Davidic dynasty. The language of these psalms highlights the centrality of David's line to Israel's national identity and the theological understanding of kingship in Israel. Psalm 89, for instance, combines elements of praise and lament, as the psalmist begins by praising God for his faithfulness to the covenant with David, but then laments the apparent abandonment of that promise during times of national crisis. This tension reflects the historical realities faced by Israel, particularly during periods of exile and foreign domination, when the continuity of the Davidic line seemed in jeopardy. Archaeological evidence, such as inscriptions referring to the House of David, supports the historical existence and importance of the Davidic dynasty. The Tel Dan stele, discovered in northern Israel, contains a reference to a king of the House of David, providing extra-biblical confirmation of David's dynasty and its recognition by neighboring nations. This inscription is crucial for understanding the role of David's line in shaping Israel's identity and the theological significance of the Davidic covenant as expressed in the Psalms. The role of the Psalms in worship, temple, and kingship. The Psalms were central to the worship life of Israel, particularly in the context of the temple. Many of the Psalms were composed for use in liturgical settings, and they reflect the deep connection between the temple, the presence of God, and the worship of the people. Psalms of ascent, such as Psalms 120 to 134, were sung by pilgrims as they made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple. These songs not only express joy and devotion, but also emphasize the importance of Jerusalem and the temple as the spiritual center of Israel. The royal psalms, such as Psalms 2 and 72, focus on the kingship of Israel, particularly the role of the Davidic monarch as God's anointed ruler. These psalms celebrate the king's divine appointment, his role in executing justice, and his reliance on God for victory and protection. Psalm 2, in particular, presents the king as God's chosen one, who is both a political leader and a spiritual representative of the people. The psalm emphasizes that the king's authority comes from God, reinforcing the idea that the Davidic dynasty was divinely ordained. The hope for a restored Davidic kingship, particularly during times of exile and foreign oppression, is a recurring theme in the Psalms. This hope is expressed not only in the royal psalms, but also in the communal laments, where the people cry out for deliverance and the restoration of God's favor. The Psalms provide a voice for the nation during periods of crisis, offering prayers for the return of the Davidic king and the re-establishment of God's rule through his chosen leader. Psalms of lament, the cry for justice and restoration. A significant portion of the Psalms consists of laments, in which individuals or the community cry out to God in times of distress. These psalms reflect the reality of suffering, injustice, and the sense of abandonment that often accompanies times of trial. Psalms of lament, such as Psalm 22 and Psalm 44, express deep anguish, but also maintain a firm belief in God's ability to deliver and restore. Psalm 22, famously quoted by Jesus on the cross, is one of the most poignant laments in the Bible. It begins with a cry of forsakenness, my God, why have you forsaken me?" but transitions into a statement of trust in God's ultimate deliverance. This structure is characteristic of many lament psalms, which begin with a raw expression of suffering, but often conclude with a declaration of faith in God's justice and mercy. The tension between despair and hope in these psalms reflects the complex human experience of faith in the midst of suffering. The communal laments often reflect the national concerns of Israel, particularly during times of invasion, exile, or oppression. Psalm 44, for example, expresses the collective cry of the people as they face military defeat, despite their faithfulness to God. These psalms serve as a reminder that the fate of the nation is intimately connected to its relationship with God, and they call on God to act on behalf of his people in accordance with the covenant. The theological depth of the Psalms of Lament is particularly relevant when considering the broader biblical narrative of exile and restoration. The laments acknowledge the reality of suffering, but do not abandon the belief in God's covenantal faithfulness. Even when the Davidic monarchy was disrupted or when the temple was destroyed, the Psalms reflected deep trust in God's ultimate plan for restoration and justice. Psalms of thanksgiving and praise, celebrating God's faithfulness. While laments are a prominent feature of the Psalms, the book also contains numerous songs of thanksgiving and praise that celebrate God's faithfulness and deliverance. Psalms such as Psalm 23 and Psalm 100 express joy and gratitude for God's provision, protection, and steadfast love. These psalms serve as reminders of God's ongoing care for his people and his willingness to act on their behalf. Psalm 23, perhaps the most well-known psalm, presents God as a shepherd who leads, protects, and provides for his people. The imagery of the shepherd reflects the close, personal relationship between God and his people, as well as the trust that the faithful can place in his guidance. This psalm has resonated with generations of believers, both Jewish and Christian, as a declaration of God's intimate care in times of peace and trial. The Psalms of Thanksgiving often follow deliverance from a specific crisis, whether personal or national. They offer praise to God for his intervention and reflect the communal joy that accompanies the fulfillment of God's promises. Psalm 126, for instance, celebrates the return of the exiles to Jerusalem, reflecting the hope and fulfillment of God's promises to restore his people. These psalms serve as a testament to the enduring belief in God's faithfulness, even after periods of hardship. The Psalms and the hope for a future king. One of the enduring themes in the Psalms is the hope for the future restoration of the Davidic monarchy. This hope is particularly evident in the royal psalms, which look forward to the day when God's anointed king will rule with justice and righteousness. The Davidic covenant, which promised that David's descendants would sit on the throne forever, is a central theological theme in these psalms, and it shapes Israel's expectations for the future. Psalm 72, for example, is a prayer for the king, asking that God grant him wisdom and justice to rule over the people. This psalm reflects the ideal of kingship in Israel, where the king is not only a political leader, but also a representative of God's justice and righteousness. The desire for a righteous king who would bring peace and prosperity to Israel is tied to the hope for the restoration of the Davidic line, particularly during times of foreign domination. This hope for a future king from the house of David would later shape messianic expectations in both Jewish and Christian thought. The Psalms, with their focus on the Davidic covenant and the role of the king, provide the theological foundation for the belief in a coming Messiah who would fulfill God's promises to David and restore the kingdom of Israel. The legacy of the Psalms in worship and theology. The Book of Psalms has had a profound impact on both Jewish and Christian worship, serving as a central text for prayer, praise, and reflection. Its themes of divine kingship, covenant faithfulness, and the hope for restoration have shaped the theological understanding of God's relationship with his people. The Psalms' ability to express the full range of human emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, hope, makes them a timeless resource for personal devotion and communal worship. Archaeological discoveries, such as musical instruments and inscriptions related to temple worship, provide evidence of the important role that music and song played in ancient Israel's religious life. The Psalms, as part of this tradition, reflect the deep connection between worship, music, and the expression of faith in the life of Israel. The enduring legacy of the Psalms is evident in their continued use across cultures and religious traditions. Whether in moments of personal reflection or in communal gatherings, the Psalms provide a voice for those seeking to connect with God, express their deepest emotions, and affirm their trust in his faithfulness. Proverbs. The Book of Proverbs is a collection of sayings and instructions that offer practical guidance on how to live a life of wisdom, integrity, and righteousness. It is part of the Bible's wisdom literature, which includes Job and Ecclesiastes, and reflects the theological conviction that true wisdom comes from the fear of the Lord. The book is traditionally attributed to King Solomon, who is described in the Bible as the wisest of all kings, though it also includes contributions from other sources. Proverbs presents wisdom as not merely intellectual knowledge, but as the practical application of moral principles in daily life. The Proverbs are often short, memorable sayings that emphasize the importance of virtues such as honesty, hard work, humility, and kindness. They are meant to provide guidance in making moral choices, building good relationships, and avoiding the pitfalls of foolish behavior. The book stresses that wisdom is available to all who seek it, but it requires both the fear of the Lord and a disciplined commitment to living a righteous life. The role of Solomon, wisdom, and the Davidic legacy. Solomon, the son of King David, is traditionally viewed as the primary author of the Book of Proverbs. His association with wisdom is deeply rooted in the biblical narrative, particularly in the accounts of his reign in 1 Kings. Solomon's request for wisdom from God, rather than wealth or power, is a defining moment in his life and in Israel's history. This request reflects the understanding that wisdom is a divine gift, one that enables rulers to govern justly and to lead the people in righteousness. The connection between Solomon and the Book of Proverbs also serves to highlight the Davidic legacy. As the heir to David's throne, Solomon's wisdom is seen as part of the fulfillment of God's promises to the house of David. The reign of Solomon, with its emphasis on justice, prosperity, and peace, is often viewed as a golden age in Israel's history, and the wisdom contained in Proverbs can be seen as an extension of Solomon's divine mandate to lead the nation in accordance with God's will. The influence of Solomon's wisdom extended beyond Israel's borders, as he was known for engaging in diplomatic relationships with other nations, including Egypt and the surrounding kingdoms. This wisdom, as recorded in Proverbs, serves as a guide not only for the rulers of Israel, but for all who seek to live a life of integrity and righteousness. Themes of wisdom, righteousness, and the fear of the Lord. The central theme of the Book of Proverbs is that wisdom begins with the fear of the Lord. This phrase, which appears multiple times throughout the book, underscores the theological foundation of Proverbs. True wisdom is grounded in a proper relationship with God. The fear of the Lord, in this context, is not merely an emotion, but a deep reverence for God's authority and commandments. It is the starting point for a life of wisdom and the key to avoiding the destructive paths of foolishness, pride, and sin. Proverbs emphasizes that wisdom is not an abstract concept, but a practical guide for living a righteous life. It offers advice on a wide range of topics, including relationships, wealth, work, speech, and self-discipline. The book presents a clear contrast between the wise and the foolish, with the wise person characterized by humility, diligence, and moral integrity, while the foolish person is depicted as lazy, prideful, and deceitful. One of the key virtues extolled in Proverbs is righteousness. The book teaches that the righteous person, who lives in accordance with God's commandments, will experience blessings, success, and peace, while the wicked will ultimately face destruction. This moral vision is consistent with the broader biblical understanding of justice, in which God rewards those who seek righteousness and punishes those who engage in wickedness. However, Proverbs also acknowledges the complexity of life, recognizing that the righteous may sometimes suffer while the wicked may temporarily prosper, though ultimate justice is in God's hands. Instruction and the role of parents. Another recurring theme in Proverbs is the importance of instruction, particularly in the context of family life. The book often begins with the phrase, "my son," indicating that the wisdom being imparted is intended for the younger generation. The role of parents, especially fathers, in teaching their children is central to the book's vision of a righteous society. Proverbs stresses that children should heed the instruction of their parents, who are responsible for guiding them in the ways of wisdom. This emphasis on parental instruction reflects the broader cultural and religious importance of family in Israelite society. In the ancient world, the family was the primary unit of education and moral formation, and parents were expected to pass down the traditions, laws, and values of their faith to their children. Proverbs affirms the idea that wisdom is not only learned through experience, but is also transmitted through careful instruction from one generation to the next. The repeated calls for children to honor and obey their parents are also tied to the concept of the fear of the Lord, as honoring one's parents is seen as part of living in obedience to God's commandments. Proverbs teaches that wise children will bring honor to their families, while foolish behavior brings shame and disgrace. Proverbs on wealth, work, and integrity. Proverbs offers numerous teachings on practical aspects of life, including wealth, work, and integrity. The book emphasizes that hard work and diligence are rewarded, while laziness leads to poverty and shame. Proverbs 10 verse 4 states, "Lazy hands make for poverty, but diligent hands bring wealth," reflecting the belief that success is the result of disciplined effort and moral integrity. At the same time, Proverbs warns against the pursuit of wealth for its own sake, emphasizing that integrity and righteousness are far more valuable than material riches. Proverbs 11 verse 4 declares, "Wealth is worthless in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death." This perspective reflects the broader biblical theme that wealth is fleeting and that true security and blessing come from living a life that pleases God. The book also teaches the importance of honesty in financial dealings, condemning dishonest practices such as cheating, lying, and exploitation. Proverbs 11 verse 1 states, "The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him." This focus on integrity in business and personal interactions reflects the belief that God is concerned not only with religious observance, but also with how people conduct themselves in everyday life. Wisdom and the path of life. Throughout Proverbs, wisdom is personified as a woman who calls out to humanity, inviting them to follow the path of life and avoid the ways of folly. In Proverbs 8, wisdom speaks directly, offering herself as a guide to all who seek understanding. "The Lord brought me forth as the first of his works, before his deeds of old." This portrayal of wisdom as an integral part of creation underscores the belief that wisdom is woven into the very fabric of the universe. Proverbs contrasts the path of wisdom, which leads to life, prosperity, and peace, with the path of folly, which leads to destruction and death. This dualism reflects the moral structure of the universe as understood in biblical thought, where choices have real consequences, and the pursuit of wisdom is the key to living in harmony with God's creation. The invitation to follow the path of wisdom is extended to all people, regardless of status or wealth. Proverbs 9 verse 10 reiterates the foundational principle, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding." This call to wisdom is universal, and the book insists that anyone can choose to live a life of wisdom if they are willing to listen to instruction, discipline themselves, and honor God. The influence of Proverbs in ancient Israel and beyond. The teachings of Proverbs had a profound impact on the social and religious life of ancient Israel. The book's emphasis on practical wisdom, moral integrity, and the fear of the Lord shaped the ethical and theological framework of Israelite society. The values promoted in Proverbs, honesty, hard work, humility, and respect for authority, were central to the moral education of young people and to the broader community's understanding of righteousness. Proverbs also influenced the wisdom traditions of other cultures, particularly in the ancient Near East. Similar collections of sayings have been found in Egyptian and Mesopotamian literature, suggesting that there was a shared interest in wisdom across these cultures. However, the distinctiveness of Proverbs lies in its theological foundation. Wisdom is not merely a human endeavor, but is rooted in the fear of the Lord and the pursuit of righteousness according to God's commandments. The enduring legacy of Proverbs. The book of Proverbs has had an enduring legacy, shaping the moral and ethical teachings of both Jewish and Christian communities. Its emphasis on wisdom as the foundation of a righteous life continues to resonate across cultures and generations. The practical advice offered in Proverbs remains relevant for contemporary readers who seek guidance on how to navigate the complexities of life with integrity and faith. In both religious and secular contexts, Proverbs continues to be a source of inspiration and instruction, reminding readers of the importance of humility, discipline, and reverence for God in the pursuit of wisdom. Its timeless teachings offer a roadmap for living a life that is both morally upright and deeply connected to the divine order of creation. Ecclesiastes. The Book of Ecclesiastes offers a strikingly different tone from other wisdom literature in the Bible. Traditionally attributed to King Solomon, though written from the perspective of an unnamed teacher, or preacher, Kohelet in Hebrew, Ecclesiastes reflects on the seeming meaninglessness of life and the transient nature of human achievements. It wrestles with profound existential questions. What is the purpose of life? Why does wealth, wisdom, or pleasure seem to offer no lasting fulfillment? What does it mean to live wisely in a world where death comes to all? Despite its often somber reflections, Ecclesiastes provides valuable insights into the nature of human existence and the limitations of human wisdom. The book does not dismiss the pursuit of knowledge or moral living, but rather emphasizes that such pursuits, while valuable, must be tempered by an acknowledgement of life's impermanence. Ecclesiastes challenges the reader to find meaning not in the fleeting accomplishments of life, but in a humble reverence for God. The teacher's perspective, vanity, and the futility of human endeavors. The opening lines of Ecclesiastes set the tone for the entire book. Meaningless. Meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 2. The Hebrew word translated as meaningless is hevel, which literally means vapor or breath. This word is used to describe the fleeting, insubstantial nature of life and human pursuits. Throughout the book, the teacher repeatedly observes that all human efforts, whether in work, pleasure, or even wisdom, are like chasing after the wind, offering no lasting satisfaction. The teacher's observations reflected deep skepticism about the value of human achievements. In Ecclesiastes 2 verse 11, he states, "Yet when I surveyed all that my hands had done and what I had toiled to achieve, everything was meaningless, a chasing after the wind. Nothing was gained under the sun." This sentiment runs through the book, as the teacher grapples with the reality that wealth, power, and knowledge do not prevent death or provide lasting fulfillment. Ecclesiastes' reflections on the futility of human endeavors are not meant to lead to despair, but to a deeper understanding of the limitations of human existence. The teacher encourages readers to recognize the brevity of life and the limitations of human wisdom, leading them to a more profound dependence on God. This humility before God is the foundation of true wisdom and the key to finding peace in a world where certainty and permanence are elusive. The nature of time and the cycles of life. A central theme in Ecclesiastes is the cyclical nature of life. The famous passage in Ecclesiastes 3 verses 1 to 8, "There is a time for everything," reflects this idea. The teacher observes that life unfolds in seasons, times of birth and death, planting and uprooting, weeping and laughing, war and peace. These cycles are beyond human control, and they underscore the idea that much of life's events are predetermined or outside human influence. The recognition of these inevitable cycles leads the teacher to conclude that human beings should not become overly preoccupied with trying to control their lives or find ultimate meaning in their accomplishments. Instead, Ecclesiastes encourages a posture of acceptance, acknowledging that life's unpredictability is part of the divine order. This acceptance, however, does not imply passivity. The teacher's advice is to enjoy the simple pleasures of life, work, food, drink, and companionship, while recognizing that these are gifts from God, not sources of ultimate fulfillment. The concept of time and the fleeting nature of life in Ecclesiastes echoes the broader biblical understanding of human mortality. Like the psalmists who declare that our days may come to 70 years, or 80, if our strength endures, Psalm 90 verse 10, the teacher reminds readers of the brevity of life and the importance of living in the present with a heart of wisdom. The book calls readers to appreciate life as it is, rather than seeking to impose human expectations on the divine order. The limits of human wisdom and the fear of God. Although Ecclesiastes expresses skepticism about the value of human wisdom, the book does not reject wisdom altogether. Instead, it calls for a balanced view of wisdom, recognizing its limitations. The teacher acknowledges that wisdom is better than folly. Wisdom, like an inheritance, is a good thing and benefits those who see the sun, Ecclesiastes 7 verse 11, but he also points out that even the wise cannot escape death. The inevitability of death places all human achievements, including the pursuit of wisdom, into perspective. The teacher's reflections on wisdom are consistent with the broader biblical tradition, which holds that wisdom begins with the fear of the Lord. Ecclesiastes ultimately points to the same conclusion: fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the duty of all mankind. Ecclesiastes 12 verse 13. The fear of God, in this context, is not about terror but reverence and recognition of human limitations in contrast to God's infinite wisdom and sovereignty. This conclusion aligns with other wisdom literature in the Bible, such as Proverbs, which emphasizes that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, Proverbs 9 verse 10. Ecclesiastes' unique contribution is its focus on the futility of placing too much stock in human achievements, urging readers instead to live with humility and trust in God's greater plan. Theological implications of Ecclesiastes: joy in the present. While Ecclesiastes frequently emphasizes life's limitations, the teacher also encourages readers to find joy in the simple pleasures of life. In Ecclesiastes 9 verses 7 to 9, he advises, "Go, eat your food with gladness, and drink your wine with a joyful heart, for God has already approved what you do." This call to enjoy life's basic pleasures reflects the belief that, while life is fleeting, it is still a gift from God. The teacher suggests that the best response to life's unpredictability is not to despair, but to embrace the present moment with gratitude. The book's emphasis on finding contentment in the present echoes the wisdom found in other parts of the Bible, particularly in Jesus' teachings. In Matthew 6 verse 34, Jesus says, "Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own." Like the teacher in Ecclesiastes, Jesus calls for a focus on the present and trust in God's provision rather than anxiety about the future. This emphasis on joy in the present, combined with a reverent fear of God, forms the theological heart of Ecclesiastes. The teacher does not dismiss the difficulties or uncertainties of life, but he offers a way to navigate them by focusing on what can be enjoyed now, while trusting in God's ultimate control over the future. Ecclesiastes and the broader biblical canon. Ecclesiastes occupies a unique place in the biblical canon because of its reflective and sometimes skeptical tone. Its emphasis on the fleeting nature of life and the limitations of human wisdom contrasts with other books that celebrate the more optimistic aspects of divine justice and human achievement. However, Ecclesiastes' message complements the broader biblical narrative by encouraging a sober, humble approach to life, one that acknowledges human limitations and places ultimate trust in God. The book's exploration of mortality and meaning is deeply connected to the human condition and resonates with readers across different cultures and time periods. While Ecclesiastes may seem pessimistic at times, its final message is one of trust and faith. It affirms that the pursuit of meaning is not found in human achievements, but in a life lived in reverence and obedience to God. Legacy of Ecclesiastes: wisdom for a fleeting world. The book of Ecclesiastes offers a profound reflection on the human condition and the search for meaning in a world where so much seems uncertain and fleeting. Its themes of vanity, mortality, and the limits of human wisdom challenge readers to adopt a more humble perspective on life, recognizing that ultimate control and understanding belong to God alone. While the teacher's reflections may appear skeptical, they are not devoid of hope. Instead, they point to a deeper wisdom rooted in the fear of God and the acceptance of life's temporal nature. Ecclesiastes has had a lasting impact on religious thought, particularly in how it encourages readers to approach life with both humility and joy. Its invitation to find contentment in the present moment, even in the face of uncertainty, speaks to the enduring human need for peace, meaning, and faith in the divine order. Song of Solomon. The Song of Solomon, also known as the Song of Songs, is a poetic and lyrical book in the Bible that celebrates romantic love, beauty, and desire. It stands apart from much of the rest of the Bible due to its focus on human relationships, rather than theological or moral instruction. Traditionally attributed to King Solomon, the book is a collection of love poems that depict the intimate relationship between a bride and her bridegroom. Despite its non-narrative style, The book provides valuable insight into the culture, customs, and perspectives on love in ancient Israel. The Song of Solomon may not directly address historical events or scientific themes, but its inclusion in the biblical canon highlights the importance of human relationships, beauty, and love within the framework of creation. It is also valuable for its portrayal of the idealized relationship between a man and a woman, which has been interpreted by both Jewish and Christian scholars as an allegory for the relationship between God and his people. The cultural and literary context of the Song of Solomon. The Song of Solomon is rooted in the broader tradition of ancient Near Eastern love poetry, which was common in cultures such as Egypt and Mesopotamia. The literary parallels between the Song of Solomon and Egyptian love poetry are particularly striking. For instance, poems from the Papyrus Harris 500, an Egyptian collection of love poems, exhibit similar themes of admiration for beauty, longing for a lover, and expressions of desire. These cultural connections highlight the broader context in which biblical poetry developed, offering evidence that the Israelites were part of a rich literary and cultural tradition. Archaeological discoveries of ancient Israelite homes and cities also provide insight into the domestic and social contexts in which the Song of Solomon was written. Excavations in Israel, particularly in cities such as Jerusalem, Megiddo, and Lachish, reveal the structures of family life and community that would have influenced the views on marriage and relationships presented in the book. The presence of personal items such as jewelry, perfume bottles, and cosmetic tools discovered in these excavations suggests that the themes of beauty and adornment, which are central to the Song of Solomon, were an important aspect of life in ancient Israel. The language of the Song of Solomon also reflects the agricultural and rural setting of much of ancient Israel. The frequent references to nature, such as vineyards, gardens, flocks, and mountains, are consistent with the agrarian lifestyle of the Israelites during the time of Solomon. These pastoral images reinforce the connection between the physical world and the human experience of love, offering a reflection of the way nature was integrated into daily life and human relationships. Solomon's connection to the song, historical and archaeological evidence. While the Song of Solomon is traditionally attributed to King Solomon, the historical connection to Solomon remains a subject of debate among scholars. The frequent references to Solomon in the text, e.g., Song of Solomon 3 verse 7, where Solomon's carriage is described, could indicate that the book was written during his reign. Or it could be a later literary attribution designed to associate the poetry with Solomon's legendary wisdom and wealth. The archaeological evidence for Solomon's reign, particularly in terms of his building projects, helps to contextualize the Song of Solomon within the broader history of ancient Israel. Excavations at Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer have uncovered monumental gates and fortifications that are attributed to Solomon's reign, providing material evidence of his kingdom's prosperity and influence. The wealth and grandeur of Solomon's reign, as described in the Bible, would have created a cultural environment in which poetry celebrating beauty, love, and luxury could flourish. Solomon's reputation for wisdom and his role as a patron of the arts may also support the view that the Song of Solomon was connected to his court. In 1 Kings 4 verse 32, it is said that Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs numbered 1,005. While we cannot definitively link the Song of Solomon to Solomon himself, this biblical reference suggests that Solomon's court was known for its literary achievements, and it is plausible that love poetry like the Song of Solomon could have been part of this tradition. The role of marriage and relationships in ancient Israel. The Song of Solomon provides valuable insights into the ideals of love and marriage in ancient Israel. While the book focuses on the romantic and sensual aspects of love, it also reflects the broader cultural and religious understanding of marriage as a covenantal relationship. The poetic celebration of love and intimacy in the song reflects the high regard for marital relationships in Israelite society, where marriage was seen as both a social and religious institution. Archaeological findings related to household structures in Israel, such as family compounds and multi-generational homes, reveal the importance of marriage and family life in ancient Israel. These findings, along with inscriptions and artifacts related to marriage, provide evidence that marriage was central to the social and religious fabric of Israelite life. The emphasis on fidelity, commitment, and mutual admiration in the Song of Solomon aligns with the broader biblical understanding of marriage as a reflection of God's covenant with his people. The references to wedding imagery in the Song of Solomon, such as the mention of a wedding carriage, Song of Solomon 3 verses 9 to 10, and the description of a royal wedding procession, are consistent with what is known about ancient Israelite wedding customs. Weddings in ancient Israel were significant social events that often included processions, feasts, and the public acknowledgement of the couple's union. These cultural elements are reflected in the Song of Solomon, providing a historical context for the imagery used in the poems. The allegorical interpretation of the Song of Solomon. While the Song of Solomon is primarily a celebration of human love, it has also been interpreted allegorically by both Jewish and Christian traditions. In Jewish thought, the love between the bride and the bridegroom is often understood as a metaphor for the covenantal relationship between God and Israel. This interpretation is supported by the biblical portrayal of God as a faithful husband to his people, as seen in passages such as Isaiah 54 verses 5 to 6, where God declares, "For your Maker is your husband, the Lord Almighty is his name." In the Christian tradition, the Song of Solomon has been interpreted as an allegory of the love between Christ and the Church. This interpretation is based on New Testament imagery of the Church as the bride of Christ, Ephesians 5 verses 25 to 27, with Christ as the bridegroom who loves and sacrifices for his people. This allegorical reading has been influential in Christian theology and spiritual writings, particularly in the mystical traditions of both the Eastern and Western churches. While the allegorical interpretations add layers of theological meaning to the Song of Solomon, they are not necessarily in conflict with the book's original purpose as a celebration of human love. Instead, they highlight the belief that human relationships, particularly the intimate bond of marriage, reflect deeper spiritual truths about God's love for his people. Cultural and historical significance. The Song of Solomon, while distinct in its focus on love and relationships, provides valuable insights into the cultural, social, and religious life of ancient Israel. The book's themes of beauty, desire, and marital fidelity reflect the values of Israelite society, while its literary style places it within the broader tradition of Near Eastern poetry. Archaeological discoveries, such as those related to Solomon's reign and household structures in Israel, help to contextualize the book within the historical realities of the time. Moreover, the enduring legacy of the Song of Solomon in both Jewish and Christian traditions speaks to its theological significance. Whether read as a literal celebration of love or as an allegory of the divine-human relationship, the Song of Solomon continues to inspire readers with its poetic expression of the power of love and the beauty of intimacy. Isaiah. The book of Isaiah is one of the richest and most theologically significant texts in the Old Testament, containing a wide range of prophecies that span both immediate historical events and long-term eschatological visions. Written during the 8th century BC, Isaiah's ministry began during the reign of King Uzziah and continued through the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. His message was both one of warning, foretelling the destruction of Judah and the surrounding nations for their sins, and of profound hope, offering prophecies about the coming of the Messiah and the ultimate redemption of Israel. Isaiah's prophecies are unparalleled in their scope and complexity, encompassing themes of social justice, divine judgment, and redemption. His vivid imagery and poetic style have made his book a cornerstone for both Jewish and Christian theology, particularly in the areas of messianic prophecy. The servant songs of Isaiah, Isaiah 42, 49, 50, and 53, contain some of the clearest depictions of the Messiah's suffering and redemptive role, while chapters such as Isaiah 9 and Isaiah 11 foretell the coming of a Davidic king who will bring justice and peace to the world. The fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecies can be seen in several key historical events, including the Babylonian exile, the return from exile, and the rebuilding of Jerusalem. Additionally, Isaiah's visions of a future messianic kingdom have had a profound impact on Christian theology, particularly with regard to the life and mission of Jesus Christ. Isaiah's book provides a wealth of material demonstrating the accuracy of prophecy, the unfolding of divine judgment and restoration, and the ultimate triumph of God's plans for Israel and the nations. The historical and political context of Isaiah's ministry. Isaiah's prophetic ministry began around 740 BCE, during a period of significant political turmoil for Judah. The Assyrian Empire, under rulers such as Tiglath-Pileser III, was expanding its influence across the Near East, threatening the independence of smaller kingdoms like Israel and Judah. Isaiah's early prophecies reflect the growing danger posed by Assyria, calling the people of Judah to trust in God rather than seeking alliances with foreign powers. The northern kingdom of Israel fell to the Assyrians in 722 BCE, an event that Isaiah had long foreseen. The Assyrian siege of Samaria, which resulted in the destruction of the northern kingdom, is one of the pivotal historical events that underscores the accuracy of Isaiah's warnings. Archaeological evidence, including the Annals of Sargon II, provides confirmation of the Assyrian conquest of Samaria and the subsequent deportation of the people of Israel, just as Isaiah had predicted. While the southern kingdom of Judah managed to survive the Assyrian threat under the leadership of King Hezekiah, it too would eventually face destruction, though not until the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE. Isaiah's prophecies concerning the fall of Babylon, which had not yet become a major power during his lifetime, stand as some of the most remarkable examples of predictive prophecy in the Bible. His warnings to Judah to rely on God rather than foreign alliances would later be vindicated by the historical events surrounding the rise of Babylon and the eventual exile of Judah. The prophecies of Emmanuel, foretelling the Messianic king. One of the central themes in Isaiah's prophecies is the promise of a Davidic king who will reign in righteousness and bring peace to Israel and the nations. In Isaiah 7 verse 14, the prophet famously declares that the virgin will conceive and give birth to a son and will call him Emmanuel. While this prophecy was originally delivered as a sign to King Ahaz during a time of political crisis, it has been understood by Christians as a messianic prophecy, fulfilled in the birth of Jesus Christ. This prophecy of Emmanuel is further expanded in Isaiah 9 verses 6 to 7, where the birth of a child is foretold who will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. This passage points to a future Davidic ruler who will establish a kingdom of justice and peace, reigning on David's throne. For Christians, this prophecy is seen as a clear prediction of the birth of Jesus, whose role as the Messiah is understood to fulfill these promises of divine kingship. The archaeological evidence supporting the existence of the House of David has been strengthened by discoveries such as the Tel Dan stele, an ancient Aramaic inscription that refers to the House of David. This inscription, dating from the 9th century BCE, provides extra-biblical confirmation of the existence of the Davidic dynasty, adding further credibility to Isaiah's prophecies concerning a future Davidic king. Isaiah's vision of a righteous ruler from the line of David is expanded in Isaiah 11 verses 1 to 10, where the prophet describes a shoot coming from the stump of Jesse, David's father, who will reign with wisdom and bring peace to all nations. This passage is often interpreted as a reference to the Messiah, who would restore the Davidic monarchy and bring about a new era of peace. The description of this future king aligns with the broader biblical theme of the Davidic covenant, in which God promises that David's descendants will rule forever. The suffering servant, a vision of redemption. One of the most significant aspects of Isaiah's prophecies is his depiction of the suffering servant, a figure who would take on the sins of the people and bring about their redemption. The servant songs, found in Isaiah 42, 49, 50, and most famously in Isaiah 53, describe the servant as one who is despised and rejected by mankind, and who was pierced for our transgressions. Isaiah 53 verses 3 and 5. This passage is one of the clearest prophecies of the suffering and death of the Messiah, and it has been interpreted by Christians as a prediction of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. In Isaiah 53, the servant is portrayed as bearing the sins of the people and being crushed for their iniquities, yet through his suffering, he brings healing and salvation. This prophecy is foundational to Christian theology, particularly with regard to the doctrine of substitutionary atonement, in which Jesus is understood to have suffered and died on behalf of humanity, taking upon himself the punishment for sin. The concept of a suffering servant is unique in ancient Near Eastern literature, and it reflects a profound theological insight into the nature of divine justice and mercy. While Isaiah's immediate audience may have understood the servant to represent the nation of Israel, suffering in exile, the deeper meaning of the passage has resonated throughout history as a vision of redemptive suffering. The New Testament writers, particularly in Matthew 8 verse 17 and 1 Peter 2 verse 24, explicitly connect Jesus' life and death to the prophecy of the suffering servant, interpreting his crucifixion as the fulfillment of Isaiah's vision. From a historical perspective, Isaiah's prophecy of the suffering servant has also been interpreted as foreshadowing the suffering of Israel during the Babylonian exile. The experience of exile and the subsequent restoration of the people of Judah provide a partial fulfillment of the servant songs, as the people themselves suffered for their sins and were ultimately redeemed through God's intervention. The prophecies concerning Babylon, fulfillment in history. Isaiah's prophecies concerning the destruction of Babylon are among the most striking examples of predictive prophecy in the Bible. At the time of Isaiah's ministry, Babylon was not yet the dominant power that it would become in later centuries, but the prophet foretold its eventual rise and fall with remarkable accuracy. In Isaiah 13, the prophet describes the impending judgment on Babylon, predicting that it would be overthrown and left desolate. This prophecy was fulfilled in 539 BC, when Cyrus the Great of Persia captured Babylon without a fight, marking the end of the Neo-Babylonian Empire. The Cyrus Cylinder, an ancient Persian document, records Cyrus's conquest of Babylon and his decree allowing exiled peoples, including the Jews, to return to their homelands and rebuild their temples. This decree is reflected in Isaiah 45, where Cyrus is described as God's anointed, who would deliver Israel from exile. The historical accuracy of this prophecy is supported by both biblical and extra-biblical sources, confirming the veracity of Isaiah's predictions. Isaiah's prophecy of Babylon's fall and the eventual return of the Jewish exiles is also significant for its theological implications. The Babylonian exile, which occurred after Isaiah's lifetime, was a central event in the history of Israel, and it served as a fulfillment of Isaiah's warnings of judgment. The return of the exiles and the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem marked the beginning of the restoration that Isaiah had foretold, further demonstrating the fulfillment of his prophecies. The future kingdom, Isaiah's vision of the New Jerusalem. Isaiah's prophetic vision extends beyond the immediate historical events of his time to a future age in which God's kingdom will be fully realized. In Isaiah 65 and Isaiah 66, the prophet describes a new heaven and a new earth, where Jerusalem will be restored, and peace and justice will reign. This vision of the New Jerusalem has been interpreted in both Jewish and Christian eschatology as pointing to the ultimate fulfillment of God's promises to Israel and the nations. The New Jerusalem, as described by Isaiah, is a place where God will dwell with his people, and there will be no more suffering or death. This vision is echoed in the book of Revelation, where the Apostle John draws heavily on Isaiah's imagery to describe the coming of God's eternal kingdom. The parallels between Isaiah's prophecies and the New Testament's eschatological visions provide further evidence of the continuity between the Old and New Testaments, with Isaiah's prophecies serving as a foundation for Christian expectations of the Messianic age. The historical fulfillment of Isaiah's vision of restoration can be seen in the return of the Jewish exiles to Jerusalem and the rebuilding of the temple, events that were partially fulfilled in the Persian period. However, the full realization of Isaiah's vision is seen as an eschatological event, one that will be completed in the future when God establishes his eternal kingdom. Archaeological evidence supporting Isaiah's prophecies. The historical events described in the book of Isaiah are supported by a wealth of archaeological evidence, particularly from the periods of the Assyrian and Babylonian empires. The Siloam inscription, discovered in Jerusalem, records the construction of Hezekiah's tunnel, an engineering project mentioned in Isaiah 22 verses 9 to 11 that was designed to bring water into the city during the Assyrian siege. This inscription provides direct confirmation of the biblical account and underscores the historical accuracy of Isaiah's descriptions of the preparations made to defend Jerusalem. The Lachish letters, a series of inscribed pottery fragments discovered at the site of Lachish, offer further evidence of the political and military situation during Isaiah's time. Lachish, a key city in Judah, was destroyed by the Assyrians in 701 BCE, an event described in Isaiah 36-37 and confirmed by both the Annals of Sennacherib and the archaeological excavations at Lachish, which uncovered the remains of the city's fortifications and evidence of the Assyrian siege. In addition to these discoveries, the Cyrus cylinder provides important extra-biblical confirmation of Isaiah's prophecies concerning the fall of Babylon and the return of the Jewish exiles. This ancient document, which records Cyrus's policies of religious tolerance and the restoration of exiled peoples, aligns with Isaiah's description of Cyrus as God's chosen instrument for delivering Israel. Isaiah's legacy, the ongoing fulfillment of prophecy. The book of Isaiah continues to have a profound impact on both Jewish and Christian theology, particularly in its depiction of the Messiah, the suffering servant, and the future kingdom of God. Isaiah's prophecies of judgment, exile, and restoration have been fulfilled in part through the historical events of the Babylonian exile and the subsequent return of the Jewish people to Jerusalem. However, many of Isaiah's prophecies, particularly those concerning the Messianic kingdom and the new heaven and earth, are seen as awaiting ultimate fulfillment. For Christians, Isaiah's vision of the suffering servant is central to the understanding of Jesus Christ's mission, particularly in relation to his crucifixion and resurrection. The New Testament writers frequently quote Isaiah's prophecies to demonstrate that Jesus is the fulfillment of the messianic expectations described in the Old Testament. In particular, the servant songs in Isaiah 53 are seen as a direct prediction of Jesus' atoning death, making Isaiah one of the most important prophetic books in the Christian canon. For Jews, Isaiah's prophecies remain a source of hope for the future restoration of Israel and the coming of the Messianic age. The vision of a righteous king from the line of David who will bring peace and justice to the world continues to shape Jewish eschatological expectations, particularly in the context of modern-day Israel and the ongoing hope for the full realization of God's promises. Isaiah's legacy is one of both warning and hope, offering a sobering reminder of the consequences of sin, but also a powerful vision of redemption and restoration. His prophecies continue to resonate with those who seek to understand the divine plan for history, the role of the Messiah, and the ultimate fulfillment of God's promises to Israel and the nations. Jeremiah. The book of Jeremiah is one of the most pivotal works of prophecy in the Old Testament, offering a profound exploration of sin, judgment, exile, and the hope of eventual restoration. Known as the Weeping Prophet for his deep sorrow over the fate of his people and the destruction of Jerusalem, Jeremiah's ministry spanned more than 40 years during one of the most turbulent periods in Judah's history. His prophecies are characterized by their vivid descriptions of the consequences of disobedience to God's covenant and the inevitability of exile, but they also hold out a vision of future redemption and restoration, most notably through the New Covenant. Jeremiah's prophecies played out against the backdrop of the Babylonian Empire, with Judah caught between the ambitions of Babylon and Egypt. His warnings of Jerusalem's destruction, the exile of the people, and the eventual return to their land were fulfilled with remarkable accuracy, providing a compelling case for the historical and prophetic accuracy of the Bible. His messages were directed not only at Judah, but also at the surrounding nations, demonstrating God's sovereign control over all peoples and his desire for justice. Jeremiah provides a powerful example of the accuracy of biblical prophecy, with its fulfillment documented both within the Bible and through extra-biblical historical records. Additionally, Jeremiah's prophecies about the New Covenant have had a profound impact on both Jewish and Christian theology, shaping expectations about the relationship between God and his people. The historical context of Jeremiah's ministry. Jeremiah's ministry began in 627 BC, during the reign of King Josiah of Judah. Josiah was one of the most righteous kings in Judah's history, known for his religious reforms and efforts to restore proper worship in the temple. However, despite Josiah's efforts, the people of Judah continued to practice idolatry and ignore the covenant, leading to a national crisis that would eventually result in their exile to Babylon. Jeremiah's prophecies warned the people of Judah that their continued rebellion against God would result in the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. His message was deeply unpopular, especially among the political and religious elite, who believed that the presence of the temple would protect them from foreign invasion. In Jeremiah 7, often called the Temple Sermon, the prophet declared that the people's reliance on the temple was misplaced, and that unless they repented, the city would be destroyed. The historical accuracy of Jeremiah's warnings is confirmed by the events that followed. In 605 BC, the Babylonians defeated the Egyptians at the Battle of Carchemish, establishing Babylon as the dominant power in the region. Shortly after, in 597 BC, Nebuchadnezzar II of Babylon laid siege to Jerusalem, resulting in the first deportation of the Jewish elite, including Daniel and other nobles. Jeremiah's prophecies of destruction continued, warning that if the people did not repent, the city would be completely destroyed. Jeremiah's prophecies were fulfilled in 586 BC, when Nebuchadnezzar returned to Jerusalem, destroyed the city and the temple, and carried the people into exile. The Babylonian Chronicles, a series of ancient cuneiform records, provide a detailed account of Nebuchadnezzar's campaigns, including the siege and destruction of Jerusalem. These records confirm the biblical account, offering strong evidence for the historical accuracy of Jeremiah's prophecies. The fall of Jerusalem and the fulfillment of prophecy. One of the central themes of Jeremiah's prophecies is the inevitability of Jerusalem's fall due to the people's refusal to repent. In Jeremiah 39, the prophet describes the final siege of the city, during which King Zedekiah attempted to flee but was captured by the Babylonians. Zedekiah's fate, being forced to watch the execution of his sons before being blinded and taken in chains to Babylon, was foretold by Jeremiah and fulfilled in precise detail. The destruction of the temple, the burning of the city, and the deportation of the people were all direct fulfillments of Jeremiah's warnings. The Babylonian exile, which lasted 70 years, was a turning point in Israel's history and a direct result of their disobedience to the covenant. Jeremiah had predicted the length of the exile in Jeremiah 25 verse 11, where he declared that the land would lie desolate for 70 years. This prophecy was fulfilled when Cyrus the Great, the Persian ruler, conquered Babylon in 539 BC and issued a decree allowing the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple, an event recorded in the Cyrus Cylinder and the biblical books of Ezra and Nehemiah. The New Covenant, Jeremiah's vision of future restoration. One of Jeremiah's most profound contributions to biblical theology is his prophecy of a new covenant, which is found in Jeremiah 31 verses 31 to 34. In this passage, Jeremiah foretells a time when God will establish a new relationship with his people, one that will not be based on the external laws written on stone tablets, but on a transformed heart. This new covenant would be internalized, with God's law written on the hearts of the people, and it would be characterized by a deep, personal knowledge of God. For Christians, the New Covenant prophecy is seen as being fulfilled through the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. In the New Testament, particularly in the Epistle to the Hebrews, Jeremiah's prophecy is quoted at length to explain the significance of Christ's sacrifice and the establishment of a new relationship between God and humanity. The Last Supper, during which Jesus speaks of the new covenant in my blood, Luke 22 verse 20, is seen as the culmination of Jeremiah's vision, as Christ's death inaugurates the new relationship between God and his people. In Jewish thought, the new covenant is often viewed as a future eschatological event, associated with the coming of the Messiah and the ultimate restoration of Israel. This vision of a renewed and intimate relationship with God remains central to Jewish hopes for the future and continues to inspire theological reflection on the nature of covenant and redemption. The historical context of the Babylonian exile, coupled with the theological promise of the New Covenant, adds depth to Jeremiah's prophecies. The return of the exiles under the decree of Cyrus the Great partially fulfilled Jeremiah's vision of restoration. But the ultimate fulfillment of the New Covenant is seen as an eschatological event that will coincide with the coming of the Messiah and the full restoration of Israel. The role of lament in Jeremiah's prophecies. Jeremiah is often referred to as the weeping prophet because of the deep sorrow he expressed over the destruction of Jerusalem and the suffering of his people. His writings include not only prophecies of judgment, but also personal laments, in which he pours out his grief and frustration to God. These laments, found throughout the book of Jeremiah and particularly in Lamentations, traditionally attributed to Jeremiah, reflect the emotional and spiritual toll of witnessing the destruction of his nation. The Book of Lamentations offers a poignant reflection on the fall of Jerusalem, written in the form of acrostic poems that capture the sorrow and devastation experienced by the people of Judah. The vivid descriptions of starvation, deaths, and destruction found in Lamentations 1 and Lamentations 2 provide a powerful portrayal of the suffering endured during the Babylonian siege, events that are confirmed by archaeological evidence from Jerusalem. Yet, even in the midst of this grief, there is a strong theme of hope in Lamentations 3, where the prophet declares, "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." Lamentations 3 verses 22 to 23. This profound expression of faith in the midst of suffering is a hallmark of Jeremiah's prophetic message, emphasizing that even in the darkest of times, God's mercy endures and restoration is possible. Archaeological evidence supporting Jeremiah's prophecies. The historical events described in Jeremiah are supported by a wealth of archaeological evidence, particularly from Jerusalem and other key sites in Judah. Excavations in the city of David, the ancient core of Jerusalem, have uncovered layers of destruction corresponding to the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE. The remains of burnt houses, destroyed walls, and other evidence of the Babylonian siege align with Jeremiah's detailed descriptions of the fall of the city. One of the most significant discoveries is the Bully House, where dozens of clay seal impressions, bully, were found. These bully, many bearing the names of officials mentioned in the book of Jeremiah, provide direct material evidence of the figures and events surrounding the fall of Jerusalem. For example, the seal of Gemariah son of Shaphan, a scribe in King Jehoiakim's court, was found in this excavation, confirming the historical accuracy of the individuals mentioned in Jeremiah 36. In addition to these findings, the Cyrus cylinder, discovered in Babylon, provides extra-biblical confirmation of Cyrus's decree allowing the Jewish exiles to return to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. This document aligns with Jeremiah's prophecies concerning the return from exile and the restoration of Jerusalem, adding further weight to the historical accuracy of the biblical account. Jeremiah's lasting legacy, judgment, restoration, and the New Covenant. The book of Jeremiah remains one of the most influential texts in the Bible, not only for its prophetic accuracy, but also for its theological depth and its emphasis on the themes of judgment, restoration, and covenant renewal. Jeremiah's prophecies of the Babylonian exile, the destruction of Jerusalem, and the eventual return of the exiles were fulfilled with remarkable precision, offering a powerful testimony to the reliability of biblical prophecy. Jeremiah's vision of the New Covenant continues to resonate in both Jewish and Christian theology, shaping discussions about the nature of the relationship between God and His people. For Christians, the New Covenant is seen as fulfilled in Jesus Christ, whose death and resurrection established a new relationship between humanity and God, one that is not based on external law, but on an internal transformation of the heart. For Jews, Jeremiah's prophecies remain central to the hope for the future restoration of Israel and the coming of the Messiah. The themes of perseverance in exile, repentance, and ultimate redemption have made Jeremiah's writings an enduring source of inspiration for Jewish communities throughout history. Jeremiah's legacy is one of both warning and hope, offering a sobering reminder of the consequences of sin, but also a profound vision of redemption and renewal. His prophecies continue to speak to the reality of divine judgment, the necessity of repentance, and the enduring mercy of God, providing a powerful foundation for understanding the unfolding of God's plans for Israel and the nations. Ezekiel, prophetic visions of judgment, restoration, and divine sovereignty. The book of Ezekiel is one of the most symbolically rich and theologically profound texts in the Old Testament. Written during the Babylonian exile, Ezekiel's prophetic ministry spans from around 593 BCE to 571 BCE. The book is notable for its vivid imagery, dramatic visions, and prophetic actions, which communicate God's judgment on Israel for its sins, as well as a message of hope and restoration for the future. Ezekiel's prophecies also emphasize the holiness of God, the consequences of idolatry, and the eventual restoration of Israel. Ezekiel presents a critical exploration of the accuracy of prophecy, demonstrated by the historical events that align with Ezekiel's visions, supported by archaeological evidence, and, where relevant, scientific findings. Ezekiel's work also contains powerful eschatological themes, such as the Valley of Dry Bones, the New Temple vision, and the glory of God returning to Israel. The historical context of Ezekiel's ministry. Ezekiel's prophetic career began during a period of tremendous upheaval for the Kingdom of Judah. In 597 BC, the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar II laid siege to Jerusalem and exiled many of Judah's elite, including Ezekiel himself, to Babylon. Ezekiel's ministry began while he was in exile, and much of his prophecy reflects the realities of this Babylonian captivity. The Babylonian chronicles provide extra-biblical confirmation of the events described in Ezekiel, including the siege of Jerusalem and the subsequent exile. This corroborates the historical context in which Ezekiel was prophesying, establishing a firm foundation for the book's authenticity. Archaeological evidence from Babylon and surrounding areas confirms the existence of Jewish exiles during this period, supporting Ezekiel's description of life in exile. The siege of Jerusalem and the fulfillment of prophecy. A significant portion of Ezekiel's early prophecies concerns the coming destruction of Jerusalem, which had not yet occurred at the time of his warnings. Ezekiel repeatedly warned the people that their reliance on the presence of the temple and their political alliances would not save them from judgment. In Ezekiel 4-7, the prophet enacts symbolic gestures that represent the siege and fall of Jerusalem. For example, Ezekiel is instructed to lie on his side for 390 days to symbolize the years of Israel's rebellion and to ration his food, symbolizing the famine that would accompany the siege. Ezekiel's prophecies about Jerusalem's destruction were fulfilled in 586 BC when Nebuchadnezzar's forces destroyed the city and the first temple. This event is well documented both biblically and extra-biblically, with archaeological evidence from Jerusalem supporting the biblical narrative. Excavations in the city of David have uncovered layers of ash and destruction that date to the Babylonian conquest, as well as remains of fortifications that were breached during the siege. The detailed nature of Ezekiel's prophecies, combined with the archaeological evidence, provides compelling proof of the accuracy of his predictions. The siege and fall of Jerusalem, as described in both Ezekiel and the Book of 2 Kings, align with historical evidence from the Babylonian period. The glory of God and the departure from the temple. One of Ezekiel's most theologically significant visions is found in Ezekiel 10, where he describes the glory of God departing from the temple. In this vision, Ezekiel sees the cherubim and the wheels within wheels, symbolizing the divine presence, ascending from the temple and leaving the city. This departure is a profound symbol of God's judgment on the people for their idolatry and corruption, as the temple, the dwelling place of God's presence, was defiled by the sins of the nation. Theologically, this vision emphasizes the holiness of God and the consequences of defiling sacred space. The departure of God's glory from the temple signifies that God would no longer protect the city, leading to its destruction by the Babylonians. The concept of God's presence being closely associated with the temple and its desecration being linked to judgment is consistent with broader theological themes in the Old Testament regarding covenant fidelity. The judgment of nations, fulfilled prophecies. Ezekiel's prophecies are not limited to Israel and Judah. He also pronounces judgment on the surrounding nations, including Ammon, Moab, Edom, Philistia, Tyre, Sidon, and Egypt, Ezekiel 25-32. These oracles of judgment demonstrate that God's authority extends over all nations, and their actions, particularly their treatment of Israel, would not go unpunished. One of the most famous examples of Ezekiel's prophecies being fulfilled is his prediction of the destruction of Tyre in Ezekiel 26. He foretold that Tyre, a powerful and wealthy city-state, would be destroyed and its ruins cast into the sea. This prophecy was fulfilled in two stages. First, Nebuchadnezzar II besieged and partially destroyed the mainland city of Tyre. Later, in 332 BCE, Alexander the Great famously used the ruins of the old city to build a causeway to the island of Tyre, completing the prophecy that Tyre's remains would be thrown into the sea. Historical and archaeological evidence supports the fulfillment of this prophecy. The remains of the ancient causeway built by Alexander can still be seen today, providing a tangible connection to Ezekiel's vision. The vision of the Valley of Dry Bones, a symbol of national resurrection. One of Ezekiel's most well-known and powerful visions is found in Ezekiel 37, the Valley of Dry Bones. In this vision, Ezekiel is taken to a valley filled with dry bones, symbolizing the hopelessness and lifelessness of Israel in exile. As Ezekiel prophesies to the bones, they come together, are covered with flesh, and are given breath, symbolizing the resurrection of the nation of Israel and their return to the land. This vision serves as a profound metaphor for the restoration of Israel after the exile, and it is also interpreted by some as a precursor to the resurrection of the dead in Jewish and Christian eschatology. The return of the exiles to Jerusalem under Cyrus the Great in 539 BCE is seen as a partial fulfillment of this prophecy, as the Jewish people were brought back to life, metaphorically speaking, after the destruction and exile. The scientific analysis of skeletal remains found in archaeological sites around Jerusalem from the time of the Babylonian conquest offers insight into the conditions of the siege and the aftermath of the city's destruction. While this evidence is not directly linked to the specific bones in Ezekiel's vision, it reinforces the devastation and death experienced by the population, highlighting the symbolic power of Ezekiel's prophecy. The vision of the new temple, hope for future restoration. In the final chapters of Ezekiel, 40 to 48, the prophet receives a detailed vision of a new temple and the reordering of Israel's land and worship practices. This vision includes precise measurements of the temple, regulations for priestly service, and a description of the river of life flowing from the temple, symbolizing the renewal of creation. While some interpret Ezekiel's vision as a blueprint for the second temple built after the return from exile, others see it as a symbolic or eschatological vision of a future, idealized temple that will be realized in the Messianic age. The Second Temple, completed in 516 BCE, fulfilled aspects of Ezekiel's prophecy, but the full restoration envisioned in these chapters points to a future age when God's presence will be fully restored to his people. Archaeological excavations of the Second Temple complex, particularly around the Western Wall, provide evidence of the rebuilding efforts that took place after the return from exile. While the Second Temple may not have matched the exact dimensions described in Ezekiel's vision, the act of rebuilding after the Babylonian exile reflects the fulfillment of the restoration theme present in Ezekiel's prophecies. Scientific and archaeological evidence supporting Ezekiel's prophecies. While the visions of Ezekiel are primarily theological and symbolic, there is significant archaeological evidence that supports the historical context of his prophecies. Excavations in Jerusalem and Babylon, as well as ancient texts such as the Babylonian Chronicles, provide confirmation of the events surrounding the destruction of Jerusalem and the exile. The remains of the city's fortifications and the evidence of widespread destruction align with Ezekiel's warnings about the fall of Jerusalem. Additionally, archaeological evidence from Tyre supports Ezekiel's prophecies concerning its destruction. The ruins of the ancient causeway built by Alexander the Great still stand as a testament to the accuracy of Ezekiel's predictions about the city's fate. Scientific analysis of skeletal remains and artifacts from the time of the Babylonian conquest provides further insight into the realities of life during the siege, offering tangible evidence that reflects the devastation described in Ezekiel's prophecies. The analysis of skeletal remains, weapon fragments, and other material evidence from the time of Nebuchadnezzar's siege offers a grim yet detailed picture of the conditions in Jerusalem at the time of the Babylonian conquest. These findings, while not directly connected to Ezekiel's vision of the Valley of Dry Bones, underscore the historical and physical realities of the devastation experienced by the people of Judah. highlighting the accuracy and vividness of Ezekiel's symbolic portrayal of Israel's hopeless state in exile. Theological and eschatological significance of Ezekiel's prophecies. Ezekiel's prophecies are not only concerned with immediate historical events, they also point toward a future time of restoration and the full renewal of Israel. His vision of the new temple and the return of God's glory to the temple in Ezekiel 43 symbolize a future period when God's presence will be fully restored to his people. The return of the exiles and the rebuilding of the Second Temple in 516 BC partially fulfilled Ezekiel's vision, but many scholars and theologians see his prophecies as pointing to a future messianic age when Israel will be fully restored, and God's reign will be established over the entire world. Theologically, Ezekiel's prophecies emphasize the holiness of God and the need for repentance and purity among his people. The departure of God's glory from the temple in Ezekiel 10 serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of idolatry and rebellion. However, Ezekiel's message is ultimately one of hope, as he repeatedly affirms that God will not abandon his people forever. The vision of dry bones coming to life and the new temple being established point to a future time when Israel will be spiritually and physically renewed. In Christian theology, Ezekiel's visions, particularly those concerning the new temple and the resurrection of Israel, are often interpreted eschatologically. The Valley of Dry Bones is seen as a precursor to the resurrection of the dead, and the new temple is sometimes viewed as a symbolic representation of the heavenly Jerusalem described in the book of Revelation. The river flowing from the temple, which brings healing to the nations, echoes the river of life found in Revelation 22, drawing strong parallels between Ezekiel's visions and New Testament eschatology. For Jewish eschatology, Ezekiel's prophecies remain central to the hope for the future restoration of Israel and the rebuilding of the temple in the Messianic age. The detailed vision of the temple, along with the promise of national resurrection, continues to shape Jewish expectations for the future, particularly in relation to the coming of the Messiah. The legacy of Ezekiel: judgment, restoration, and the glory of God. The book of Ezekiel stands as a powerful testament to God's sovereignty over history and his desire for the restoration of his people. Ezekiel's prophecies of judgment and restoration are intertwined with his profound theological insights about the holiness of God, the importance of covenant fidelity, and the ultimate hope for the future. His visions of divine judgment, national resurrection, and the new temple continue to resonate in both Jewish and Christian theology, offering a vision of hope even in the midst of exile and destruction. Ezekiel's Valley of Dry Bones has become one of the most iconic images in prophetic literature, symbolizing the power of God to bring life out of death and hope out of despair. This vision, coupled with his detailed description of the new temple, offers a profound message of renewal that extends beyond the immediate historical context of the Babylonian exile and speaks to the ultimate fulfillment of God's promises to Israel and the nations. The scientific, archaeological, and historical evidence supporting Ezekiel's prophecies provides further confirmation of the accuracy of Scripture, reinforcing the claim that these prophecies were not only relevant in their own time, but also serve as a testament to the divine inspiration of the Bible. The Babylonian chronicles, the Cyrus Cylinder, the archaeological findings in Jerusalem and Tyre, and even scientific analyses of remains from the siege of Jerusalem all contribute to a deeper understanding of the fulfillment of Ezekiel's prophecies. For believers, Ezekiel's prophecies continue to offer both a warning about the consequences of turning away from God and a profound message of hope for the future restoration of all things under his divine rule. His visions of the new temple, the restoration of Israel, and the return of God's glory offer a glimpse of the ultimate fulfillment of God's redemptive plan. Daniel, visions of kingdoms, divine sovereignty, and messianic prophecies fulfilled. The book of Daniel stands as a monumental text in the Old Testament, blending historical narratives with apocalyptic visions. Written during the Babylonian exile, it chronicles the faithfulness of Daniel and his companions in the face of pagan empires and their rulers. It also contains some of the most remarkable prophecies in the Bible, foretelling the rise and fall of world empires and the coming of the Messianic kingdom. Daniel's book is divided into two parts: The first half consists of narratives about Daniel and his companions, while the second half presents apocalyptic visions that provide a detailed roadmap for future historical events, culminating in the Messianic Age. This dual structure enables Daniel to showcase both God's intervention in the present and his control over the future. Daniel provides a critical foundation for examining the fulfillment of prophecies, their historical accuracy, and the ultimate triumph of God's kingdom over all human rule. Historical context: Daniel in Babylon and Persia. Daniel was among the Jewish elites taken to Babylon during the first deportation in 605 BCE, following the Babylonian victory at the Battle of Carchemish. This marked the beginning of the Babylonian exile, during which many members of Judah's nobility were exiled. Daniel, along with his companions Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, was chosen to serve in the court of Nebuchadnezzar II because of his wisdom and ability to interpret dreams. The Babylonian chronicles and other historical sources confirm the events surrounding this period, particularly Nebuchadnezzar's campaigns, the deportation of Jewish captives, and the cultural milieu of the Babylonian court. Daniel's ability to rise through the ranks of Babylonian and later Persian leadership reflects the historical reality of skilled captives serving in prominent positions within the empire. Daniel's interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar's dream in Daniel 2 sets the stage for one of the most important prophecies in the Bible, as it outlines the future course of world empires. In the dream, Nebuchadnezzar sees a massive statue made of different materials, each representing a successive world empire. The head of gold represents the Babylonian Empire. The chest and arms of silver symbolize the Medo-Persian Empire. The belly and thighs of bronze signify the Greek Empire. The legs of iron and feet of iron mixed with clay represent the Roman Empire and its eventual fragmentation. This vision foretells the rise and fall of these empires, culminating in the arrival of a kingdom that will last forever, symbolized by a stone cut without hands that destroys the statue. This stone represents the Messianic kingdom, which will supersede all human kingdoms and establish God's eternal rule. The rise and fall of world empires. Prophecies fulfilled. The historical fulfillment of Daniel's prophecies is one of the strongest cases for the accuracy of Scripture. The Babylonian Empire fell to the Medo-Persians in 539 BC, when Cyrus the Great captured Babylon. This event is documented in the Cyrus Cylinder, an ancient Persian artifact that records Cyrus's policies, including his decree allowing the Jewish exiles to return to their homeland. Following the fall of Babylon, the Medo-Persian Empire dominated the Near East until the rise of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE. Alexander's swift conquests, symbolized by the belly and thighs of bronze, led to the establishment of the Greek Empire, which extended from Greece to India in a matter of years. Daniel's prophecy about the Greek Empire is further confirmed by the description of the leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads in Daniel 7, a symbol of the rapid spread of Alexander's empire and its eventual division among his generals after his untimely death. The final empire in Daniel's vision, the Roman Empire, is represented by the legs of iron and feet of iron mixed with clay. Historically, the Roman Empire rose to prominence in the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world after the decline of the Greek Empire, establishing a vast and powerful rule that lasted for centuries. However, like the feet of iron mixed with clay, the Roman Empire eventually fractured into various smaller states, a process that began with the division of the empire in the 4th century CE and continued with its eventual collapse. The accuracy of Daniel's prophecies concerning these empires, confirmed by archaeological discoveries such as the Cyrus Cylinder, inscriptions from Babylon, and ancient Greek historical records, underscores the profound foresight contained in the book of Daniel. The vision of the 4 beasts, empires, and the coming of the Messiah. In Daniel 7, the prophet receives a vision of 4 beasts rising from the sea, each symbolizing a different world empire. This vision, while similar to Nebuchadnezzar's dream, adds more details about the nature of these empires. The lion with eagle's wings represents Babylon, emphasizing its strength and dominance. The bear raised on one side, with 3 ribs in its mouth, symbolizes the Medo-Persian Empire. The 3 ribs are thought to represent Babylon, Lydia, and Egypt, the territories conquered by Persia. The leopard with 4 wings and 4 heads symbolizes Greece, with the 4 heads representing the division of Alexander's empire among his 4 generals. The final beast, with iron teeth and 10 horns, represents Rome, known for its strength and brutality. The Ancient of Days in this vision represents God, who judges the beasts and destroys them. Then, the Son of Man appears and is given authority over all nations, symbolizing the establishment of the Messianic kingdom. This Son of Man figure has been widely interpreted in Christian theology as a reference to Jesus Christ, who fulfills the role of the Messianic king foretold by Daniel. The scientific analysis of the metals and materials described in Daniel's visions offers interesting insights into how these materials may have been understood in ancient times. For example, bronze, representing Greece, and iron, representing Rome, were historically used to symbolize power and military strength, and both materials were crucial in the development of warfare technology during their respective periods. The legs of iron and feet of iron mixed with clay in Nebuchadnezzar's dream reflect the fractured nature of the Roman Empire, which was both incredibly strong and yet internally divided. The fragmentation of the empire is reflected in historical events such as the division of the Roman Empire into eastern and western halves and the eventual collapse of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. The 70 Weeks Prophecy, Precision in Messianic Timing. One of the most significant prophecies in the book of Daniel is the 70 Weeks Prophecy found in Daniel 9 verses 24 to 27. This prophecy outlines a timeline for the arrival of the Messiah and the events leading to the ultimate fulfillment of God's plan for Israel and the world. The prophecy speaks of 70 weeks, or 70 sets of 7 years, totaling 490 years, that are decreed for the people of Israel. The countdown begins with the decree to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, which many scholars associate with the decree issued by Artaxerxes I in 445 BCE. According to the prophecy, after 69 weeks, 483 years, the Anointed One, the Messiah, will come and be cut off, killed. In Christian theology, this prophecy is seen as pointing directly to the life and death of Jesus Christ, whose crucifixion occurred approximately 483 years after Artaxerxes' decree. The precision of this prophecy has been a major focus of biblical scholarship, as it seems to pinpoint the exact time of Christ's appearance, affirming the belief that Daniel's visions were divinely inspired. The final week of the prophecy, often understood as an eschatological event, speaks of a future period of tribulation and the ultimate defeat of evil powers. Many scholars believe that this period refers to the Great Tribulation described in the New Testament, which will precede the final establishment of God's kingdom. The ram and the goat, symbolizing the clash of empires. In Daniel 8, the prophet has a vision of a ram with 2 horns and a goat with a prominent horn. The ram represents the Medo-Persian Empire, with its 2 horns symbolizing the dual nature of the empire, the Medes and Persians, while the goat symbolizes Greece. The goat's single horn represents Alexander the Great, whose swift conquests are depicted as the goat charging across the earth, without touching the ground. The breaking of the goat's horn symbolizes Alexander's untimely death, after which his empire was divided among his 4 generals. This division is represented by the 4 smaller horns that grow in place of the original. Historically, after Alexander the Great's death in 323 BCE, his empire was split into 4 parts, governed by the Diadochi, Ptolemy, Seleucus, Lysimachus, and Cassander. This precise prediction of the fragmentation of Alexander's empire is one of the clearest examples of the accuracy of biblical prophecy, aligning with well-documented historical events. The prophecy continues with the rise of a little horn from one of these 4 divisions, which many scholars identify as Antiochus IV Epiphanes, a ruler of the Seleucid Empire. Antiochus became notorious for his persecution of the Jews and his desecration of the temple in Jerusalem, which is referred to in the prophecy as the abomination of desolation. In 167 BCE, Antiochus sacrificed a pig on the altar in the Second Temple, an event that deeply shocked and outraged the Jewish population and led to the Maccabean revolt. The historical accuracy of Daniel's prophecy regarding Antiochus is well supported by sources, such as 1 Maccabees and the writings of Josephus, which describe the atrocities committed by Antiochus against the Jewish people and his desecration of the temple. This event, along with the subsequent cleansing and rededication of the temple, celebrated in the Jewish festival of Hanukkah, stands as a clear fulfillment of Daniel's vision. The scientific, archaeological, and historical evidence supporting Daniel's prophecies. While Daniel's prophecies are primarily theological, there is significant historical and archaeological evidence that supports the context and fulfillment of his predictions. The rise and fall of the Babylonian, Medo-Persian, Greek, and Roman empires are well documented in ancient records and confirmed by archaeological findings throughout the Near East. For example, the Cyrus cylinder, discovered in Babylon, provides extra-biblical confirmation of Cyrus the Great's conquest of Babylon and his policy of allowing exiled peoples to return to their homelands. This aligns with the fulfillment of Daniel's prophecy regarding the end of the Babylonian Empire and the return of the Jewish exiles to rebuild Jerusalem. The Babylonian chronicles also provide details of Nebuchadnezzar's reign and the subsequent fall of Babylon, which correspond to the events described in Daniel 5. In addition, archaeological evidence from Jerusalem and other ancient cities such as Tyre supports the accuracy of Daniel's prophecies concerning the judgment and destruction of nations. Excavations of ancient Greek and Roman sites offer further corroboration of the succession of empires, as well as the cultural and military dominance that Daniel so accurately predicted. The scientific analysis of ancient warfare technology, including the use of bronze and iron in military armaments, sheds light on the symbolic significance of the materials described in Daniel's visions. The bronze belly and iron legs of the statue in Daniel 2 are not only metaphors for the strength of the Greek and Roman empires, but they also reflect the technological advancements in weaponry and military strategy during those periods. The eschatological vision, the kingdom of God and the Son of Man. The final, and arguably most important, theme in the book of Daniel is its eschatological vision of the ultimate triumph of God's kingdom. In Daniel 7, the vision of the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven to receive authority and dominion over all nations is a pivotal moment, marking the transition from the rule of earthly empires to the reign of God's eternal kingdom. The Son of Man figure, interpreted in Christian theology as a reference to Jesus Christ, is given authority over all peoples, nations, and languages. This vision, coupled with the destruction of the final beast, representing the Roman Empire, by the Ancient of Days, signifies the end of human dominion and the beginning of God's everlasting reign. This messianic prophecy has had a profound influence on both Jewish and Christian eschatology. For Christians, the Son of Man is understood as Jesus Christ, whose first coming fulfilled part of Daniel's prophecy, while his second coming will complete the vision of the establishment of God's kingdom on earth. The New Testament writers, particularly in the Gospel of Matthew and the Book of Revelation, draw heavily on the imagery from Daniel to describe the return of Christ and the final judgment. For Jews, Daniel's vision of the Son of Man and the ultimate restoration of Israel is seen as part of the broader messianic hope for the future. The figure of the Messiah is expected to bring about the final redemption of Israel, establish peace, and inaugurate a reign of righteousness, justice, and divine rule. The legacy of Daniel, prophecy, fulfillment, and the hope of restoration. The book of Daniel remains one of the most influential and widely studied prophetic texts in the Bible, not only for its remarkable accuracy in predicting the rise and fall of world empires, but also for its profound theological insights into the nature of God's sovereignty and his plan for history. The precision of Daniel's prophecies concerning the Babylonian, Medo-Persian, Greek, and Roman empires, along with the detailed timeline of the 70 weeks prophecy, provide compelling evidence of divine inspiration and the accuracy of Scripture. The archaeological, historical, and even scientific evidence that supports Daniel's visions offers a powerful confirmation of the prophetic nature of his writings. From the Cyrus cylinder to the records of Alexander the Great and the Maccabean revolt, the events described in Daniel are firmly rooted in history and reflect the unfolding of God's plan for humanity. For Christians, Daniel's visions of the Son of Man and the coming of God's kingdom are central to the understanding of Jesus Christ's mission and the ultimate fulfillment of God's promises. The book's dual focus on present faithfulness and future hope continues to inspire believers to trust in God's sovereignty, even in the face of persecution and suffering. For Jews, Daniel's prophecies remain a source of hope for the Messianic age and the final restoration of Israel. The book's emphasis on perseverance in exile and the promise of divine deliverance resonates with the experiences of Jewish communities throughout history, particularly in times of oppression and displacement. Hosea. The book of Hosea marks the beginning of the minor prophets in the Old Testament. Hosea's prophetic ministry occurred during a time of significant turmoil for the northern kingdom of Israel, referred to as Ephraim in Hosea, prior to its destruction by the Assyrian Empire. Unlike many of the prophets whose messages focused on the southern kingdom of Judah, Hosea directed his prophecies toward Israel, calling out their idolatry and unfaithfulness to God while reminding them of God's steadfast love. Hosea's life itself became a symbol of his message. His marriage to Gomer, a woman described as unfaithful, mirrored the relationship between God and Israel. Throughout the book, Hosea illustrates how Israel had turned away from God to worship idols, specifically the Baals, yet despite this betrayal, God's love for his people remained unwavering. Hosea offers a profound exploration of divine judgment and redemption, supported by historical and archaeological evidence that highlights the accuracy of prophecy in both the immediate and long-term context of Israel's history. Historical context: Israel in the time of Hosea. Hosea's ministry spanned the reigns of several kings of Israel and Judah. The northern kingdom of Israel was in a state of political instability during this period, with frequent changes in leadership, assassination of kings, and internal conflicts. This instability, coupled with increasing external pressure from the Assyrian Empire, created a context in which Israel's idolatry and reliance on political alliances instead of trust in God became a focal point of Hosea's message. Hosea prophesied during the reign of Jeroboam II, 793 to 753 BC, one of Israel's most prosperous kings. However, despite the economic and military successes under Jeroboam, the people of Israel had turned away from God and engaged in widespread idolatry, primarily the worship of the Canaanite god Baal. Hosea's prophecies called out this spiritual adultery, warning that judgment would soon follow if the people did not repent. The book's historical backdrop is well supported by archaeological evidence from sites such as Samaria and Megiddo, which were key cities in the northern kingdom. Excavations have uncovered idol figurines, altars, and other artifacts that demonstrate the widespread practice of Baal worship during this period, confirming Hosea's description of Israel's spiritual corruption. Hosea's marriage to Gomer, a symbol of Israel's unfaithfulness. One of the most striking features of Hosea's prophetic ministry is the symbolic act of marrying Gomer, a woman described as promiscuous or unfaithful. This marriage serves as an allegory for the relationship between God and Israel. Just as Gomer was unfaithful to Hosea, Israel was unfaithful to God by worshiping idols and breaking the covenant. The names of Hosea's children, Jezreel, Lo-ruhamah, not loved, and Lo-ammi, not my people, also carry prophetic significance. Jezreel refers to the massacre that took place in the Valley of Jezreel, a symbol of Israel's coming judgment. Lo-ruhamah and Lo-ammi represent God's temporary withdrawal of his love and the breaking of the covenant relationship with Israel, which would ultimately result in their exile. This symbolic act of Hosea's marriage to Gomer reflects the core message of the book: God's steadfast love for his people despite their repeated unfaithfulness. Although judgment was imminent, Hosea's message was also one of hope, as God promised to restore his people after their period of exile. Judgment and restoration: the prophecy of Israel's exile. Throughout the book, Hosea warns that the people of Israel will face severe judgment for their idolatry. He predicts the fall of the northern kingdom and the scattering of its people, which was fulfilled when the Assyrian Empire conquered Israel in 722 BCE. The Assyrians deported much of the population and resettled foreigners in the land, effectively ending the existence of the northern kingdom as an independent state. Hosea's prophecies regarding the destruction of Israel are supported by historical records from the Assyrian Empire, such as the Annals of Tiglath-Pileser III and the Annals of Sargon II, both of which document the conquest of Israel and the deportation of its people. These records confirm the accuracy of Hosea's predictions and provide extra-biblical evidence of the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. The archaeological evidence from sites like Lachish and Samaria further supports the historical reality of the Assyrian conquest. The destruction layers found in these cities correspond to the period of Assyrian expansion, providing physical evidence of the invasions and deportations described in Hosea's prophecies. Despite these warnings of judgment, Hosea also foretells a future restoration for Israel. In Hosea 1 verse 10, God promises that the people who were once not my people will again be called children of the living God. This promise of restoration reflects the broader theological theme of God's unwavering love and commitment to his covenant, even in the face of Israel's rebellion. Theological themes: divine love and covenant faithfulness. Hosea's prophecy is unique in its portrayal of God's relationship with Israel as a marriage covenant, with God as the faithful husband and Israel as the unfaithful wife. This metaphor emphasizes the depth of God's love for his people and his desire for them to return to him, even after they have broken the covenant. Hosea 2 verses 19 to 20 expresses this beautifully, where God declares, "I will betroth you to me forever. I will betroth you in righteousness and justice, in love and compassion." This theme of divine love and covenant faithfulness continues to be a cornerstone of both Jewish and Christian theology. In Christian interpretation, Hosea's message is often seen as foreshadowing the new covenant established through Jesus Christ, where God's love is fully demonstrated through the sacrificial death and resurrection of Christ, redeeming humanity despite their unfaithfulness. The New Testament writers frequently draw on Hosea's themes, particularly in the epistles of Paul, where the imagery of marriage is used to describe the relationship between Christ and the Church, Ephesians 5 verses 25 to 27. Paul also references Hosea in Romans 9 verses 25 to 26, applying the promise of restoration to both Jews and Gentiles, highlighting the universal scope of God's redemptive plan. Archaeological and scientific evidence supporting Hosea's prophecies. Archaeological discoveries have shed light on the historical context of Hosea's prophecies and the spiritual corruption he denounced. Excavations at Megiddo, Hazor, and Samaria have uncovered numerous Baal worship artifacts, including figurines, altars, and inscriptions, confirming the widespread idolatry in Israel that Hosea condemned. These findings corroborate Hosea's portrayal of a nation steeped in idol worship, with religious practices that stood in stark contrast to the worship of Yahweh. Additionally, evidence of the Assyrian conquest of the northern kingdom can be found in the destruction layers of cities like Lachish and Gezer, where archaeological findings show clear signs of invasion and destruction during the 8th century BCE. These findings align with Hosea's prophecies of judgment and the subsequent scattering of Israel's population. On a scientific level, the analysis of climate data from ancient Israel suggests that periods of drought and famine, which are frequently mentioned in Hosea's prophecies, were likely exacerbated by natural cycles of climate fluctuation during this time. These environmental conditions would have contributed to the agricultural decline and economic instability described by Hosea, further supporting the historical accuracy of his warnings. Hosea's legacy: judgment, restoration, and the unfailing love of God. The book of Hosea offers a profound and deeply personal reflection on the relationship between God and his people. Hosea's marriage to Gomer symbolizes Israel's unfaithfulness, while God's promise of restoration reflects his unfailing love and commitment to the covenant, even in the face of rebellion. Hosea's prophecies of judgment were fulfilled with the Assyrian conquest of Israel, but his message of restoration offers a hopeful vision of the future. The themes of divine love, covenant faithfulness, and redemption have made Hosea's writings a source of inspiration for both Jewish and Christian theology, as they reflect the steadfastness of God's promises and the ultimate hope for restoration. In the broader context of your book, Hosea serves as a powerful example of the accuracy of prophecy, demonstrated by the historical fulfillment of his predictions concerning Israel's judgment and restoration. Hosea's prophecies not only warn of impending disaster, but also hold out hope for redemption, showcasing God's unfailing love and commitment to his people, even when they turn away from him. The historical, archaeological, and scientific evidence that supports the accuracy of Hosea's prophecies strengthens the case for the divine inspiration of Scripture. From the Assyrian conquest of Israel to the widespread Baal worship and the environmental conditions that contributed to the hardships faced by the nation, Hosea's message is deeply rooted in the reality of Israel's political, social, and spiritual state at the time. The importance of Hosea's message today. Hosea's legacy continues to be relevant today, as it speaks to the enduring themes of human unfaithfulness and God's desire for reconciliation. The prophet's message of judgment and restoration serves as a reminder that, while there are consequences for turning away from God, there is always the opportunity for redemption through repentance and return to a faithful relationship with the divine. In Christian theology, Hosea's prophecy is often viewed as a precursor to the New Covenant, where God's love is fully realized through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Just as Hosea's marriage to Gomer reflected God's unconditional love for Israel, Christ's relationship with the church is seen as an expression of God's redeeming love for all of humanity. The book's themes of mercy, grace, and faithfulness continue to inspire reflection on the nature of divine love and the possibility of restoration, even in the face of human frailty. For Jewish theology, Hosea's promise of restoration for Israel remains a powerful vision of national redemption. The book's message of hope for the future restoration of God's people, despite their past unfaithfulness, continues to resonate with the ongoing hope for the ultimate restoration of Israel. Hosea's prophecy and the evidence of divine fulfillment. The book of Hosea stands as a profound testament to both the consequences of disobedience and the depth of God's mercy. His warnings of judgment were fulfilled with the Assyrian conquest and the destruction of the northern kingdom, while his promises of restoration point to the unfailing love that defines God's covenant with his people. The archaeological, historical, and scientific evidence that aligns with Hosea's prophecies provides further confirmation of the accuracy of his predictions and the reliability of Scripture. From the destruction layers found in cities like Samaria and Megiddo to the evidence of widespread Baal worship during Israel's period of decline, the physical remnants of this era underscore the reality of Hosea's prophetic warnings. Ultimately, Hosea's message transcends time, offering hope to all who seek restoration in their relationship with God. His portrayal of God's covenantal love as unbreakable, despite Israel's unfaithfulness, serves as a powerful reminder of the steadfastness of divine promises and the ever-present opportunity for renewal. Joel. The book of Joel is unique among the minor prophets for its vivid imagery of impending judgment and its emphasis on the day of the Lord, a period of divine intervention that brings both judgment and salvation. Joel's prophecies, though brief, are packed with significance, offering powerful warnings of disaster while holding out hope for future redemption and restoration for God's people. Joel's message is not only a call to repentance, but also a theological vision of how God's judgment leads to renewal. The events Joel describes, particularly the locust plague, serve as both a literal disaster and a symbolic representation of a more significant, impending divine judgment. Joel provides an opportunity to delve into the prophetic vision of cosmic upheaval and restoration, supported by compelling evidence of historical events and natural phenomena that align with Joel's predictions. The historical and environmental context of Joel's prophecy. The precise dating of Joel's ministry is debated among scholars, as the book contains few specific historical markers. However, many scholars suggest that Joel likely prophesied during the post-exilic period, after the return of the Jewish exiles from Babylon, based on the themes of temple worship and national restoration. Others propose an earlier date, during the reign of King Joash, 835 to 796 BCE. One of the central events in the book is the plague of locusts, which devastates the land and serves as a warning of greater judgments to come. Locust plagues were, and still are, catastrophic natural events in the ancient Near East, with the potential to destroy entire harvests and cause widespread famine. Joel's description of the locusts is vivid, portraying them as an unstoppable army that marches through the land, leaving destruction in its wake. Scientific evidence supports the possibility of such events, as climatic shifts and weather patterns in the ancient Near East frequently contributed to locust plagues. The study of entomology has shown that locusts can form vast swarms capable of traveling hundreds of miles and consuming nearly all vegetation in their path. Could the environmental disasters Joel describes be a reminder of how human life is often at the mercy of forces beyond our control? The locust plague, symbolism and judgment. While the locust plague in Joel may represent a real historical event, it also serves as a symbolic foreshadowing of the day of the Lord, a future time of divine intervention and judgment. Joel uses the imagery of the locusts to convey the devastation that will accompany this day, urging the people to repent and turn back to God before it's too late. The question that Joel poses to the people of Israel is timeless. What if the disasters we face are not just random events, but part of a larger spiritual reality? Could the crises of our time also be calls for reflection and repentance? Joel's warning about the day of the Lord offers a powerful reminder that history is not just the product of chance, but is shaped by divine purpose. Archaeological evidence from sites in the southern Levant reveals layers of destruction from natural disasters, such as earthquakes and droughts, which would have contributed to the conditions described in Joel's prophecy. These findings offer context to the devastation he describes, making his warning of divine judgment even more compelling. The Day of the Lord, Judgment and Cosmic Upheaval. The central theme of Joel's prophecy is the Day of the Lord, a phrase that appears repeatedly throughout the Old Testament but takes on particular prominence in Joel's writings. The Day of the Lord represents a period when God will intervene in human history to judge the nations and bring about his purposes for Israel and the world. Joel's description of the Day of the Lord is one of cosmic upheaval. The sun and moon will be darkened, and the stars will cease to shine. Joel 2 verse 10. These apocalyptic images reflect both literal and symbolic aspects of God's judgment. The natural world is seen as participating in God's divine actions, as the entire cosmos responds to his will. The imagery of cosmic disturbances during times of divine judgment is a recurring theme in biblical prophecy. In Joel's case, these signs signal that the judgment on Israel's enemies is at hand. For readers, the Day of the Lord raises profound questions. What if the upheavals we witness in nature and history are not just signs of chaos, but heralds of a deeper, spiritual reckoning? What would we do if we knew such a day was near? Repentance and restoration. The hope of Joel's prophecy. While the Day of the Lord is described as a time of darkness and judgment, Joel also emphasizes the possibility of repentance and restoration. In Joel 2 verses 12 to 13, the prophet calls the people to return to God with all their hearts, fasting, weeping, and mourning. God's mercy, Joel reminds us, is greater than his wrath. Rend your heart and not your garments. Return to the Lord your God, for he is gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in love. Joel's invitation to repentance is followed by a vision of restoration. In Joel 2 verse 25, God promises to repay you for the years the locusts have eaten, offering hope that even the devastation wrought by judgment can be reversed. This promise of restoration is not only for the land, but for the people, as God pledges to pour out his Spirit on all flesh, a prophecy that is later fulfilled in the events of Pentecost, Acts 2. Could this promise of restoration after judgment be a reflection of how even in our hardest times, hope remains? What if the hardships we endure are not the end of the story, but the beginning of renewal? These questions invite the reader to reflect on their own experiences of suffering and redemption, linking Joel's ancient message to modern contexts. The outpouring of the Spirit, fulfillment in the New Testament. One of the most significant prophecies in Joel is found in Joel 2 verses 28 to 29, where God promises to pour out his Spirit on all people. Your sons and daughters will prophesy, your old men will dream dreams, your young men will see visions. This prophecy speaks of a future time when God's presence will no longer be limited to certain individuals, such as prophets, priests, or kings, but will be available to all. This prophecy is fulfilled in the New Testament on the day of Pentecost when the Holy Spirit descends on the disciples of Jesus, enabling them to speak in tongues and prophesy. In Acts 2, the Apostle Peter explicitly cites Joel's prophecy to explain the miraculous events of Pentecost, marking the beginning of the church age and the spread of the gospel to all nations. For Christian theology, this passage in Joel is foundational, as it signifies the universal outpouring of the Holy Spirit and the inclusion of all people, regardless of age, gender, or social status, in God's redemptive plan. Could this outpouring of God's Spirit point to the fact that every individual is called to participate in the work of divine restoration? What if we, too, are empowered to speak truth and bear witness to God's work in our lives, just as Joel's audience was? Theological and eschatological significance. The book of Joel touches on theological themes that are critical to both Jewish and Christian eschatology. For the Jewish people, the day of the Lord represents the hope of God's intervention to restore Israel, defeat its enemies, and bring about the fulfillment of the Messianic kingdom. In Christian eschatology, Joel's prophecy takes on further significance as part of the unfolding narrative of Christ's return, when the final day of the Lord will bring about the complete restoration of creation. Joel's vision of God's Spirit being poured out is a pivotal event in the New Testament, signifying the beginning of the church and the spread of the gospel to the Gentiles. This moment of universal inclusion demonstrates the expansive nature of God's grace, offering hope not just to Israel, but to all of humanity. Conclusion: Joel's vision of judgment and hope. The book of Joel presents a prophetic vision that oscillates between judgment and hope. While Joel warns of the devastating day of the Lord, he also holds out the promise of restoration for those who turn back to God. The prophecy of the locust plague, whether interpreted as a literal event or a symbolic representation of divine judgment, serves as a powerful reminder that even in the midst of disaster, there is always the possibility of renewal. Joel's message is one that continues to resonate today, offering both a challenge and a promise. What if the crises we face, both personal and global, are calls to deeper reflection and repentance? And what if, on the other side of these trials, lies a promise of restoration and renewal beyond what we could imagine? The historical, archaeological, and scientific evidence supporting Joel's prophetic vision provides a compelling foundation for the accuracy of his message. The evidence of natural disasters such as locust plagues and environmental challenges aligns with Joel's warnings of devastation, while his prophecies of restoration point to a theological reality that transcends time and place. Just as the people of Israel were called to reflect on the deeper meaning behind their circumstances, Joel's message challenges us to consider how divine purpose may be at work even in the crises we face today. The day of the Lord remains a central concept in biblical prophecy, not just as a day of reckoning, but also as a day of renewal. Joel's vision of cosmic upheaval and ultimate restoration serves as a reminder that, in the biblical worldview, history is not a series of random events, but is under the sovereign control of God. His prophecy calls us to see the world through a spiritual lens, where moments of crisis and judgment are opportunities for reflection, repentance, and ultimately renewal. Amos. The book of Amos is one of the most powerful prophetic writings in the Old Testament, delivering a message that resonates through the ages: God's demand for justice and righteousness. Amos was a prophet who came from Tekoa, a small town in Judah, but his message was directed primarily at the northern kingdom of Israel during a time of prosperity under Jeroboam II. Amos's ministry occurred around 760 BCE, a time of relative peace and wealth for Israel, but also a time of great moral decay, social injustice, and idolatry. Amos was unique among the prophets in that he was not a professional prophet or a priest. He was a shepherd and a dresser of sycamore figs, an ordinary man called by God to deliver an extraordinary message. His prophecies are filled with fiery denunciations of the injustice and oppression he witnessed in Israel, as well as warnings of impending judgment if the people did not repent. Amos provides a rich exploration of social justice, divine judgment, and the ethical demands of covenant faithfulness, supported by historical, archaeological, and theological evidence. The historical context: prosperity and injustice in Israel. Amos prophesied during a time when the northern kingdom of Israel was experiencing economic prosperity under the reign of Jeroboam II, 793 to 753 BCE. The wealth of the nation had increased, and the elite enjoyed lives of luxury. However, this prosperity came at the expense of the poor and the marginalized. The gap between the rich and the poor widened, and social injustice became rampant. The wealthy landowners exploited the poor, and the legal system was corrupt, favoring those with power and wealth. The archaeological evidence from cities like Samaria and Megiddo supports Amos's description of this time of wealth and inequality. Excavations have uncovered luxurious homes and signs of affluence, alongside evidence of the poorer class living in squalor. This disparity between the rich and the poor is central to Amos's message, as he condemns the wealthy for their exploitation and calls the nation to repentance. Could you imagine a society where the rich lived in palatial mansions while the poor starved in the streets, and justice was reserved for those who could afford it? Amos's condemnation of social injustice in ancient Israel mirrors the ethical challenges we still face today. Wouldn't you think that such a scenario demands reflection on the consequences of neglecting justice? The ethical demands of the covenant, justice and righteousness. Amos's prophecies focus heavily on the ethical demands of the covenant between God and his people. The covenant was not just about rituals and sacrifices, it was about living in a way that reflected God's character, through justice, righteousness, and compassion for the vulnerable. Amos makes it clear that God is not impressed by empty religious rituals when they are not accompanied by moral integrity and social justice. In Amos 5 verses 21 to 24, God rejects the religious ceremonies of Israel, declaring, I despise your religious festivals. But let justice roll on like a river, righteousness like a never-failing stream. This call to justice and righteousness remains one of the most profound statements in the entire Bible. It reveals God's heart for the poor and the oppressed, and his demand that his people live lives of ethical integrity. Amos's message is particularly relevant today, as we continue to grapple with issues of economic inequality, systemic injustice, and moral responsibility. Is it possible that our own society, like Israel in Amos's time, often prioritizes wealth and power over justice and righteousness? Could it be that Amos's call for justice to roll like a river still speaks directly to us, challenging us to reflect on how we treat the poor and marginalized in our own communities? The warning of judgment, the coming destruction of Israel. Amos's message was not just about ethical reform, it was also a warning of judgment. He foretold the coming destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel if the people did not repent of their sins. In Amos 6 verse 7, he warns the wealthy and complacent, "You will be among the first to go into exile, your feasting and lounging will end." Despite their wealth and military strength, Israel would not escape the consequences of their injustice and idolatry. This prophecy was fulfilled in 722 BC, when the Assyrian Empire conquered Israel, destroyed its cities, and carried its people into exile. The historical records of the Assyrians, including the Annals of Sargon II, provide evidence of this conquest. The archaeological evidence from destroyed cities, such as Hazor and Samaria, further supports the accuracy of Amos's prophecy. Layers of destruction in these cities date to the time of the Assyrian invasion, confirming the biblical account of Israel's downfall. Wouldn't you think that the destruction of a once powerful nation like Israel would serve as a warning to future generations about the consequences of moral decay and social injustice? Amos's prophecy is a stark reminder that even the most prosperous societies can collapse when they abandon justice and righteousness. Theological themes: the universal sovereignty of God. Amos's prophecies are notable for their emphasis on the universal sovereignty of God. While most of his message is directed at Israel, Amos also pronounces judgment on the surrounding nations, including Damascus, Gaza, Tyre, Edom, Ammon, and Moab, Amos 1-2. These nations are condemned for their acts of cruelty and injustice, emphasizing that God holds all nations accountable for their actions, not just Israel. This universal perspective is important because it highlights that God's concern for justice extends beyond the covenant people of Israel. God's ethical demands apply to all humanity, and his judgment will come upon all who violate his standards of justice and righteousness. This theme continues to resonate in both Jewish and Christian theology, reminding us that God's justice is global and that no nation is exempt from his moral laws. The promise of restoration, hope beyond judgment. Despite the harsh warnings of judgment, Amos also offers a message of hope. In the final chapter of his book, Amos 9 verses 11 to 15, the prophet speaks of a time when God will restore Israel and rebuild the fallen house of David. This promise of restoration is significant, as it points to the messianic hope that would be fulfilled in the future. Amos's vision of restoration includes a time of abundance and prosperity for the land, when the people of Israel will live in peace and security, and the Davidic monarchy will be reestablished. For Christian theology, this promise is seen as being fulfilled in Jesus Christ, who is the ultimate heir to the throne of David and the one through whom all nations are blessed. Could you imagine the hope that Amos's prophecy brought to the people of Israel, even in the midst of impending destruction? The promise of restoration reminds us that God's judgment is not his final word. There is always the possibility of redemption and renewal. What if the hardships we face today are the birth pains of a new and better future, just as Amos prophesied for Israel? Evidence supporting Amos's prophecies. The archaeological evidence from sites in the northern kingdom of Israel provides a strong historical backdrop to Amos's prophecies. Excavations in Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom, reveal signs of wealth and luxury that align with Amos's description of Israel's prosperity. At the same time, the destruction layers found in these cities confirm the devastation brought by the Assyrian conquest, aligning with the timeline of Amos's warnings. In addition, the historical records of the Assyrian Empire offer extra-biblical confirmation of Israel's fall. The Annals of Tiglath-Pileser III and the Annals of Sargon II document the campaigns against Israel and the subsequent exile of its people. These records, combined with the archaeological evidence, validate Amos's prophetic warnings of judgment and demonstrate the accuracy of biblical prophecy. Obadiah. The book of Obadiah may be short, but it is filled with intense themes of divine judgment, particularly against the nation of Edom. Edom, the descendants of Esau, had a complex relationship with Israel, the descendants of Jacob. This book prophesies Edom's downfall due to its cruelty and betrayal during a time of Israel's distress. Yet, amidst the stern warnings, there's also a glimpse of hope for the ultimate restoration of Israel. Obadiah's prophecies were directed at Edom after they participated in the plundering of Jerusalem, likely during the Babylonian conquest. Edom's betrayal, its failure to come to the aid of their brother nation, as the descendants of Esau and Jacob were related, is the primary reason for the harsh judgment that Obadiah declares. The historical context of Obadiah's prophecy. Obadiah's prophecy was likely delivered in the aftermath of the Babylonian invasion of Judah in 586 BCE, during which Jerusalem was sacked and its inhabitants were carried into exile. The Edomites took advantage of Judah's vulnerability during this time, looting the city and cutting off escape routes for the fleeing Judeans. This betrayal was especially egregious given the familial ties between Edom and Israel, leading to God's strong condemnation through Obadiah. Wouldn't you think that betraying your own kin during their time of greatest need would bring serious consequences? Edom's actions, rather than standing with their brother nation, instead exploited their suffering for their own gain, which brought them directly under God's judgment. Archaeological evidence from the region of Edom, modern-day southern Jordan, shows a nation that prospered for a time, benefiting from the decline of Judah, only to be eventually overrun themselves. Edom's downfall, as Obadiah predicted, came swiftly with Nabatean invasions and the gradual disappearance of Edom from historical records after the 5th century BCE. Judgment on Edom. Divine justice for betrayal. Obadiah's prophecy centers on the idea that no nation is beyond the reach of God's justice, especially when it comes to the treatment of his people. The key theme of divine retribution resonates throughout the text, particularly in verses like Obadiah 1 verse 15, which states, "As you have done, it shall be done to you. Your deeds shall return on your own head." This principle of retributive justice reminds us of the broader biblical theme that actions have consequences. Edom's downfall is portrayed as an inevitable result of their arrogance and violence. Could you imagine the shock of the Edomites as they experienced the very destruction they had so readily participated in against their neighbors? The balance of justice that Obadiah prophesies is swift and sure. In today's world, doesn't it make you wonder how often societies or individuals might face similar consequences when they exploit others for gain? The timeless message of Obadiah is that no injustice goes unnoticed, and the scales will eventually be balanced. The Day of the Lord, a broader vision. Obadiah's prophecy doesn't stop at Edom's judgment. It broadens to include a vision of the Day of the Lord, a time when God's judgment will extend to all nations. The Day of the Lord is a recurring theme in prophetic literature, symbolizing the time when God will right all wrongs, punish the wicked, and bring deliverance to his people. Obadiah makes it clear that the nations who have opposed God's people will face their own day of reckoning. In Obadiah 1 verse 21, he speaks of deliverers coming to Mount Zion, signaling the future restoration and the ultimate reign of God's kingdom. The final verses of Obadiah shift the focus to hope, the hope that Israel will be restored and that God's justice will prevail, not only over Edom, but over all who oppose his purposes. Theological themes: justice, brotherhood, and the sovereignty of God. The book of Obadiah touches on deep theological themes, particularly regarding the justice of God and the idea of brotherhood. The betrayal of Edom, descendants of Esau, is viewed as an especially egregious sin because of their kinship with Israel, descendants of Jacob. This dynamic between Esau and Jacob, brother nations that often clashed, is central to understanding the gravity of Edom's actions. The theological lesson from Obadiah is clear: betrayal, especially of one's own kin, is a serious offense in the eyes of God. Obadiah teaches that justice is not only an ideal, but a reality that will be brought to bear in the course of history. It's a sobering reminder that God's sovereignty extends over all nations, and his purposes cannot be thwarted. Obadiah's vision for all nations. Though Obadiah is brief, its message carries a lasting weight. The fall of Edom serves as a warning to all nations. Arrogance, betrayal, and injustice will ultimately lead to judgment. Yet, even in the midst of this harsh prophecy, Obadiah holds out hope for the future. The day of the Lord will also bring deliverance and restoration for God's people. As we reflect on Obadiah's message today, wouldn't you think the themes of justice, betrayal, and restoration still resonate? Could it be that we too are called to examine how we treat others, especially those closest to us, and recognize the importance of acting with integrity and fairness? Obadiah's prophecy reminds us that justice may be delayed, but it is never denied. Jonah. The book of Jonah is one of the most well-known stories in the Old Testament. It tells the tale of a prophet who runs from God's command, is swallowed by a great fish, and eventually brings a message of repentance to Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, a brutal empire known for its cruelty. The story of Jonah is both a narrative and a prophetic book, offering deep insights into themes of obedience, mercy, and God's love for all nations, not just Israel. Unlike most other prophetic books, Jonah's message is focused more on the prophet's journey and his relationship with God than on the content of the prophecy itself. However, the book's profound theme of repentance and divine mercy transcends its brevity, making it one of the most powerful and relatable stories of God's grace. The historical context of Jonah's mission. Jonah's mission to Nineveh is significant, given the historical relationship between Israel and Assyria. The Assyrian Empire, known for its military might and cruelty, was one of the most feared powers of the ancient world. By the time of Jonah, Assyria was already a looming threat to Israel and Judah, and within a few generations, the Assyrians would destroy the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BCE. Wouldn't you think it strange that God would send a prophet like Jonah to call such a brutal and hostile nation to repentance? Jonah's reluctance to obey God's command becomes understandable in this light. Nineveh, as the capital of Assyria, was a symbol of everything that threatened Israel's existence. Yet, God's message to Jonah was clear: the people of Nineveh must be given a chance to repent. Archaeological discoveries have confirmed the existence of Nineveh and its role as the capital of the Assyrian Empire. Excavations at the site have revealed extensive walls, palaces, and inscriptions that provide evidence of Assyria's dominance and its cultural achievements. If so much of this history aligns with the biblical narrative, at what point do we begin to trust the accuracy of other details in the story, such as Jonah's mission, even if certain elements seem extraordinary? Jonah's flight, the struggle with obedience. The first chapter of Jonah sets the stage for his internal struggle with obedience. When God commands Jonah to go to Nineveh, Jonah chooses to flee in the opposite direction, boarding a ship bound for Tarshish. In doing so, Jonah tries to escape God's presence, a notion that ultimately proves impossible, as a great storm forces the sailors to throw Jonah overboard, and he is swallowed by a great fish. Jonah's flight from God raises the question of whether we, too, sometimes resist the call to do what is right when faced with difficult or uncomfortable circumstances. Could you imagine being in Jonah's place, trying to run from a divine command out of fear or reluctance? His experience of being swallowed by a great fish may challenge belief, yet the core message remains: no matter how far we try to run from God, we cannot escape His purposes. From a historical perspective, the idea of a prophet traveling to a foreign nation to deliver a message from God fits within the broader context of ancient Near Eastern practices. Prophets and messengers often traveled between nations to deliver warnings or call for repentance. While the great fish might seem extraordinary, doesn't the proven accuracy of archaeological findings related to Jonah's mission and the existence of Nineveh lend credibility to the broader narrative? Repentance of Nineveh, a surprising outcome. After Jonah's reluctant obedience and his dramatic rescue from the belly of the fish, he finally delivers God's message to Nineveh. 40 more days and Nineveh will be overthrown. To Jonah's amazement, the entire city, led by its king, repents in response to his message. They fast, wear sackcloth, and cry out to God for mercy, hoping to avert the impending disaster. This dramatic turn of events is one of the most remarkable aspects of Jonah's story. Could you imagine an entire empire known for its brutality suddenly turning in humility and repentance before God? Wouldn't you think such an outcome unlikely in a society like Assyria's, unless the message truly struck a deep chord of truth? Interestingly, Assyrian records from this period contain references to natural disasters, plagues, and eclipses, which may have contributed to a sense of divine judgment looming over the empire. These events could have made the Ninevites more receptive to Jonah's warning. If so many historical details align with what we can verify, wouldn't it follow that even the miraculous elements of the story, such as the city's repentance, might be rooted in truth as well? Jonah's anger and God's mercy. Despite the success of his mission, Jonah's response to Nineveh's repentance is one of anger. He is upset that God chose to spare the city, revealing his deep-seated prejudice against the Assyrians. Jonah's bitterness is contrasted with God's boundless mercy and his desire to see even the most wicked nations turn from their evil ways. The closing chapters of Jonah ask us to reflect on the nature of divine mercy. Jonah struggles to accept that God's mercy extends beyond Israel to encompass even Israel's enemies. Wouldn't you think that Jonah, as a prophet, would rejoice at the repentance of a city rather than begrudge it? His reaction challenges us to consider our own attitudes toward those we view as undeserving of grace. Could it be that we, too, sometimes resist the idea that God's love and mercy know no bounds? Theological themes: obedience, mercy, and God's sovereignty. The Book of Jonah presents several key theological themes. First, it emphasizes the importance of obedience to God's call, even when that call is difficult or uncomfortable. Jonah's journey demonstrates that while we may try to resist God's will, His purposes will ultimately prevail. Second, Jonah reveals the depth of God's mercy. The repentance of Nineveh serves as a powerful reminder that no one is beyond the reach of God's grace. Even a city as wicked as Nineveh is given the chance to repent and be saved. This theme is echoed in both Jewish and Christian theology, as it underscores the idea that God's love extends to all people, regardless of nationality or background. Finally, Jonah highlights the sovereignty of God over all creation. From the storm that overtakes Jonah's ship to the great fish that rescues him, to the repentance of an entire city, the book illustrates that God is in control of all things, both natural and human. Jonah's legacy and the reliability of Scripture. The book of Jonah offers a powerful message about obedience, mercy, and the boundless nature of God's love. It challenges us to examine our own responses to God's call and to recognize that even those we view as enemies are not beyond the reach of divine grace. Given the historical accuracy of Nineveh's existence and the Assyrian context, at what point do we begin to trust the other elements of the story, elements that may not be as easily verifiable by archaeology or historical records? If so much of what we know aligns with Scripture, is it unreasonable to extend that trust to the miraculous and the unseen, recognizing that God's hand is at work in ways we may not fully understand? Micah. The book of Micah is a prophetic masterpiece that addresses the injustices present in Judah and Israel during the 8th century BCE. Micah's prophecies focus on the corruption of the leaders, the exploitation of the poor, and the need for a return to justice and righteousness. His message is both a warning of impending judgment and a promise of future restoration through the Messianic king who will come from the line of David. Micah, like his contemporary Isaiah, ministered during a time of political upheaval and moral decline. The northern kingdom of Israel was nearing its destruction at the hands of the Assyrian Empire, and Judah was not far behind in its own moral decay. Micah's message was clear: if the people did not turn from their injustice and corruption, they would face divine judgment. But woven into this warning was also a message of hope for salvation and the eventual reign of a righteous king. The historical context of Micah's prophecies. Micah prophesied during the reigns of Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. His ministry overlapped with significant events such as the fall of Samaria and the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel by the Assyrians in 722 BCE. Micah's prophecies were directed primarily at Jerusalem and Samaria, condemning their leaders for exploiting the poor and practicing idolatry. The archaeological evidence from this period supports the historical reality of Micah's warnings. Excavations in Samaria and other cities of the northern kingdom have revealed layers of destruction consistent with the Assyrian conquest. Additionally, evidence of widespread corruption and wealth accumulation among the elite class, as seen in luxury items and large estates, aligns with Micah's denunciation of the social and economic inequality of the time. Micah's condemnation of the leaders of Israel and Judah prompts reflection. Could you imagine a society where the powerful trample the rights of the poor with impunity? How often do the cries for justice go unheard until it is too late? In Micah's world, this was the reality, and his words serve as a powerful reminder that injustice has consequences. Judgment and promise, the dual nature of Micah's message. One of the central themes of Micah's prophecy is the tension between judgment and restoration. In the early chapters, Micah warns that Jerusalem and Samaria will be destroyed because of their sins. He condemns the prophets and priests for taking bribes and the landowners for seizing the properties of the poor. This exploitation of the vulnerable, Micah declares, will lead to the downfall of the nation. However, Micah's message is not entirely one of doom. He also speaks of a future messianic king who will come from the line of David and rule in righteousness. In Micah 5 verse 2, he prophesies that the Messiah will be born in Bethlehem, a small town in Judah. This prophecy is significant because it is later cited in the New Testament as being fulfilled in the birth of Jesus Christ, Matthew 2 verse 6. The precision of this prophecy, written centuries before its fulfillment, reinforces the divine inspiration behind Micah's words. If so much of Micah's prophecies has been proven accurate, like the destruction of Samaria and the prediction of a ruler from Bethlehem, wouldn't it make sense to trust the parts that haven't yet been fulfilled? Isn't it reasonable to consider the future hope he offers based on the proven reliability of the past? The call to action, justice, mercy, and humility. Perhaps the most famous verse in the book of Micah is Micah 6 verse 8, where the prophet summarizes what God desires from his people. He has shown you, O mortal, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with your God. This call to action is timeless and serves as a moral compass not only for Micah's audience, but for generations to come. God is not interested in empty rituals or sacrifices. He desires that his people live in a way that reflects his justice and compassion. Micah's words continue to resonate today, challenging us to examine how we live in relation to others. How often do we prioritize ritual over righteousness or overlook mercy in favor of self-interest? Micah's call is a reminder that true faith is lived out through our actions, particularly in how we treat the vulnerable and the marginalized. Micah's enduring legacy. The book of Micah is both a warning and a promise, a call to justice and righteousness in the face of impending judgment, and a vision of future hope through the coming Messianic King. The archaeological, historical, and theological evidence supports the accuracy of Micah's prophecies, providing a strong foundation for trusting in the ultimate fulfillment of the future promises he foretells. If Micah's prophecies of judgment and restoration have been proven so accurate through history and archaeology, at what point do we begin to place our trust in the future promises he reveals? Could it be that the same God who brought judgment for injustice will also bring the ultimate restoration through the promised Messiah? Nahum. The book of Nahum proclaims the imminent fall of Nineveh, the capital of the Assyrian Empire, which had long dominated the ancient world through its military might and unspeakable cruelty. Nahum's prophecy focuses on divine justice, foretelling the complete destruction of Nineveh as retribution for its oppression and brutality. Written as both a warning and a comfort to the people of Judah, Nahum emphasizes that no empire, regardless of its strength, can stand against God's judgment. Historical context: Assyria's cruelty and the rise of Nineveh. Nineveh, the capital of Assyria, was infamous for its sheer dominance and its merciless treatment of other nations. Assyrian kings like Tiglath-Pileser III and Sennacherib carried out brutal campaigns, leaving entire cities destroyed and people enslaved. The Assyrians were feared and hated, not just for their military power, but for the torture and dehumanization they inflicted on their captives. Nahum's prophecy came during a time when Judah had suffered greatly under Assyrian oppression. While the prophet Isaiah had earlier predicted the eventual fall of Assyria, Nahum's message is more specific, describing the impending destruction of Nineveh in vivid detail. The prophecy offered comfort to the people of Judah who had witnessed Assyria's aggression firsthand. If we consider the history of empires, it becomes clear that even the mightiest of nations fall when their power is built on injustice. The archaeological findings from Nineveh, including ruins and destruction layers from its fall in 612 BCE, align with Nahum's descriptions. These discoveries confirm that Nineveh, once thought invincible, was destroyed, fulfilling Nahum's prophecy. If so much of this prophecy is historically accurate, we begin to understand that Nahum's words are not simply a poetic narrative, but rooted in verifiable reality. Divine justice and the fall of Nineveh. Nahum's depiction of Nineveh's destruction is rich in symbolic language and poetic imagery. He describes the city's fall with stunning detail, including the breach of its defenses through flooding. The river gates are thrown open, and the palace collapses. Nahum 2 verse 6. This reference to the Tigris River and the floodwaters that contributed to Nineveh's collapse is supported by both historical and geological evidence. Nineveh's walls, weakened by water, became vulnerable to attack, which aligns with ancient records of how the city was overtaken. Nahum's words are not merely about the physical destruction of a city. They serve as a theological declaration that God will not allow arrogance and cruelty to go unpunished. Nineveh, a city that had caused so much suffering, would face the consequences of its actions. If we trust that the Assyrian Empire's fall unfolded as Nahum said, it becomes logical to accept the broader truth he is proclaiming, that divine justice is inevitable for those who defy moral order. Nahum challenges us to recognize that even though judgment may not come immediately, it will come when it is due. Nineveh, once the terror of the Near East, crumbled in a day. The fact that Nineveh, a symbol of Assyrian arrogance, could fall in such a dramatic fashion suggests that no nation is immune to the demands of justice. If power built on cruelty can be dismantled so swiftly, then perhaps we should consider the broader implications for societies today that similarly abuse their power. The hope for Judah, God's sovereignty over history. While Nahum's prophecy is filled with judgment against Nineveh, there is also a message of hope for Judah. He promises that after Nineveh's fall, Judah will experience peace and safety. Look, there on the mountains, the feet of one who brings good news, who proclaims peace. No more will the wicked invade you. They will be completely destroyed. Nahum 1 verse 15. This promise reflects God's sovereignty over history. Although Judah had been oppressed by Assyria, Nahum reminds the people that God is ultimately in control and will bring justice in his time. Nineveh's destruction was a sign that God had not forgotten his people. If Assyria's fall seemed unthinkable, given their overwhelming strength, then Nahum's prophecy confirms that God's justice cannot be avoided. And if Judah could trust in God's justice then, even when the circumstances seem dire, doesn't that suggest we can trust in his justice today? Nahum shows us that while the powerful may rise and fall, God's plans are constant. The fall of Nineveh marked the end of an era for Judah. It was proof that God's promises were not empty. His justice, though slow, was sure. If God's sovereignty was clear over Nineveh, it follows that we, too, can trust in his control over the larger movements of history, no matter how chaotic things may seem. Nahum's message of justice and trust. The book of Nahum delivers a clear and unavoidable message. Justice will prevail, even against the most powerful and violent empires. The destruction of Nineveh, which seemed impossible to the ancient world, stands as a testament to the reality of divine retribution. The evidence from Nineveh's ruins supports Nahum's vivid description of the city's fall, reinforcing the idea that what God decrees will come to pass. If Nahum's prophecy about Nineveh's destruction was so precise, then the moral and theological truths he conveyed are equally reliable. The message of divine justice, that no empire, no matter how mighty, can defy the moral order without consequence, remains just as relevant today. If the fall of Nineveh teaches us anything, it's that power without justice is unsustainable. If we take Nahum's words seriously, we are reminded to trust in God's justice, even when it seems distant. Habakkuk. The book of Habakkuk stands out among the prophets for its deep exploration of the mystery of divine justice. Unlike other prophetic books, where the prophet delivers God's message to the people, Habakkuk begins by voicing his own questions and doubts to God. His profound struggle with the problem of evil and injustice and God's seeming delay in addressing them leads to one of the most significant declarations of faith in the entire Bible. The righteous will live by their faith. Habakkuk 2 verse 4. Habakkuk's prophecies are set during a time of moral decline in Judah, likely during the reign of King Jehoiakim, 609 to 598 BCE. Judah was caught between the rising power of Babylon and the remnants of Assyria and Egypt. As violence and injustice increased, Habakkuk questioned why God seemed indifferent to the corruption of his people. His prophecy is a journey from questioning God's ways to trusting in his ultimate plan. Historical context: Judah's moral decline and the rise of Babylon. The political situation in Judah during Habakkuk's time was precarious. The Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar were rapidly becoming the dominant power in the Near East. The Battle of Carchemish in 605 BCE saw the Babylonians decisively defeat both Assyria and Egypt, leaving Babylon as the dominant empire. Judah, a small kingdom, was caught between these warring superpowers, and its leaders were often more concerned with political alliances than with moral and spiritual integrity. If we look at the historical evidence, we see how Judah's position was extremely vulnerable. Archaeological discoveries from Jerusalem and surrounding areas show signs of the political instability and corruption that Habakkuk condemned. Coins, seals, and other artifacts from this period reveal the political alliances Judah attempted to form with Egypt, a move that ultimately proved futile as Babylon emerged as the uncontested power. If the evidence of Judah's decline is so clear, it strengthens the validity of Habakkuk's complaints about the nation's moral state and his plea for divine intervention. Habakkuk's complaint: the problem of injustice. The opening of Habakkuk's prophecy begins with a direct complaint to God. How long, Lord, must I call for help, but you do not listen? Or cry out to you, violence, but you do not save? Habakkuk 1 verse 2. Habakkuk's words echo the frustration in the world. He questions why God seems to tolerate wrongdoing and why the wicked prosper while the righteous suffer. God's response to Habakkuk is surprising. Rather than offering immediate comfort, God reveals that he will raise up the Babylonians, a ruthless and violent people, to bring judgment on Judah. This answer only deepens Habakkuk's confusion. How could a just God use such a corrupt nation to punish his own people? If God is just, why does he allow such terrible things to happen? Habakkuk's struggle with these questions is relatable. Couldn't we ask similar questions today? When we see corruption and injustice go unchecked, it's easy to wonder why God doesn't intervene immediately. But as God's response to Habakkuk unfolds, we begin to see a larger picture of divine justice that isn't confined to human timelines. If we trust that history unfolds as part of a larger plan, we can begin to understand that even in times of apparent injustice, God's purposes are still at work. The vision of the future, God's justice will come. In Habakkuk 2 verse 3, God reassures the prophet, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." This verse is crucial to understanding Habakkuk's ultimate journey from doubt to faith. God's justice may seem delayed, but it is never absent. The Babylonians will indeed bring judgment on Judah, but they too will face their own reckoning in time. The historical record confirms the accuracy of God's words. The Babylonian Empire, which conquered Judah and destroyed Jerusalem in 586 BCE, itself fell to the Persians less than a century later in 539 BCE. The Cyrus cylinder, an important archaeological discovery, records Cyrus the Great's conquest of Babylon, fulfilling the broader pattern of divine justice that God revealed to Habakkuk. If the rise and fall of empires unfold as God predicted, doesn't that suggest we can trust the ultimate fulfillment of his promises? Faith in uncertainty. The righteous will live by faith. Habakkuk's journey reaches its pinnacle in Habakkuk 2 verse 4, where God declares, "The righteous will live by their faith." This verse has had an enormous impact on both Jewish and Christian theology, emphasizing that trust in God's character and promises is the foundation of righteousness. Habakkuk's struggle to understand God's justice ultimately leads him to a place of faith, not because he has all the answers, but because he has learned to trust in God's sovereignty. This call to live by faith is not a passive resignation to fate. Instead, it's an active trust that God's purposes will prevail, even when we cannot see the full picture. It's the same faith that sustained Judah through the Babylonian exile and brought them back to their land. If we reflect on the faith that carried people through such immense historical trials, we might begin to understand how trusting in God's promises today, even when life is filled with uncertainty, can offer the same kind of sustaining power. Theological themes: justice, faith, and God's sovereignty. The book of Habakkuk revolves around two key themes: divine justice and faith in the face of uncertainty. Habakkuk's dialogue with God highlights the tension between human understanding and divine wisdom. We often want immediate answers to the problem of evil, but Habakkuk teaches us that faith requires patience and trust in God's timing. God's justice, as revealed to Habakkuk, operates on a scale much larger than what we can immediately perceive. The Babylonians were used to bring judgment on Judah, but they were not exempt from judgment themselves. History shows that nations and empires rise and fall according to God's plan, and those who trust in him will ultimately see justice prevail. If we acknowledge the accuracy of God's revelation about the fate of Judah and Babylon, we are left with a powerful reminder: even when evil seems to triumph, it is never beyond God's control. If the righteous live by faith, it's because they understand that God's justice is certain, even when it appears delayed. Habakkuk's faith and the certainty of divine justice. The book of Habakkuk offers profound insights into the nature of faith in times of doubt. Habakkuk's journey from questioning God's justice to trusting in his plan is a reminder that faith does not require all the answers. It requires trust in the God who holds all answers. The historical evidence, including the fall of Babylon and the return of Judah from exile, confirms that God's promises were fulfilled in Habakkuk's time, just as they will be fulfilled in ours. If so much has already been proven true, then it stands to reason that the parts of God's plan we cannot yet see or prove are equally trustworthy. Just as Habakkuk learned to wait patiently for God's justice, we too are called to live by faith, trusting that God's purposes will unfold in His perfect timing. Zephaniah. The book of Zephaniah is a striking prophecy, both urgent and hopeful, calling the people of Judah to prepare for the coming day of the Lord, a day of judgment and restoration. Zephaniah's prophecies focus on the sinfulness of Judah and the surrounding nations, warning them of impending judgment, but also offering the promise of a purified people who will seek the Lord with all their hearts. His message is not just one of destruction, but also of redemption and renewal. Zephaniah's ministry took place during the reign of King Josiah, 640 to 609 BCE, a time of reform and renewal in Judah. Josiah's efforts to purge the nation of idolatry and restore proper worship align with Zephaniah's call for the people to repent and turn back to God. But Zephaniah's words carry a weight of urgency. He sees the coming Babylonian threat as an instrument of God's judgment, and the day of the Lord is imminent. Historical context: Judah in the shadow of Babylon. Zephaniah's prophecies came during a critical period in Judah's history. Though Josiah was a reformer, his efforts to restore true worship could not completely erase the deep-rooted corruption and idolatry that plagued the nation. The Babylonian Empire was rising rapidly, and Judah's days as an independent kingdom were numbered. Zephaniah's warnings reflect the political instability of the time, as Judah faced the looming threat of Babylon and its military might. If we look at the historical evidence, the situation was dire. The archaeological findings from cities like Jerusalem reveal signs of both reform and resistance. While Josiah's reforms were an attempt to bring the people back to God, the underlying corruption remained. Coins and seals from this era show the influence of surrounding nations and their religious practices, highlighting the syncretism that still held sway over Judah's people. If the evidence of Judah's decline is so clear, Zephaniah's call for repentance takes on even greater significance. The day of the Lord, judgment and hope. The central theme of Zephaniah's prophecy is the day of the Lord, a day of cosmic upheaval, when God will judge the nations, including Judah, for their sins. Zephaniah describes this day with powerful imagery. The great day of the Lord is near and coming quickly. The cry on the day of the Lord is bitter. The mighty warrior shouts his battle cry, Zephaniah 1 verse 14. This day will bring destruction upon the wicked and purification for those who remain faithful. Zephaniah doesn't hold back in his description of the devastation that will come upon Judah and its neighbors. Yet, amid the warnings of judgment, there is also a promise of hope. In Zephaniah 3 verses 9 to 10, God promises to purify the lips of the people so that all of them may call on the name of the Lord and serve Him shoulder to shoulder. This vision of a purified, united people is a glimpse of the restoration that will follow judgment. Could you imagine the tension the people of Judah must have felt, hearing these words? On one hand, the terror of impending judgment, on the other, the promise of renewal. If judgment is certain, but renewal is promised afterward, wouldn't that inspire both fear and hope in equal measure? The fall of nations, Zephaniah's warnings to the surrounding nations. Zephaniah's message is not only directed at Judah, but also at the surrounding nations, Philistia, Moab, Ammon, Cush, and Assyria. He proclaims judgment on these nations for their arrogance and idolatry, and for their treatment of God's people. Assyria, in particular, which had dominated the region for centuries, would fall before the rising power of Babylon. Zephaniah's words were prophetic, as Assyria was defeated shortly after the prophet's ministry, and its capital, Nineveh, was destroyed in 612 BCE. The archaeological record supports Zephaniah's predictions about the fall of these nations. Excavations in Philistia and Moab reveal destruction layers from this period, consistent with the Babylonian conquests that followed shortly after Zephaniah's time. Nineveh's destruction, confirmed by both biblical and extra-biblical sources, marked the end of Assyria's dominance, fulfilling Zephaniah's prophecy. If the fall of these mighty nations was foretold so accurately, how much more should we take seriously the prophet's warnings about Judah's own fate? Faithful remnant and restoration, the hope beyond judgment. Despite the bleakness of much of Zephaniah's prophecy, his message is not without hope. He speaks of a faithful remnant who will survive the coming judgment and be restored. In Zephaniah 3 verses 12 to 13, he describes this remnant, "But I will leave within you the meek and humble. The remnant of Israel will trust in the name of the Lord. These people, purified through suffering and judgment, will live in peace and righteousness." This theme of a faithful remnant is crucial to Zephaniah's message and has far-reaching theological implications. It emphasizes that even when judgment is inevitable, God's mercy still provides a way forward for those who remain faithful. History shows that after the Babylonian exile, a remnant of the people of Judah returned to rebuild Jerusalem and the temple, fulfilling Zephaniah's prophecy of restoration. If God's promise to restore a remnant after such devastating judgment came true, it logically follows that his promises of ultimate redemption can also be trusted. Theological themes: judgment, purification, and the sovereignty of God. The book of Zephaniah explores deep theological themes, particularly the tension between judgment and hope. The day of the Lord is presented not just as a day of destruction, but as a day of purification, a time when God will cleanse the nations and prepare a people who will truly seek him. Zephaniah's portrayal of God is one of both justice and mercy. God's judgment is never arbitrary. It is always directed toward the goal of restoring what is broken. Zephaniah also emphasizes the sovereignty of God over all nations. No nation, no matter how powerful, can escape the consequences of defying God's moral order. Assyria's fall, the judgment of Philistia and Moab, and the eventual destruction of Judah all point to God's control over the rise and fall of empires. If history consistently shows that God's hand guides these events, it makes sense to trust in his broader plan for the world, even when that plan includes periods of hardship and judgment. Zephaniah's call for faith and repentance. The book of Zephaniah is a profound call for faith, repentance, and trust in God's sovereignty. His warnings of judgment were fulfilled in the fall of Assyria and the eventual Babylonian conquest of Judah, but his message of hope remains equally significant. The promise of a purified remnant points forward to a time when God's people will live in peace and righteousness, serving him with undivided hearts. Zephaniah's message is clear: judgment is not the final word, restoration is. And if the judgment came exactly as predicted, wouldn't it follow that the promised restoration is just as trustworthy? As we reflect on Zephaniah's words, we are invited to consider our own place in God's unfolding plan. If we trust in his justice, we must also trust in his mercy and his promise to restore and renew all things. Haggai. The book of Haggai is a brief but powerful prophecy, delivered during a critical period in the history of Judah. After the Babylonian exile, the Jewish people had returned to Jerusalem and begun rebuilding the temple, but the project was soon abandoned due to opposition and discouragement. Haggai's message is a call to action, urging the people to resume the rebuilding of the temple and to put God's priorities above their own. His prophecy challenges the people to trust in God's promises and to understand that their own prosperity is tied to their faithfulness in fulfilling God's work. The historical backdrop for Haggai's prophecy is the period after Cyrus the Great's decree allowing the exiles to return to Jerusalem in 538 BCE. However, despite their return, the reconstruction of the temple stalled, and the people instead focused on building their own homes and businesses. Haggai's words cut through their complacency, reminding them that true blessing would only come once they made God's house their priority again. Historical context: the return from exile and the reconstruction of the temple. Haggai's prophecy came during the reign of Darius I of Persia, 522 to 486 BCE, approximately 18 years after the first group of exiles returned to Jerusalem. Although Cyrus the Great had issued a decree allowing the exiles to rebuild the temple of God, opposition from surrounding nations and internal apathy led to the project being abandoned. As a result, Jerusalem remained in ruins, and the temple lay unfinished. If we look at the historical evidence, particularly from the Cyrus cylinder, we can confirm that Cyrus did, in fact, issue a decree allowing exiles to return and rebuild their places of worship, including the Jewish temple. The archaeological evidence from this period, such as the remains of Jerusalem's Second Temple foundations, also supports the timeline of events Haggai addresses. If the political context and archaeological discoveries align, it strengthens our understanding that Haggai's call for action was rooted in a very real and urgent situation for the returning exiles. The call to rebuild. Is it a time for you to be in paneled houses? Haggai's message begins with a rebuke. The people of Judah were focused on rebuilding their own homes and making their lives comfortable, while the temple of God remained unfinished. Haggai directly addresses this in Haggai 1 verse 4, saying, "Is it a time for you yourselves to be living in your paneled houses, while this house remains a ruin?" The contrast between the people's comfort and the neglected state of the temple becomes a metaphor for misplaced priorities. Haggai explains that the people's lack of prosperity, their failed crops and economic hardship, was directly tied to their neglect of the temple. God's blessing was being withheld because the people were not honoring him. This connection between spiritual obedience and material blessing is a central theme in Haggai's message. Interestingly, the scientific evidence related to climate patterns and agricultural yields during this period indicates that Judah experienced droughts and poor harvests, which could have exacerbated the people's economic difficulties. If we combine this evidence with Haggai's spiritual message, it becomes clear that the people's hardships weren't just coincidental. There were both natural and divine factors at play, emphasizing the urgency of their need to return to God's priorities. Encouragement and the promise of God's presence. Despite the initial rebuke, Haggai also brings a message of hope and encouragement. In Haggai 2 verse 4, God declares, "Be strong, all you people of the land, declares the Lord, and work. For I am with you." This assurance of God's presence was meant to inspire the people to overcome their fear of opposition and the difficulty of the task ahead. Haggai reminds them that their work on the temple would not only restore proper worship, but also restore their relationship with God. In addition to encouraging them to rebuild the physical temple, Haggai's prophecy also looks forward to a spiritual renewal. In Haggai 2 verse 9, God promises, "The glory of this present house will be greater than the glory of the former house." This prophecy is significant because it looks beyond the second temple built under Haggai's encouragement to a future time when God's glory would be revealed in its fullness. For Christians, this verse is often interpreted as pointing to the coming of Jesus Christ, who would later teach and minister in this very temple. Could you imagine the excitement and renewed sense of purpose the people must have felt hearing this promise? If God's presence and blessing were guaranteed to those who undertook his work, it follows logically that the people would respond with renewed faith and energy. The archaeological record confirms that the Second Temple was indeed completed, and though it was modest in comparison to Solomon's temple, it became the spiritual center for Judaism in the centuries that followed. Theological themes: obedience, blessing, and future glory. The book of Haggai emphasizes the connection between obedience to God's commands and the blessing that follows. The people's neglect of the temple was not just a failure of construction, but a failure of faithfulness. Haggai's message reminds us that God's priorities must come first, and when they do, his presence and blessing are guaranteed. Another key theme in Haggai's prophecy is the idea of future glory. While the immediate focus was on completing the Second Temple, Haggai also pointed to a greater glory that was yet to come. This future-oriented aspect of Haggai's message reflects a theological understanding of how God's promises unfold over time, often beginning with small acts of faithfulness that lead to greater fulfillment. The archaeological discoveries of the Second Temple's foundation, combined with the Cyrus cylinder and other historical records, all contribute to supporting the accuracy of Haggai's message. If the rebuilding of the temple as Haggai urged was an act tied to both spiritual and material restoration, then it stands to reason that God's promise of a greater future glory was not only for that immediate time, but for generations to come. the call to build and the promise of God's future glory. The Book of Haggai is a clear and direct call to obedience, reminding the people of Judah that their spiritual well-being was inseparable from their commitment to God's work. His message challenges them, and us, not to let discouragement or complacency take precedence over the things that matter most. The historical evidence, from the return of the exiles to the rebuilding of the temple, affirms that Haggai's words were timely and relevant, guiding the people toward renewed faith. If the evidence of Judah's restoration aligns with Haggai's prophecy, then it makes sense to believe that his vision of greater glory, one that points to future fulfillment, can also be trusted. Just as the people of Judah responded to Haggai's call and saw their city and temple restored, we, too, can trust in the promises of God's presence and future glory when we put his priorities first. Zechariah. The book of Zechariah is filled with visions and prophecies that offer hope to a people recently returned from exile. Zechariah's message is one of restoration, calling the people of Judah to rebuild their spiritual identity and their city. His prophecies are rich with imagery and point toward the coming of a Messiah, making Zechariah one of the most theologically significant prophets in both Judaism and Christianity. The themes of divine intervention, future hope, and the ultimate triumph of God's kingdom resound throughout the book, as Zechariah speaks of both immediate renewal and a distant messianic reign. Zechariah's ministry overlapped with the prophet Haggai during the reign of Darius I of Persia, 522 to 486 BCE. While Haggai focused on the physical rebuilding of the temple, Zechariah's prophecies emphasized spiritual renewal and the future. His visions extend beyond the present, offering a glimpse into God's broader plan for Jerusalem, Judah, and the world. Historical context: a people returned, a nation restored. Zechariah prophesied during a time of rebuilding. The Babylonian exile had ended, and the Jewish people had returned to Jerusalem under the decree of Cyrus the Great. However, the process of rebuilding was slow, and the people faced discouragement. Zechariah's words were meant to inspire hope and renew the people's faith that God was still with them. The archaeological evidence from Jerusalem supports the historical context Zechariah was addressing. Excavations in the area around the Temple Mount reveal layers of reconstruction from this period, as the returning exiles rebuilt the city's defenses and the Second Temple. The Cyrus cylinder, as we've seen, further confirms that Cyrus allowed these exiles to return and rebuild, just as the biblical account in Ezra and Nehemiah describes. If these historical and archaeological finds validate Zechariah's timeframe, it is clear that his visions were tied to a specific moment in Judah's history, grounded in real events. Zechariah's message, however, extends far beyond the immediate. Could you imagine being part of a generation that had returned from such devastating exile, yet struggling to find your place again? Zechariah's prophecies weren't merely about stones and structures, they were about identity, hope, and the future reign of God. The prophetic visions, a glimpse into God's plan. Zechariah's prophecy is unique in its use of symbolic visions. These include the vision of 4 horsemen, the measuring line for Jerusalem, the golden lampstand, and flying scrolls, each representing aspects of God's judgment, mercy, and the future restoration of his people. Zechariah 2 verse 5, for instance, speaks of Jerusalem being a city without walls, protected by God's glory. I myself will be a wall of fire around it, declares the Lord, and I will be its glory within. Zechariah's visions of Jerusalem, flourishing without walls, were not only symbolic, but would also resonate in a city that had been physically vulnerable for so long. His prophecy reflects the theological understanding that God's protection would supersede physical barriers, a notion that would have felt both radical and comforting to a people whose city walls had been breached by enemies just decades before. It's worth noting that these kinds of visions often inspire deep reflection on the spiritual realities they point to. If the historical context shows that Zechariah was indeed prophesying during a critical rebuilding period, then it follows that the spiritual truths he conveyed are just as valid, perhaps even more so. God's protection and presence were no longer bound by earthly defenses, but were part of a broader divine plan. The coming Messiah, the hope of a righteous king. One of Zechariah's most significant contributions is his prophecy concerning the Messianic king. In Zechariah 9 verse 9, we find one of the clearest Messianic prophecies in the Old Testament. Rejoice greatly, daughter Zion. Shout, daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, righteous and victorious, lowly and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. This passage is later directly referenced in the New Testament, Matthew 21 verse 5, to describe Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem. The precision of this prophecy and its fulfillment centuries later in the life of Jesus is a powerful testament to the accuracy of Zechariah's vision. If this prophecy was fulfilled with such specificity, what does that tell us about the rest of Zechariah's revelations? Wouldn't it logically follow that other elements of his prophecy, such as the future glory of God's kingdom, are equally reliable? From a historical perspective, Jewish expectation of the Messiah in Zechariah's day was tied to a Davidic ruler who would restore Israel's national glory. However, the New Testament writers took this prophecy further, showing that Zechariah pointed not just to a physical king, but to a spiritual reign that would bring salvation to all. This expansion of Zechariah's vision speaks to the timelessness of his words, addressing not only the concerns of his time, but those of future generations. Archaeological evidence and theological significance. Zechariah's prophecy doesn't only point to immediate restoration, it also provides theological reflections that resonate across the ages. The notion of God's eternal kingdom, the promise of a messianic reign, and the final restoration of Jerusalem are not just distant ideals, but are rooted in the historical reality of the rebuilding period. Archaeological finds, including inscriptions and fragments from Jerusalem's Second Temple period, confirm that the rebuilding efforts after the exile took place precisely as described. The remains of the Second Temple and its later expansion during Herod's reign offer a window into the physical reality of the city during Zechariah's time. If these physical pieces of history are so verifiable, it lends further credibility to the broader theological claims Zechariah makes about God's future plans. When we reflect on Zechariah's words about the future, we must ask, if the physical realities of Jerusalem were rebuilt, could it be that Zechariah's vision of a future kingdom, one that transcends earthly walls and powers, is just as trustworthy? If the past proves so accurate, what do we do with the future promises? Theological themes, God's kingdom and the call to faithfulness. The book of Zechariah is rich with themes of hope, restoration, and the coming kingdom of God. Zechariah reminds the people that the physical rebuilding of Jerusalem is only part of the story. What truly matters is the spiritual renewal that God is bringing about. His vision of a messianic king and the eventual triumph of God's kingdom speaks not only to the people of Judah, but to all who long for God's ultimate justice and restoration. Zechariah's prophecy calls us to faithfulness, not just in the present, but in the future. The historical evidence supports the rebuilding efforts that Zechariah encouraged, and the archaeological findings from Jerusalem's Second Temple confirm that these events unfolded as the prophet described. If these events took place as foretold, then it follows logically that Zechariah's grander vision of a kingdom ruled by God's appointed king can be trusted as well. Zechariah's vision of a glorious future. The book of Zechariah offers a powerful vision of hope and future restoration, urging the people of Judah to see beyond their immediate challenges to the greater plan God has for them. His prophecies of a messianic king, the coming kingdom, and the restoration of Jerusalem provide a foundation of trust in God's promises. The archaeological and historical evidence aligns with Zechariah's immediate context, but the theological depth of his message transcends time, pointing toward a glorious future. If we trust the accuracy of Zechariah's historical prophecies, there is every reason to believe that his visions of the future, of God's kingdom, of the Messiah, and of ultimate restoration are equally reliable. And if God's promises were fulfilled in the past, then surely we can trust that the greater glory still to come will unfold just as faithfully. Malachi. The book of Malachi stands as the final voice of prophecy in the Old Testament, providing a bridge between the Hebrew Scriptures and the New Testament. Malachi's prophecies are a powerful call for faithfulness among the people of Judah who had grown complacent in their worship of God. His message addresses the spiritual decline that had crept in after the rebuilding of the Second Temple and challenges the priests and the people to honor God with genuine devotion. Malachi's prophecies are filled with rebuke, but also with the promise of future hope, notably, the coming of a messenger who would prepare the way for the Lord. This prophecy is seen as pointing to the coming of John the Baptist in the New Testament, heralding the arrival of the Messiah. The book is a reminder that God's justice is unwavering, and though the people may falter, His promises remain steadfast. Historical context, post-exilic complacency, and the corruption of worship. Malachi's ministry took place during the post-exilic period, likely around 450 to 430 BCE, after the rebuilding of the Second Temple. The Babylonian exile was over, the temple had been restored, and the people had returned to Jerusalem. Yet, despite this return to normalcy, the people's spiritual condition had deteriorated. The religious leaders, especially the priests, had become corrupt, offering blemished sacrifices and failing to uphold the standards of the law. The historical evidence from this period, particularly through archaeological discoveries in Jerusalem, shows that while the Second Temple had been completed, the city was still struggling to regain its former glory. The economic and social hardships of the time contributed to the people's complacency. If we look at the archaeological record, we find remnants of pottery, coins, and inscriptions from this era that reflect a community still in recovery. If the material realities were difficult, it makes sense that Malachi's message was focused on spiritual restoration, a call to the people to put their trust and focus back on God, regardless of their circumstances. The priests and the people, a call to genuine worship. One of Malachi's most urgent critiques is aimed at the priests who had failed in their duty to offer God pure sacrifices. In Malachi 1 verse 8, the prophet rebukes them, saying, "When you offer blind animals for sacrifice, is that not wrong? When you sacrifice lame or diseased animals, is that not wrong?" The priesthood, which was meant to be the spiritual leadership of the nation, had become negligent, and as a result, the people's worship had become half-hearted. Malachi challenges both the priests and the people to return to genuine worship, to honor God as He deserves. If the leaders were corrupt, the people naturally followed, creating a cycle of spiritual decline. But Malachi's message is clear: if the people truly honor God, He will bless them. The theological theme here is one of covenantal faithfulness. God's blessings are tied to the people's sincere worship and trust in His promises. This concept of covenant is deeply rooted in the history of Israel, and if we follow the trajectory of the Abrahamic and Mosaic covenants, we see a consistent emphasis on faithfulness as the key to receiving God's blessing. The coming messenger, a glimpse into the future. One of the most significant aspects of Malachi's prophecy is the promise of a messenger who would come before the day of the Lord. In Malachi 3 verse 1, God declares, "I will send my messenger, who will prepare the way before me." Then suddenly the Lord you are seeking will come to His temple. The messenger of the covenant, whom you desire, will come. This prophecy is seen by Christians as pointing to John the Baptist, who would prepare the way for the Messiah, Jesus Christ. The precision of Malachi's prophecy becomes even more compelling when we consider its New Testament fulfillment. The Gospel of Matthew 3:3 explicitly connects John the Baptist to this prophecy, describing him as the voice of one calling in the wilderness, "Prepare the way for the Lord." Theologically, this fulfills God's promise to send a forerunner who would prepare the people for the coming of the Messiah. If Malachi's prophecy about a coming messenger was fulfilled so clearly, it strengthens the reliability of the scriptural narrative. What is even more persuasive is the way in which this prophecy ties together the Old Testament and New Testament, making Malachi a critical bridge between the two. If history demonstrates that John the Baptist did indeed fulfill this role, wouldn't it follow that other elements of Malachi's prophecies about future restoration and the messianic reign should be taken seriously as well? Theological themes: faithfulness, justice, and future hope. Malachi's prophecies carry deep theological significance. One key theme is covenantal faithfulness, the idea that God's blessings are linked to the people's obedience and sincerity in worship. But the book also deals with divine justice. Malachi repeatedly reminds the people that God's justice is inevitable. In Malachi 3 verse 5, God warns that he will come in judgment against those who oppress the vulnerable. I will be quick to testify against sorcerers, adulterers, and perjurers, against those who defraud laborers of their wages, who oppress the widows and the fatherless, and deprive the foreigners among you of justice. This clear articulation of God's justice extends beyond the religious rituals of the temple to the broader moral and ethical behavior of the people. Malachi emphasizes that true faithfulness is shown not just in how people worship, but in how they live and treat others. If the people returned to their covenantal obligations, God's justice would result in blessing. However, if they continued in corruption, divine judgment was assured. Another critical theme is future hope. While much of Malachi's message is a rebuke, it ends with a promise of restoration. The coming of Elijah, mentioned in Malachi 4 verse 5, symbolizes the forerunner of the Messiah, ensuring that God's plan for redemption is on the horizon. For Christians, this prophecy points to John the Baptist as the one who prepares the way for Jesus. This consistency in prophetic fulfillment across centuries provides strong evidence for the truthfulness of the scriptures. If the promises made through Malachi were fulfilled so precisely, it stands to reason that God's overarching plan, as laid out in the Bible, is trustworthy and reliable. Malachi's final call and the promise of a new beginning. The book of Malachi closes the Old Testament with a final call to faithfulness and the promise of future restoration. His rebuke of the priests and the people highlights the necessity of genuine worship and ethical living. But Malachi also leaves readers with hope, the hope of a coming messenger and the eventual arrival of the Messianic age. As we reflect on Malachi's message, it's clear that his prophecies were grounded in the historical realities of his time, but they also pointed toward a future fulfillment that would shape the course of history. If the evidence of Malachi's prophecy of a messenger was fulfilled in the arrival of John the Baptist, then his broader theological vision of restoration, justice, and the coming of the Lord can be trusted as well. Final review. The diaspora. As we come to the end of this exploration through the Old Testament prophets, one thing stands out unmistakably. The truth of Scripture has been proven time and again. The words of the prophets, spoken centuries ago, have unfolded with a precision that is both humbling and awe-inspiring. These weren't just men speaking into the void, they were delivering messages rooted in divine wisdom, messages that echoed into the future, offering a glimpse of God's ultimate plan for the world. We've walked through the history of ancient Israel and Judah, seen kingdoms rise and fall, and witnessed how God's justice was always in motion. The evidence is undeniable. From archaeological finds confirming the fall of cities like Nineveh to the fulfillment of messianic prophecies, we are left with the realization that the Bible isn't just a collection of stories, it's a historical record, a blueprint of divine truth. A consistent message of restoration and hope. One of the most striking themes throughout these prophecies is the constant call to restoration. Time after time, despite their rebellion, God's people were reminded that their story wasn't over. Yes, there were warnings of judgment, but there were also promises of restoration, of renewal, and of a Messiah who would make things right. The fulfillment of these promises isn't abstract, it's real. Isaiah's prophecy of a child being born to a virgin, Zechariah's vision of a king riding on a donkey, Malachi's promise of a messenger to prepare the way, each of these prophetic declarations came to life in history, woven into the unfolding story of Jesus Christ. The historical evidence speaks for itself. The Babylonian exile, the rebuilding of Jerusalem, and the arrival of a Messiah, these events didn't happen in isolation. They were part of a larger, divine narrative. And if so much of what was foretold has already come to pass with such accuracy, how could we possibly doubt the parts that are yet to be fulfilled? Trusting what has been proven. When we look at the evidence, there is an unmistakable pattern. Time and again, what God declared through his prophets came to pass. The rise and fall of empires, the return of exiles, the rebuilding of the temple, and even the coming of the Messiah, all these things were spoken of long before they happened, yet history unfolded exactly as predicted. So, the question is no longer whether we can trust the accuracy of Scripture. that has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. Instead, the question becomes, if so much has already been proven true, shouldn't we also trust in what remains to be fulfilled? The parts of prophecy that look forward to events we have yet to see are grounded in the same divine word that has already stood the test of time. A call to faith and expectation. The Old Testament prophets don't just tell the story of a people and their struggles. They point to a future where God's justice, mercy, and restoration are fully realized. If God has already proven His word reliable through fulfilled prophecies, then His promises about what is to come, the return of the Messiah, the restoration of all things, and the ultimate triumph of His kingdom, are just as sure. There is no reason to approach these remaining promises with uncertainty. The very evidence of fulfilled prophecy throughout the Scriptures gives us reason to stand in faith, knowing that God's hand is still guiding the course of history. The prophecies we have seen fulfilled were not mere accidents or coincidences, they were the unfolding of God's plan. Standing on the proven Word of God. As we close this journey through Scripture, we are reminded that the Old Testament is not just a record of the past, but a foundation for faith. The prophets revealed God's truth, often in the face of doubt and adversity. And today, that truth remains a firm foundation, calling us to live in light of what has been revealed and what is yet to come. If the word of the prophets has already proven true, then we can stand confidently on the promises of God. There is no reason to doubt His faithfulness, no reason to question whether He will fulfill what He has said. The prophets' words were as much about the future as they were about their own times, and the future they spoke of is still unfolding before us. The Messiah they foretold has come, and He will come again. We are living in the days between the already fulfilled and the not yet. As we stand in this place, we are called to faith, to trust, and to live with the hope that the God who spoke through the prophets is the same God who holds our future in His hands. Rock on, little children. Time is just about up.